Chapter 1255. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The demonic sea snake swam quietly in the sea. The demonic sea snake was huge now. At this moment, his aura was directly revealed. The powerful sea beasts in the surroundings didn't dare to approach because they knew very well that the guy in front of them was an extremely terrifying predator. If they got close, they would be devoured immediately. By then, they would not even know how they died. If they dared to be impudent in front of such a terrifying monster, they would be courting death. Therefore, the usually frightening and ferocious sea was strangely calm at this moment. A day passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, specks of light began to shine. It was early in the morning, and the light was the first sunlight to rise between heaven and earth. The light gave people great strength. It was as if as long as there was light, there would be hope in the world. The reason why humans were alive was because this world contained their warmth and strength. If they did not have even a little bit of strength, perhaps the world would lose all hope. Su Yan and Fang Yuishan walked further and further away in the light. Coincidentally, the light shone on the Heartless Island in the distance. After going through a catastrophe, the Heartless Island did not show any signs of depression or decadence. Instead, it gave birth to a brand new strength. The dead would find rest, and the living would become stronger. There was no doubt about it. Although it was impossible for the dead to be resurrected, those who were still alive should continue the hope of the dead. This was the so-called future. At this moment, Su Yan's strength had become even more powerful. His aura was constantly rising because at this moment, there was a small world evolving in his body. On the Heartless Island, Chu Linger's aura was also changing constantly. Because at this moment, she seemed to be closer to the heavenly Tao. A heartless person was not heartless. Instead, he had lost his selfishness and became a change in the heavenly Tao. This was Chu Linger's choice back then. Right at this moment, she suddenly raised her head. Her eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. In the vast sea, a figure fell into her eyes. At this moment, she wanted to cry. She had not seen this person for a long time. In the past, she missed him every day and night. However, at this moment, it was undeniable that his figure in her mind was gradually fading. This was her choice. She naturally knew the consequences. In fact, it was heartbreaking. It was more terrifying than being stabbed by swords or struck by lightning, but she still chose to do so. In this world, there was always someone who had to bear the pain. The one who bore the heavenly Tao was the heavenly Tao. Regardless of whether she chose the heavenly Tao or the heavenly Tao chose her, it was no longer important. What was truly important was that she had already begun to accept her fate. At this moment, Lin Editor, Translation Lin Shui Translation, it's not too late to give up now and regret it now. Look, she's right there. As long as you're willing, you can go over, meet her, and be together with her. Junior sister, don't worry. I am not master. Not only will I not stop you, but I will also support you. You should not bear such a heavy burden. Lin Fang's voice was so gentle. Her calm words seemed to contain boundless charm. As long as you were willing, you would be able to return to his side and lie in his embrace. Chu Linger knew that her senior sister would not lie to her. She sincerely hoped that she could do so. Forget it, senior sister. I will not regret it. Finally, she shook her head. She had once longed for something so much, but she gave it up. It was not that she did not miss it, nor was it because of the so-called responsibility. It was just that she would not turn back. She wanted him to be better, so she gave it up. Now, she began to believe that everyone had their own destiny. It was because of this that everyone needed to work hard bravely in times of despair. She was the same. Perhaps this was her destiny. Then, she would fight for it. At this moment, she finally understood. The so-called heartlessness was not to give up all feelings in the world, but to become the heavenly Tao. The heavens did not have a heart. It was only because there were all things in the world that the heavens had a heart. The heavenly Tao had a heart, but it was emotionless. If the heavens had feelings, the heavens would also grow old. It was at this moment that Su Yan sensed something. In fact, Su Yan could not see Chu Linger at this moment because Chu Linger was using the heavenly eye. She was using the power of the heavenly Tao to see. However, at this moment, he felt something in his heart because he had already understood destiny. He was able to sense anything that was related to his fate. Of course, this was only an extremely vague feeling. He did not even know where this feeling came from. He only understood one thing. The person who was spying on him just now must be extremely important to him. Moreover, he seemed to be about to lose her. In this world, there was nothing heavier than losing something. It was pain and torment that came from the heart. Su Yan did not want to lose her, but destiny was telling him that this was something he could not change or go against. At this moment, Feng Yuishan saw the change in Su Yan's expression. He asked directly, "Su Yan, what's wrong?" He was very puzzled. Su Yan's strength was far from what he could compare to. Back then, he had already become a supremacy, but Su Yan was still in the dragon realm. However, in just a few decades, although he had become a 5 essences supremacy and was not far from becoming a Tao supremacy, Su Yan was already so powerful. He could not even sense Su Yan's aura. If he had to use a word to describe Su Yan, it would be that he was as deep as the sea. Lin Fong was a little surprised. Then, she said, "He seems to have sensed something. Junior Sister Linger, this little lover of yours is not simple." She chuckled. That was indeed the case. She was a true supremacy, and Chu Linger had already communicated with the power of the heavenly Tao. Her every move had the majesty of the heavenly Tao. Ordinary people, even powerful supremacies or supremacies, would not be able to notice Linger's gaze. However, Su Yan actually sensed it. He has always been an incredible and trustworthy person. When talking about Su Yan, Chu Linger would still smile faintly, as if she was reminiscing about the past. Lin Fong looked at Chu Linger. She suddenly thought of Zhang Zhe. She shook her head. Then, she said, "Have you really decided?" Chu Linger nodded without hesitation. The sea swayed leisurely, moving according to its own rhythm. The sea breeze blew, as if to blow away all the troubles. "Sigh, you don't need to do this. Even if the sky falls, there should be someone tall to hold it up. You're just a weak girl." She sighed, as if she was regretful. However, she still took out something in the end. "Take it. Master gave it to you. That old woman seems to know that she doesn't have much longer to live." Lin Fong, the eldest senior sister, did not show the slightest respect for the heartless fairy. Instead, she was extremely casual and even directly called her old woman. Chu Linger took the jade pendant from her hand. Then, she asked, "What is this?" It was a stone, an extremely ordinary stone. When she received it, she already felt an extremely familiar aura. "It's just a broken stone." That old woman called it the Heavenly Heart Stone. After saying that, she had already left. In fact, what she said was both right and wrong. The Heavenly Heart Stone was indeed just a stone. However, how could it be just an ordinary stone? It was the Heavenly Heart Stone that nurtured the Heavenly Heart's power. According to legend, it was a stone left behind when the heavens and earth were first created. It contained the rhythm of the heavenly Tao. For such a small stone, even a holy sovereign or a heavenly god would be extremely greedy for it. However, in her eyes, it was indeed a broken stone. So what if she truly comprehended the heavenly Tao and became an immortal god? Was a life without emotions really a good life? That rotten aura was extremely annoying to her. She even loathed it. The higher her cultivation level, the more she hated it. If it were not for repaying that old woman's kindness, if it were not for protecting the silly women on this island, she would not have bothered to cultivate or fight. Chu Linger held the stone, but her eyes became calmer. Streams of power converged towards her body, and everything flickered continuously at this moment. At this moment, her aura had undergone an earth-shattering change. At this moment, she even had a sacred aura. Unknowingly, the heavenly heart stone gradually sank into her body. She became even more sacred. No, nothing. I just feel that someone is finally leaving me. When Su Yan said this, he did not realize that he had unknowingly started to tear up. Seeing this, Fang Yueshan did not speak again. He knew that everyone had their own helplessness. Since Su Yan was unwilling to speak, he naturally would not probe further. Have you finally chosen to leave? Perhaps it was fate, or perhaps it was Chu Linger's final thoughts burning at this moment. Su Yan actually felt that the person who was about to leave completely and cut off their fates was Chu Linger. She was once his wife, but now, she was about to become a passerby. Chapter 1256. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Let's go to the sky and take a look. I suddenly feel like looking at the scenery in the sky. Wind and Cloud Reading Network, Su Yan suddenly said. The sea-splitting demonic snake roared and flew into the sky. At this moment, the entire sky was filled with sunlight. Endless golden radiance shone at this moment, appearing extremely beautiful. The radiance that filled the sky was indescribably beautiful. Such a scene would shock anyone. It was as if it could wash away all the worries in one's heart. Su Yan's gaze became blurry. He did not know why, but he had become more and more sentimental during this period of time. It was as if he had the entire world in his heart. At this moment, the specks of radiance were flickering. The sea was so magnificent. The distance between the 5 counties and the 9 provinces was really far. Even with the sea-splitting demonic snake speed, it had been flying for several days. Fortunately, at this moment, the continent could finally be vaguely seen in the distance. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake roared. His roar was filled with boundless power. It sounded like the roar of a dragon. Originally, there were many creatures flying in the sky. Nature's creation was extremely mysterious. Naturally, it was impossible for only one kind of creature to exist in the world. Those creatures flying in the sky were the darlings of nature. Their existences all had their own meanings. Those ordinary creatures were perhaps just a part of the food chain. While they were hunting for their own prey, they were also the prey of other stronger creatures. At this moment, the roar sounded, and these creatures were all startled. After all, the sea-splitting demonic snake was definitely at the top of the food chain. His roar was so powerful and terrifying that it was simply unimaginable. The sea-splitting demonic snake was really simple. His thoughts were very simple. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted to become more powerful. He wanted to evolve continuously. That was the meaning of his existence. Of course, he was also very vengeful. He wanted to kill those powerful creatures that had once threatened him. He had been sleeping at the bottom of the sea. At the same time, he was slowly increasing his strength. Thinking about it, it had been a long time since he had traveled in the sky. At this moment, he was flying freely in the sky. How delightful was that? Of course, he didn't release his true might for no reason. Otherwise, just this might alone would be enough to completely kill those creatures. At this moment, Fang Yueshan suddenly spoke. Su Yan, look there. In fact, there was no need for Fang Yueshan to speak. Su Yan's divine will had already discovered that a bloody scene was unfolding at the seaside. Many living beings were being massacred. As for those murderers, they were an extremely strange life form. From the looks of it, they were a type of fishmen. Their forelimbs were extremely sharp blades, and their teeth flickered with a cold light. They seemed to contain extremely terrifying poison. These things were simply rampaging. This place was probably too remote, so there weren't any decent experts. Only a few fishing villages lived here. At this time, the sudden outbreak of the murlocs was a great disaster for the entire fishing village. No one could stop it from happening. That terrifying killing intent surged at this moment. At this moment, the terrifying aura seemed so strange and terrifying. At this moment, the aura was constantly changing. Those demons were really terrifying. Let's go and take a look. In fact, Su Yan was already used to seeing killings by now. This was because this chaotic era was about to arrive. Who knew how many people would die? Although he was merciful, he was not the legendary bodhisattva who saved the dying and healed the injured. There would always be a time when a person's strength was exhausted. This was the case even for cultivators. If he didn't see it, there would be nothing he could do. However, now that he had seen it, he naturally wouldn't just stand by idly. Moreover, there was one thing that was extremely important. These monsters gave Su Yan an extremely uncomfortable feeling. The sea-splitting demonic snake was above their heads, releasing a powerful might directly. Feeling the powerful might, the murlocs didn't start to tremble. Instead, they became even crazier, as if they had lost their minds. The murderous aura became even more terrifying. How can this be? Feng Yueshan asked directly. This was too abnormal. Generally speaking, no matter what kind of creature it was, unless it had extremely high spiritual intelligence and strength, it should immediately tremble when facing such a terrifying aura of the sea-splitting demonic snake. However, at this time, these murlocs clearly didn't have a high level of command, and their strength couldn't be too strong. At this time, facing such a powerful aura, their first reaction was not fear, but crazier killing. It seemed that they wouldn't stop until they killed all the living creatures here. This was extremely strange. At this time, Su Yan said directly, "Don't look anymore. They are not creatures created by the Creator. Kill them." After saying this, he no longer paid attention to these murlocs. Killing these murlocs was naturally not a difficult task for the sea-splitting demonic snake. In almost the blink of an eye, all the murlocs were killed. The surviving humans thought that the dragon god had descended and saved them, so they started to thank the dragon god for his help. However, they didn't know that the dragon clan and the sea-splitting demonic snake were enemies. Damn it, these stupid guys are really idiots. How can I be one of those stupid and arrogant dragons? Where are their brains? At this time, he really wanted to spit these people to death. However, he knew his master's temperament, so he naturally wouldn't kill indiscriminately. He had no choice but to fly back into the sky. At this time, Feng Yueshan asked, "Su Yan, what's the situation? What do you mean by not creatures created by the Creator?" He really didn't know about this. At this time, Su Yan said, "It's actually very simple. These things are transformed creatures after being contaminated with the demonic qi. In other words, demons have started to appear in the Jojo continent." Although he hadn't been here for a long time, based on these strange demonic creatures, he could speculate that demons must have appeared in this place. However, these demons were very likely to have been killed. Unfortunately, the huge amount of demonic qi leaked out and contaminated the creatures here, causing them to change. The reason why demons were the great enemies of the Wuji world was not only because they had an extremely strong killing intent, but also because their existence would cause pollution to the Wuji world, completely destroying this world. Demons have started to appear. Feng Yueshan's heart was heavy. After all, he was a human first, and this was a matter of great importance to the survival of his race. Su Yan said, yes, that's about it. However, it doesn't matter. Many things happen out of our control. The only thing we can do is to prepare the best response when things happen. As the saying goes, do your best and leave it to fate. Feng Yueshan smiled softly and said, "You guy, don't talk about grand principles every time you open your mouth. It's getting harder and harder for me to keep up with your thoughts." Su Yan laughed and said, "It's just because your realm is not high enough. Don't use this as an excuse to be lazy." Feng Yueshan said, "Where are we going?" Su Yan said, "Let's go to the Taihang sword faction first." In the Zhuzhou continent, Su Yan had the best relationship with the Taihang sword faction. At this time, he wanted to know the development of the situation, so the best choice was naturally to go to the Taihang sword faction. Feng Yueshan naturally had no objection. Since they had already arrived in the Zhuzhou continent, Su Yan and the others naturally got off the sea-splitting demonic snake. This time, the sea-splitting demonic snake refused to go back to sleep in the sea no matter what. It had been sleeping for long enough. Therefore, it turned into a mini huck dragon. Huck dragons were a very cute species commonly seen in the Zhuzhou continent. Many female cultivators loved to pet them. Because of this, it could openly appear next to Su Yan. Su Yan naturally didn't object. Su Yan and Feng Yueshan felt that the Zhuzhou continent seemed to be different from before. The most obvious point was that the atmosphere here seemed to have become heavier. The people here seemed to have gone through the baptism of war. Su Yan inquired along the way and finally understood what had happened. In fact, the main reason was the power struggle between the sections. After the Limitless Demon sect was disbanded, there was peace for several years. However, war still broke out later on. The various branches of the demonic sect started to compete with each other. In addition to the territory, there was also the struggle for the treasures left behind by the Limitless Demon sect. Among them, the Limitless Demon sect Sunluo Hall and White Bone Hall had become two independent sects at this time. They were also the strongest. On the other hand, Yan Shao established the Yama sect. Of course, the other sects wouldn't just stand by and watch them do this. Naturally, they also took action. Regardless of whether it was to loot a burning house or to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, this was how the war broke out. The flames of war were always the cruelest for the innocent. However, they also had the least right to choose. The reason was very simple: they didn't have the power. In this world, being weak was a sin. Of course, the Taihang sword faction didn't participate in the war between the sections. They only defended their territory and didn't expand. The Taihang sword faction had Zhang Zhe and Xue Xingchuan's rise. After a few times of killing them as an example to others, those ignorant fellows finally stopped looking for trouble with them. Because of this, many people who had the ability to go to the Taihang sword faction. That was the only place where they could be protected. Chapter 1257. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this time, Su Yan and Li Shiyu retracted all their auras and followed the crowd. Feng Yueshan asked, "Su Yan, with your strength, shouldn't you be able to reach their sect directly? Why are you doing this?" This was also what he didn't understand. At this time, Su Yan's strength was already extremely strong. If it was possible, he could go directly to the Taihang sword faction. Feng Yueshan had stayed in the Taihang sword faction with Su Yan back then. He knew that the Taihang sword faction welcomed Su Yan very much. But now, Su Yan just had to do this and wander around in this place. He clearly had enough strength, but he insisted on staying with ordinary people. He couldn't understand Su Yan's logic and thinking. Su Yan just smiled. Then, he asked casually, "Are we not human?" This was not nonsense. They were human. However, they were not ordinary people. Their cultivation was so strong. Not to mention Su Yan, even Fang Yueshan was already a venerable Wuyuan at this time. This kind of cultivation was enough to transcend all living things. They were high and mighty, like immortals. But why did they still have to wander around in this place like ordinary people? At this time, Su Yan opened his mouth again and said, "We are cultivators, but cultivators are also people. We also started as ordinary people. Have you forgotten this point?" Fang Yueshan was speechless. He didn't forget. He just subconsciously believed that he was strong enough. Since he was strong, he naturally had to enjoy the power of being strong. There were many things that he didn't have to abide by as usual. This was the benefit of power. However, when Su Yan said this, he was stunned. He suddenly realized Su Yan's intentions. They used to be ordinary people, not much better than them. They used to struggle and work hard to survive, but as their cultivation gradually increased, they subconsciously ignored this point. They even no longer saw themselves as ordinary people. No, it should be said that he would not look at ordinary people. Although he wouldn't admit it at times, there was one thing that couldn't be wrong. Were those weak people really different from ants in his eyes? In normal times, whether it was out of goodwill or malice, he would always look down on others from a high position. However, he would no longer blend in with those people like before. There were too many people who gradually drifted away. What was gradually drifting away was not their path, but their hearts. The more powerful they were, the more they would distinguish themselves from the ordinary. This was actually understandable. After all, wasn't the point of training hard to make oneself stronger? However, was this really a good idea? What I'm saying is, if everyone could be simple, perhaps this world would be better. This was Su Yan's thought at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan's realm seemed to have reached an extremely crucial point. At this point, it was no longer simply increasing his power, but a kind of understanding and a kind of thinking. This was the key to his advancement. At this moment, he would instinctively determine what his path would be, and would think about how he could better survive in this world. In other words, at this moment, he needed to find a way to define himself. Another half a day passed, and they quickly set foot on this piece of land. At this moment, Su Yan had a clearer understanding of this place. In this place, he could clearly feel a wave of power. There seemed to be a sword chi faintly existing on the ground. It was the Taixing sword chi. Taixing was like a mountain. The Taihang sword faction sword chi was as heavy as a mountain, but also as steady as a mountain. In the past, when he came here, he did not have such a feeling. But now, it had appeared. At this moment, Fang Yueshan said, "What's going on? Why do I feel that this place is different? It seems that even the ground under our feet has changed, become a little more terrifying." He was already a venerable Wuyuan. Although he had not become a Dao master yet, he was blessed by nature in terms of perception and could sense some things. Because someone has become an emperor. Su Yan did not seem to be surprised at all. In his opinion, this was a very normal thing. That person's cultivation was extremely powerful, and he was not an ordinary person. It was not unusual for him to be able to cultivate to the emperor realm. It was just that he didn't expect that person to take this step so early. Emperor? Do you mean the emperor realm? Fang Yueshan was shocked. Before this, even Dao masters were extremely rare, and the emperor realm was a legend. But now, someone in the Taihang sword faction had become an emperor. This naturally surprised him. Sect Master Zhangze is a legend. It's not strange that he can become an emperor. Let's go and pay him a visit. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he did not take half a step forward. Instead, he said to Fang Yueshan, "Step back." Fang Yueshan did not know what Su Yan meant, but since Su Yan said so, he naturally would not stand there foolishly. Instead, he took a few steps back. But in these few steps, he had already noticed a change. At this moment, the front of Su Yan suddenly began to become misty. An extremely mysterious power appeared at this time. It seemed to be a glimmer, but also seemed to be an unimaginable power. In this power, an extremely heavy aura appeared. Of course, this was just an extremely heavy aura. He did not feel any pressure. Of course, he did not think that it was because the power was just a facade, so he did not feel any pressure. Instead, he knew that it was because this power was too strong, and its control had reached an extreme level. So much so that even though it was only a few steps away, he felt as if he was looking at a shadow. At this time, Su Yan said softly, "Since Senior is in the mood, Su Yan will accompany you." As soon as he finished speaking, clouds and mist appeared beside him. Then, an extremely powerful power was displayed. However, the two powers slowly came into contact with each other. At this time, Fang Yueshan felt that the ground in front of him began to change. At this time, the power was rolling. Although there was no earth-shattering sound, there seemed to be a terrible change happening between these two powers, so much so that everything here was trembling at this time. Su Yan, who is he fighting with? Fang Yueshan was stunned at first, but then he realized who was fighting with Su Yan at this time. Su Yan, has he become so strong that he can actually fight with a venerable emperor? From the beginning, he knew that Su Yan was very strong, but at this time, it was difficult for him to perceive how strong Su Yan had become. But at this time, it seemed that this guy's strength was still beyond his imagination. Now, he could actually fight with a powerful venerable emperor. Such strength was simply terrifying. When that beam of power landed, the power of light was boundless, as if it was going to devour everything. At this time, in his eyes, the two people seemed to have disappeared directly, and were replaced by two swords. One of them was simple and steady, as if it was formed by the condensation of countless mountains and lakes, while the other sword was full of incomprehensible things. This was the manifestation of the power of Su Yan and the Venerable Emperor Senior. The two swords stood motionless. It seemed that nothing had happened at all, but at this time, he already knew that an extremely terrifying battle was taking place between the two swords. The violent aura was simply unimaginable. The strong power was only suppressed in an extremely narrow space. Even a Dao master would find it difficult to control this space. At this time, another person appeared, but it was Shuexingchuan. "Well, Sect Master, the guest has just arrived, and you can't wait to start the competition with him. This is not good." Although he said so, at this time, his power began to change, and then directly inserted itself into the battle. And the target he chose to attack was Su Yan. "Long time no see. Let me see how much you've improved." He chuckled, and at this time, his power became stronger and stronger. At this time, the three people almost disappeared at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they were above the ninth heaven, and even close to the void. Two seniors, this junior will embarrass himself. Su Yan naturally knew that the reason why these two seniors attacked was to test him. Of course, it was also possible that these two old guys suddenly felt itchy and wanted to find someone to torture. Of course, in any case, this was actually a kind of guidance. These days, Su Yan's strength had improved extremely quickly, and he was also more clear about his own path. However, many paths and many things could not be just imagined. They still needed to be proven in practice. Therefore, it could not be better to have powerful seniors to guide his cultivation. Otherwise, it would be extremely dangerous if he only found out his shortcomings in battle. After all, the enemy would never be merciful. As long as he made any mistakes, he would be directly caught and then put to death. "Good boy, your strength has really improved a lot. Take this sword of mine." This was Shuexingchuan's real attack. His sword directly condensed, and the heavy power at this time was displayed. Such a power directly fell, with an unimaginably terrifying sharpness. At this moment, the sword seemed to have been completely resurrected, as if it had its own life. This was spirituality. Although it was just guidance and testing, Su Yan did not dare to be careless at this time. He also condensed sword chi in the void, and then directly burst out with a sword. Chapter 1258. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Such a sword burst out directly. Fengyun Reading Network, the sword light flashed. In terms of sword energy, Su Yan was actually superior to Shuexingchuan. The two sword chi surged, immediately causing countless waves to appear in the 9 heavens. It was as if waves had suddenly appeared in a calm sea. After this attack, Shuexingchuan suddenly appeared beside Su Yan. Come, again. With a few simple words, he directly attacked again. At this time, he had completely raised his strength. At this time, Su Yan was fighting with this person and immediately realized how powerful and terrifying he was. He seemed to have casually used his palm, but it seemed to have directly drained the surrounding power. The aura between heaven and earth seemed to be able to move with his strength. This was extremely difficult. He could feel that Shuexingchuan was also a Dao master. Back then, he had already fought with many experts at the peak of the Dao master level, but it was undeniable that none of them were a match for Shuexingchuan. The so-called peak was actually just a description. Shuexingchuan seemed to want to understand the two words, Dao master, to the extreme, so that his strength could be completely released. Of course, Shuexingchuan was strong enough, but Su Yan was definitely not weak. Since they were already in the 9 heavens, he did not hold back. He directly burst out with a palm, and a terrifying attack suddenly met with Shuexingchuan. The two forces directly collided, and for a moment, the aura of a dragon and a tiger emerged. With such a power entanglement, the 9 heavens began to change. This attack seemed to be a tie, but at this time, Shuexingchuan's expression had become strange. In fact, as one of the people who fought, he naturally knew that Su Yan seemed to have held back in the attack just now. Even so, he was only a tie with him. This kid, how much has his strength increased? He was a little speechless. Every time he saw this kid, he had a huge change. And at this time, he was even more straightforward, as if he could already defeat him. Come, take my sword with all my strength. At this moment, Shuexingchuan's aura changed. Countless auras gathered towards him. These auras turned into huge mountains and rivers. Then, the mountains and rivers became a sword. The power of this sword stretched across the sky, and then continuously changed, gathering into the shape of a divine sword. Tai Hang. Su Yan immediately knew that this was the Taixing God's sword. At this time, Shuexingchuan had already communicated with the Taixing God's sword and then used an absolute attack. Su Yan, this is an absolutely powerful sword attack that I've unleashed with the Taixing Divine Sword as the foundation. Don't hold back. You don't have to give me any face. Let me see how you deal with this sword attack. In truth, Shuexingchuan already knew that he was probably no match for Su Yan. Right now, Su Yan's aura was too strange. Facing Su Yan, it was as if they were facing Zhang Zhe. Therefore, at this time, he immediately knew that Su Yan's strength had probably surpassed his. However, he was still unwilling to give up. He wanted to know how strong Su Yan had become, so that he could know the gap between them. Since Shuexingchuan had already said so, Su Yan naturally wouldn't be polite with him. He didn't make any preparations. He just casually slashed, and a faint sword aura appeared at this time. Such a sword aura surged at this time. The change in power was really unimaginable. At this time, a sword aura directly appeared. That sword aura condensed and evolved the yin and yang qi into a unique power. At this time, this power had already rushed towards the Taixing sword aura. What Su Yan condensed was naturally the sword aura of his Taiji god's sword. This was already a competition of sword wills. At this moment, an extremely terrifying sound exploded in the 9 heavens. The people on the ground thought that the sky was about to change at this time. Moreover, the sound of thunder seemed to be a little too terrifying. The Taixing sword was incomparably fierce. The thick mountain aura seemed to want to flatten everything. However, the power of the divine sword formed by the yin and yang qi seemed to be a ribbon, but also seemed to be an even more terrifying mountain. This power was constantly changing. Gradually, it directly dragged the power of the Taixing sword, as if it had sunk into a quagmire. What a strange power. Is this your sword? This seemingly gentle power actually had such power. 1,000 mountains, 10,000 swords. At this time, Shuexingchuan struck again. The Taixing sword directly changed at this time, and its power became even more unfathomable. His idea was extremely simple, and that was to use brute force to break through the sword completely. He wanted to make the power disappear and merge with the earth. Such a change could already be said to be terrifying. At this time, Su Yan's gaze had become even more profound. He could feel the enormous pressure that his opponent brought to him. Yin and Yang sword, burning heaven. At this time, the Taixing sword directly turned into Yin and Yang qi. Yin and Yang were the foundation of heaven and earth. Yin alone could not be born, and Yang alone could not be born. When these two powers were combined, they could erupt with extremely terrifying power. Under such a blow, the power of the 1,000 mountains and 10,000 swords was directly shattered. At this time, it could also be announced that Shuexingchuan had lost. Su Yan said directly, "Senior, admit it." Shuexingchuan laughed and scolded, "Damn it, kid, are you a monster? I can't beat you anymore." Now that he thought about it, when they first met, Su Yan's cultivation was still extremely weak and was nothing in front of him. The two of them went through life and death together in front of the evil sword Cold Jade and established a friendship. Later on, Shuexingchuan guided Su Yan many times. This allowed Su Yan to take fewer detours on the road of cultivation. But at this time, he was no longer a match for Su Yan. This guy was simply a monster. His growth was so fast that it was shocking. He thought that he had reached the peak of Tao Master and could almost break through to the sovereign realm. But at this time, Su Yan was even stronger than him. Just now, he had already seen that Su Yan had not used his full strength when fighting with him. At this time, he said directly, "Sect Master, shouldn't you fight with Su Yan yourself?" At this time, Zhang Zhe said, "That's what I was thinking." At this moment, these 4 words suddenly changed and then transformed into 4 streams of sword qi. He could directly turn his words into sword qi and then directly suppress it. This was terrifying. Each of the 4 sword qis was extremely heavy. Shuexingchuan's sword was actually very powerful, but at this time, it was still much weaker than this terrifying power. At this time, Su Yan really felt that everything around him had been suppressed by this terrifying power. That terrifying power rolled down at this time, but it seemed to want to drown everything. Such power was simply so powerful that it was terrifying. At this time, even he did not dare to be careless. He directly drew a line in front of himself, and then a boundary appeared. After the appearance of this power, the most terrifying aura immediately flashed. Supreme, Nirvanic Slash. Su Yan knew that he was facing an sovereign realm expert, so at this time, he had no intention of holding back. At this time, a powerful force directly burst out at this time. Such a force rolled out, and the terrifying aura was simply too powerful. Such a blow was terrifying. The two forces directly collided. It seemed to be silent, but in an instant, it had shattered countless spaces. This kind of confrontation was really terrifying. At this time, Su Yan shouted, "Sword of the Laws." His opponent was Zhang Zhe, who was already a real sovereign realm expert. In fact, Su Yan had been looking forward to fighting with a real sovereign realm expert, because only then could he verify his strength and path. That strike just now barely cancelled out his power. At this time, he directly took the initiative to attack, and the Sword of the Laws directly condensed at this time. Su Yan's Sword of the Laws was extremely powerful because he had mastered more than one kind of law. Lightning, darkness, fire, and ice, all of these laws fused together in an instant. Then, these laws directly turned into the most terrifying sword light. When this sword light appeared, it immediately swept up an unimaginable power. Such a sword strike was simply shocking. At this time, Xue Xingchuan cursed again, "Damn it, how many laws have you mastered, kid?" There was a hint of envy in his words. Ordinary Dao sovereigns had mastered a law, and then condensed this law to become the foundation of their path. However, this kid was good. He took out the laws as if they were free, and he was using them in batches. With such a power of laws condensed together, there was naturally no need to say more about the strength of this power. Xue Xingchuan knew that it would be extremely difficult for him to block this sword. Even if he could block it, he would be covered in scars. It was because this power was far too terrifying. It was as if it had hidden everything in this world. Such a surging aura was simply unbelievably terrifying. At this time, the power directly condensed at this time, and the violent aura was simply terrifying. Even Zhang Zai's expression changed at this time. "Good, this power is your true strength. The younger generation will surpass us in time." As he spoke, his palm moved, and a mountain suddenly appeared in the void. Of course, this was not a real mountain, but an evolution of power. Such a change in the power of laws possessed too much power. Chapter 1259. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, he still felt that it was not excessive for him to use such a method against Su Yan's attack. After all, even he could not master as many laws as Su Yan. Of course, he also knew that the number of laws did not determine everything. As long as one's power was strong enough, even the most ordinary power of laws could suppress everything. At this moment, the two forces collided directly, and a terrifying light immediately burst out. The extremely violent and terrifying power was constantly changing at this time. It was really terrifying. Even Xue Xingchuan could only keep retreating under this attack. Such power was no longer something he could deal with. Many things were like this. Even if you regretted it, you had worked hard enough. However, there would always be someone stronger than you, and then they would surpass you. Of course, he was still open-minded. If he could not accept this, he would not be Xue Xingchuan. After an unknown period of time, the powerful and terrifying power fluctuations finally stopped. At this time, Su Yan said directly, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." The combat strength of a venerable sovereign was absolutely terrifying. If they really fought, the power just now seemed to be nothing at all. He knew that the reason for this was because Zhang Zai was giving him guidance. Zhang Zai laughed and scolded, "Well, don't talk about guidance. You are really a freak. Your combat strength is no weaker than mine." This sentence came from the bottom of his heart. Once upon a time, he was still a high and mighty expert in front of Su Yan. At that time, he was already a Dao master, and what realm was Su Yan at? But now, this guy was actually able to fight on par with him. If they were to fight to the death, he was not sure what the outcome would be. Of course, he and Su Yan were friends, and it was almost impossible for them to fight to the death, so this was meaningless. However, through this exchange, he had a general understanding of the situation. "Congratulations, Senior Zhang. I really admire you for being able to break through to the venerable sovereign realm." Su Yan's words were not out of politeness, but out of genuine admiration. After all, how many people in the entire 9 provinces could reach the venerable sovereign realm at this time? However, this was actually related to the change in the number of days. At this time, the 5 counties had undergone earth-shaking changes. Although the changes in this world were not as great as the changes in the 5 counties, it was still extremely great. This was an extremely obvious matter. It's just a fluke. Moreover, it's related to the changes in the world. For me, this is indeed a good thing, but for the entire world, it's not so certain. At his level, his perception of the changes in the world was naturally extremely clear. Su Yan naturally understood what he meant. When the world changed, it was because the world itself felt that danger was coming, so it changed the vitality. It was a change in the heavenly Tao, and ordinary people would not be able to sense it. However, venerable sovereigns were already extremely powerful, so they could clearly sense every single blade of grass and tree, let alone such a change. Naturally, they could sense it clearly. What Zhang Zhe said was not unreasonable. If it were not for the change in the heavenly fate, even he would not have been able to break through to the Emperor realm so easily. Therefore, to him, this was an extremely fortunate thing. However, when the Great Tribulation came, it was naturally the time when the people would not be able to make a living. No, it was not just that. At that time, no one knew how many people would be able to survive. Therefore, for the people of the world, this was not a good thing. Su Yan said, "Senior, there is no need to be so emotional. What is to come will come, and you and I can't stop it. You and I are just 2 stones in the long river of fate. Where the river of fate will lead to is no longer something you and I can think about. We can only do what we can and leave it to fate." Zhang Zhe smiled softly and then said, "Ha ha ha, well said. I didn't expect that I, Zhang Zhe, would be lectured by you." Of course, he was not unhappy. In fact, there was no need for him to be so. At this point, the so-called age and seniority were naturally empty. Only strength was needed to determine a hero. This was the so-called, the one who reached the top first. But speaking of which, Su Yan, you are really amazing to be able to raise your cultivation to such a level in such a short time. Even Duan Mulonghu is only so-so compared to you. Zhang Zhe sighed. Su Yan was stunned and then said, "Senior, you have fought with Duan Mulonghu." Back then, Su Yan had told this person to pay attention to that fellow by the name of Duan Mulonghu. That was because Duan Mulonghu was truly a poisonous snake. Moreover, it was an extremely terrifying snake. Normally, he would hide himself, but when he appeared, he would definitely come into contact with his target and cause fatal damage. Yes, we have. Last time, this guy actually communicated with the fiend race and directly attacked Passionless Island. This really surprised me. It is as you said, a real poisonous snake. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan said, "All right, if you two want to talk, find a better place. What's the point of talking here? Mind your own business, I'll go back first." After he finished speaking, he directly used his power and tore open space, heading towards the Taihang sword faction. Zhang Zhe smiled, then said, "Let's go back to the sect and talk." Su Yan nodded, then followed this person back to the Taihang sword faction. Along the way, Zhang Zhe told Su Yan about what happened on Passionless Island last time. He had been to Passionless Island last time, so naturally, he already knew about the relationship between Chu Linger and Su Yan. Then, he also told Su Yan about Chu Linger's current situation. "Su Yan, if you still want to redeem yourself, it might still be too late to go over now. However, once she has completely embarked on that path, then the heavens will be her heart, and she will no longer have any feelings," Zhang Zhe said directly. Obviously, he had some understanding of Passionless Island. In comparison, he was considered lucky. Lin Fang's cultivation was also at the Emperor realm, and she was even stronger than him. However, Lin Fang did not choose that path in the end. Instead, she had begun to deviate from the path of Passionless Island. In fact, the stronger one was, the more one understood power. Lin Feng already knew the details of this path on Passionless Island, and it was because she knew it that she was afraid. Therefore, she did not want to be like this and began to search for her own path. However, Chu Ling had so stubbornly chosen this path. However, Su Yan smiled bitterly, then said, "Forget it. Since this is the path she chose, then let her go." It was not that he did not want to, but because he knew that she had already made the final choice. She loved him, and he loved her. However, it was because of this that he could not be selfish. Everyone had the right to choose their own future and path. He could not keep her by his side because of selfishness. When they were on the sea, although the two did not meet, Su Yan already felt her determination. Therefore, Su Yan decided to respect her. This was something that he could not do anything about. Zhang Zhe smiled and nodded, then said, "If that's the case, then let's look on the bright side." Then, the two of them began to change the topic. "By the way, Senior, when I came to the 9 states, I found some strange fish men by the sea. They seemed to have been infected by the power of the demons. This was actually not a small matter. If the demons' power had already invaded at this time, then it would be the beginning of a huge disaster for the 9 states, no, for the entire infinite world." At this time, Zhang Zhe said, "Yes, actually, I already knew about this matter. I even joined forces with the Divine Wind sect and the Blazing Flame sect to stop the demon slayers from going to kill those things. Unfortunately, the results were not good. These things were extremely cunning. Every time their disciples appeared, they would immediately escape. However, once these disciples left, they would come back to cause trouble. In that case, there must be someone behind these things. Su Yan had come into contact with those things and was very clear that their intelligence was not high. Therefore, it was impossible for them to be so organized and disciplined. In that case, there was only one explanation, and that was that there was someone behind them that was controlling this group of things. Such a group of things was actually an extremely terrifying existence, and it was even more so if there was someone with intelligence. Yes, that is indeed the case. These things have even ambushed our disciples before. At this time, the 9 states has entered an eventful period. Many sects have joined in the struggle for hegemony. It seems that there is a mastermind behind all of this. Actually, it had been a long time since the Limitless Demon sect was disbanded. However, in the past few years, these guys had always been peaceful. Even if there were conflicts between them, it was impossible for such a large-scale war to break out. However, at this moment, they were biting each other like mad dogs. Moreover, they had gradually dragged the extremely large sects into the water. If one were to say that this was a coincidence, it would be nonsense. Su Yan was silent. Then, he said, "Sigh, the great calamity has yet to truly arrive, but there are already people jumping up and down, wanting to mess up the situation. I don't know what they are thinking. It was clearly an extremely dangerous time, and they needed to work together to get through this crisis. However, at this time, there were people who wanted to mess up the situation. This is also something that can't be helped. After all, the unity of heaven and earth is just a saying. It is very difficult to achieve. There will always be people who disregard the common people for their own benefits. There are thousands of ways to cultivate. Those who go against the path of chaos are like this." Chapter 1260. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, all the power in the world was changing. And in this world, the methods of cultivation were naturally endless. Some cultivated the way of the sword, using a single sword to break through 10,000 techniques. There were also those who cultivated the 5 elements, using the 5 elements to comprehend the world. There were also the Heartless Tao, Destruction Tao, and Chaos Tao. These were all Daos that relied on the negative emotions in this world to cultivate. When the Great Tribulation was about to arrive, these people would be the most uneasy factor, because they wouldn't be of the same mind as the world, and would even obstruct it. Those who cultivated these Daos were all *******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************best time for these people to rise. Even some of the people from the Devil Dao couldn't compare to them. At this moment, the aura of the Great Tribulation appeared in the sky. Such power continued to manifest at this time. It was simply incomparably terrifying. This wasn't just about them, but also about how they would affect the world. So that's the case. Chaos Dao, Destruction Dao. These people can only be killed. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes were filled with killing intent. At this moment, Shuexingchuan said, "There's one more thing. These guys seem to be using Pan Province as their core." Pan Province was a very special place. In the past, it was the headquarters of the Limitless Devil sect. Even the other sects of the 10 great sects were afraid of the Limitless Devil sect. But now, it was different, because the Limitless Devil sect had collapsed. Even the entire Pan Province had encountered a huge calamity back then. During the ceremony of the Limitless Devil sect, powerful demon gods appeared, demon gods roared, and shadow emperors wreaked havoc, causing countless massacres. Who knew how many living beings in Pan Province had died at that time? After a few decades of development, this piece of land finally began to gradually recover its vitality. However, it was still extremely bleak. Almost no one was willing to go to that place. The terrifying death had cast a huge shadow on that piece of land, as well as endless disasters. Even the surviving disciples of the Limitless Devil sect weren't willing to go there. The Limitless Devil sect's White Bone Hall and Dark Azura Hall had become independent, but they had no intention of returning. It was the same for the newly established Yen Luo Dian. However, there was a group of people who liked that place very much, and they were the successors of the Path of Annihilation. For them, such a place was simply a perfect place to cultivate. It was precisely because of this that many people from the Path of Annihilation raised their heads there. If it wasn't for the sudden outbreak of the battle between the various sects at this time, perhaps some sects would have already started to kill them. Su Yan was silent. He had a premonition that the Path of Annihilation would become a huge problem in the future. It seems like I have to go there and take a look. I have a feeling that the Annihilation Order will become a huge problem in the future. If possible, I will directly kill them. Although Su Yan was not a savior, he would not be stingy if he could do it in the face of a great calamity. At this time, Zhang Zhe said, "Don't act recklessly. This matter is definitely not simple. There seems to be an Emperor Realm Master guarding that place." Back then, Zhang Zhe had naturally thought of killing those guys directly. Unfortunately, when he took action the last time, he was blocked. Moreover, the person who blocked him was extremely powerful. His cultivation was actually not inferior to his. Well, don't worry. I naturally know what to do. Su Yan would not act recklessly. However, his current strength was already extremely strong. Even if he encountered an Emperor Realm Master, he would not be too worried. After all, even if he really could not defeat them, he could still leave calmly. Besides, who would emerge victorious in the end was still unknown. Su Yan, what do you think of the 5 counties continent? At that time, the Taihang Sword faction had once wanted to spread their strength to the 5 counties continent. There were almost 1,000 things waiting to be done in that place. If they could gain a firm foothold there, it would definitely be a huge benefit to their development. Unfortunately, the development of the 5 counties continent was too unexpected. At this time, the 9 continents continent was also surging. Therefore, Shuexingchuan eventually returned to the 9 continents continent to preside over it and gave up on the 5 counties continent. Su Yan said, "It's also a gathering of the winds and clouds. There have been a lot of changes. Therefore, he told him about the current situation of the 5 counties continent. The two of them started to talk about the situation of the 2 continents. By the way, Senior, this time I came to the 9 continents continent mainly because of a friend of mine. Su Yan then told Zhang Zhe about Feng Yueshan. Hearing this, Zhang Zhe became extremely serious. After all, this was not a small matter. The danger of the shadow creatures was definitely not in the heart of the demon. If they attacked at this time, it would be no different from adding fuel to the fire for the infinite world. Then, what do you want to do? Zhang Zhe asked. He believed that since Su Yan had come here, he must have his own plans. In his sect, Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai were extremely outstanding young people. However, he was not comparable to Su Yan now. In fact, there was a huge gap between them. Over the years, Su Yan had begun to stand out. At this time, he had reached a point where he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Zhang Zhe. I want Brother Feng to become a Dao Master. Su Yan directly told him his plan. Continue. Zhang Zhe said indifferently. Su Yan continued, the space node in old Feng's body is actually a kind of power. If Feng Yueshan is strong enough, he will be able to take the initiative. If he can become a Dao Master or even an Emperor Master, he will be able to steal the power of the shadow world through this space node. In my opinion, in this way, we will be able to take the initiative. Su Yan naturally did not do things carelessly. Instead, he had his own plan for every step. At this time, in his opinion, he had to make sufficient preparations. This was because only then could he directly exert his power. If he just wanted to escape, he would kill Feng Yueshan in order to prevent the space node from taking effect. This was actually an extremely negative behavior. If he killed Feng Yueshan today, would he be able to kill others in the future? One had to know that these were all his friends. If Su Yan became a person who would even lay his hands on his friends, then there would be no meaning for him to continue living in this world. Well, I will fully support you in this matter. Zhang Zhe nodded directly. Of course, it was actually very difficult to accomplish this matter. That was the people of the Taiqing sect. The Shadow Emperor was an existence that the Taiqing sect feared the most. At this time, Feng Yueshan wanted to break through the realm and become a Dao Master, and even an Emperor Master. In a sense, wasn't there another Shadow Emperor? Moreover, the Shadow Emperor was actually not dead. The Shadow Emperor was another personality born from Feng Yueshan's ancestor. The main personality of Feng Yueshan's ancestor had died, but the Shadow Emperor did not. He went to the Shadow World. At this time, perhaps he had already recovered his cultivation, or even improved his strength a step further. The space node in Feng Yueshan's body might have been arranged by him. If Feng Yueshan broke through the realm, the Shadow Emperor would be able to sense it immediately. At that time, this guy would probably intervene. Of course, it was very likely that it would not be as simple as intervening. This space node was so ingenious that it must have cost him a lot to arrange it with his cultivation at that time. It could be said that he had paid such a high price to arrange it, so he must want to get a sufficient return. If Su Yan's speculation was correct, then he wanted to take over Feng Yueshan's body and directly take it back. In this way, the resurrection of the Shadow Emperor would be completed. For the Taiqing sect, this was an extremely dangerous situation, and they were absolutely unwilling to do so. Although Su Yan was powerful, he was not arrogant enough to do whatever he wanted. Since the mysterious Taiqing sect could become one of the top 10 sects, it must have its own foundation. However, the best place for Feng Yueshan to break through the realm of Dao Master was the Shadowland, and that place was right next to the Taiqing sect. It would be strange if the Taiqing sect did not know about it. Therefore, Su Yan actually wanted to ask for Zhang Zhe's help this time. Okay, leave the Taiqing sect to me. But Su Yan, you have to understand that this is definitely not a joke. Since we have already taken action, we must succeed. Zhang Zhe said solemnly. If Zhang Zhe took action, then in a sense, it would be a declaration of war against the Taiqing sect. If it could be handled well, then it would be fine. But if it was not handled well, then it would be a war between the two powerful sections. At this time, the Nine Continents continent was already very complicated, and the relationship was extremely tense. If a war broke out between the two powerful sects, then the situation would be very bad. At this time, the Nine Continents continent's fate would be extremely bad. Of course, Su Yan had also considered this point, which was why he had invited this person to take action. After all, Zhang Zhe's reputation was not small, and it would be best if he could persuade the other party without having to fight. Su Yan himself was mainly dealing with the crisis of the shadow creature. Su Yan had already dealt with these damn things, and it could be said that there was a conflict between them. This time, it was the right time to directly resolve it. At this time, since the idea had been decided, they would not delay any longer. Chapter 1261. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Land of Shadows was a place where death was a constant companion. There was a terrifying power in this place, and that was desolation. It was a forbidden area in the Nine States continent. Almost no one would come here because shadow creatures would often appear here. These shadow creatures seemed to be creatures born in another extreme world. They were extremely powerful and difficult to kill. Moreover, once they touched you, it was a harbinger of tragedy. Those damnable things will do everything they can to devour you or even kill you. When the shadow creatures invaded, the Nine States continent was plunged into the fear of death. Even at this point, many sects were extremely wary of this term. Among them was the extremely powerful Taiqing sect. The Taiqing sect was located in this desolate place to suppress this place. Firstly, it was to prevent others from entering this place. Secondly, it was to prevent the shadow creatures from leaving this place. A few decades ago, there was a crisis here. Later on, the Taiqing sect master used this divine sword to suppress it. Only then did they survive this crisis. After that incident, the guards here have become even stronger. Su Yan and Fang Yuishan walked towards the valley. At this moment, the valley was surrounded by a dense crowd of disciples. When they saw the two of them, they immediately stepped forward. This is the forbidden land of shadows. No one is allowed to come close. You should leave. The Taiqing sect had set up a formation around this forbidden land. It was not easy to break in. When Su Yan and Fang Yuishan arrived, Zhang Zhe had already arrived at the Taiqing sect's entrance. Zhang Zhe of the Taihang sword faction is here to visit Senior Yu Qingzi. His voice was like flowing water as he slowly walked towards the sect. At that moment, within the Taiqing sect, the person by the name of Yu Qingzi opened his eyes. Zhang Zhe. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be qualified to meet him. But Zhang Zhe was different. He was the leader of the Taihang sword faction. Most importantly, he was an extremely powerful person. He was almost a genius among geniuses. When he was young, he had come to this place to hone his swordsmanship. Zhang Zhe was his junior, but now, Zhang Zhe had already become an emperor master. His cultivation was no longer below his own. Even he himself did not know if he could be a match for Zhang Zhe. Men, prepare to welcome the guests. At this time, Zhang Zhe suddenly came to visit. He didn't know the reason. After all, the Taiqing sect was different from the other sections. They were almost in a state of semi-seclusion. They were only here to suppress the shadow. They didn't have any disputes with the other sections. But since Zhang Zhe had already arrived, they naturally could not be negligent. Sorry, we can't leave. Instead, we have a reason to go in, Su Yan said softly. At that moment, the disciple's expression turned extremely unfriendly. However, he still emphasized, "Brother, I advise you not to make a mistake. This place is extremely dangerous. Those powerful and strange shadow creatures can take your life at any time. So, I hope you don't take the risk." He was still patiently persuading, but in fact, he had already begun to send a signal. Su Yen said, "Sorry." After he finished speaking, his power gently spread out, and then all of them were enveloped by his power. Su Yen and Fang Yueshan slowly walked inside. "Senior Yu Qingzi, this junior actually has to apologize to you," Zhang Zhe directly said after sitting down. Yu Qingzi said with a smile, "Apologize? What's the crime?" He didn't understand what Zhang Zhe meant. Zhang Zhe said, "This junior has a friend who has already entered the shadow. This is the crime." Zhang Zhe noticed that Yu Qingzi's expression had changed, so he continued, "Senior also knows my two friends. They are Su Yen and Fang Yueshan. I think Senior should still remember them." Yu Qingzi nodded and then said, "Yes, I remember. Fang Yueshan is the successor of the Shadow Emperor, and little friend Su Yen is a rare genius. I remember that he is a disciple of your Taihang sword faction." When Su Yen came, he did say that he was a disciple of the Taihang sword faction. At this time, Yu Qingzi could still be so calm. It could also be seen that his cultivation was good. Zhang Zhe said, "I'm ashamed. Fellow Taoist Su Yen was originally only a name in my sect. My sect can't nurture such an outstanding disciple." At this time, Yu Qingzi was surprised because he heard very clearly that Zhang Zhe called Su Yen fellow Taoist. The two words, fellow Taoist, were not casually called. First of all, the person who was called fellow Taoist had to be qualified. Unless Su Yen could be on par with Zhang Zhe, otherwise, how could there be a discussion of Tao? At this time, Zhang Zhe took the initiative to say, "Maybe Senior doesn't believe it, but fellow Taoist Su Yan's combat strength is already on par with mine." This sentence was enough to shock everyone. When Su Yan had first arrived, although he had displayed powerful combat strength, his cultivation was only in the Dragon Realm. He had not even reached the Honorable Realm. Now, only a short while had passed and his combat strength was actually on par with Zhang Zhe. Yu Qingzi knew Zhang Zhe very well. He was a ruthless character. His strength was extremely tyrannical, and his combat strength was far above his realm. However, what he just said was that Su Yan's combat strength was no longer below his. How was this possible? How long had it been? Even Yu Qingzi found it difficult to calm down. However, since these words were said by Zhang Zhe, then it could not be false. Zhang Zhe smiled bitterly and said, "Not to mention Senior, even I don't dare to believe it. However, there are always people who are favored by fate. Moreover, fellow Taoist Su Yan has experienced countless battles over the years and has seen countless lives and deaths. Even I am ashamed of my inferiority." At this time, Yu Qingzi said, "Well, fellow Taoist Zhang Zhe, let's get back to the topic. Why did the two of them enter the Shadow Land this time?" Zhang Zhe did not hide anything and directly told the reason for the matter and Su Yan's purpose. Sure enough, Yu Qingzi's complexion became a bit unsightly. Then, he asked, "Fellow Taoist Zhang Zhe, you should know that to a large extent, this is to revive the Shadow Emperor. The strength of this monster is absolutely not simple. Even if Su Yan's combat strength is no weaker than yours, I am still not at ease." Speaking of this, he had already stood up. Obviously, at this time, he had made up his mind to stop Su Yan from doing this. You should know that Fang Yueshan will definitely break through to the Tao Master Realm. The Shadow Emperor must be able to perceive it and will never give up this opportunity. This guy's strength is already extremely terrifying. If he obtains Fang Yueshan's body, then in a sense, he will be completely resurrected. At that time, he was just the Shadow Emperor, but at this time, he may be the Shadow Sage. At that time, the Shadow Emperor was already extremely terrifying and stirred up the world. Now, if he became a sage, it would be even more amazing. What's more, at that time, there was another personality in the Shadow Emperor's body. At least that personality had a good side, and in many cases, it would inadvertently affect the Shadow Emperor. But now, that personality was dead and had completely disappeared. If that was the case, the Shadow Emperor would be even more unscrupulous in doing things. His heart would only become more evil. You should know the consequences of this. Zhang Zhe smiled bitterly and then said, "Yes, I naturally know, but this matter may not become so bad. I believe in Su Yan." This was the reason why Zhang Zhe made this choice, because he believed in Su Yan. "So, you're here to keep an eye on me?" Yu Qingzi asked directly. Shadows rushed towards the two people one after another. These shadows were like wandering ghosts, and they were very difficult to deal with. However, for Su Yan and Fang Yueshan, these shadows were nothing. They were still too weak. The shadow power here is strong enough. You can break through to the Tao Master realm here, Su Yan said. Fang Yueshan's heart became heavy. After arriving at this place, his spatial mark seemed to have become more obvious. This made him feel even more uneasy. In this place, he seemed to hear the call from another world. There was a voice constantly calling him, asking him to quickly improve his cultivation, break through the barrier, and directly reach the Tao Master realm. If it was in the past, he would have chosen to escape. He didn't want to take too many risks. But at this time, he understood that he had almost no way out. When a person had no way out, he could only keep moving forward. "Okay, I got it." He tried to calm himself down. However, Su Yan understood that at this time, he was still a little nervous. Of course, this was human nature. Su Yan said, "Old Fang, don't be afraid. Think about your child. Since there are some things that must be faced, then let yourself be braver." After saying that, Su Yan retreated into the distance. At this time, Fang Yueshan finally calmed down completely. At this moment, he directly opened his eyes. At this moment, the entire Shadow Valley was in a riot, and the most terrifying energy directly gathered towards his body. He was the bloodline of the Shadow Emperor, and also the Shadow Child of this world. When he calmed down to face everything, then all the shadows would go crazy. At this time, shadow creatures constantly emerged and gathered towards his body. At this time, they didn't have any thoughts, and only acted based on their instincts. Chapter 1262. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. No one knew what these shadow creatures were thinking. Perhaps they just wanted to devour Fang Yueshan and become stronger. Perhaps they wanted to worship their emperor. However, the moment they approached Fang Yueshan was the moment of their death. That extremely terrifying power continued to gather at this moment. When the shadow arrived in front of Fang Yueshan, it directly transformed into the most primitive power and was directly devoured by him. At this moment, Fang Yueshan's aura began to increase crazily. Some people were truly blessed by the heavens. In this world, how many people worked hard for their own realm? For example, Hewenza cultivated extremely hard, but because of his limited talent, he could only wander around the supremacy realm. Even though Su Yan had given him the Sky Spirit Grass this time and gave him hope of breaking through, it was extremely difficult for him to improve himself. The Sky Spirit Grass only gave him such an opportunity, but it did not guarantee that he would be able to break through. However, Fang Yueshan in front of him had only convinced him to become a Tao Lord. So many shadow creatures gathered towards his body and became his nutrients. It has already begun. Humph, Zhang Zhe, you guys are quite capable. Yu Qingzi mocked. At this moment, he took a step forward and was about to leave. However, at this time, Zhang Zhe had already rushed in front of him. Senior, why don't you give them a chance? Yu Qingzi made a move, and a golden divine radiance appeared. How can such a matter be taken lightly? Chance, I'll give them a chance. Who will give me a chance? At the same time, his voice was transmitted, disciples of the Jade Pure sect, listen up. Stop the two people in the Shadow Valley with all your might. The Jade Pure sect was one of the 10 great sects and had many experts. Although he was stopped by Zhang Zhe, there were other experts in the sect, including 2 Dao masters. Zhang Zhe said, giving others a chance is actually giving yourself a chance. Senior, I'm really sorry. Please enlighten me. Zhang Zhe didn't care about the others because he believed that they couldn't stop Su Yan. Only the Taiching sect master before him had this ability. Therefore, what he had to do now was to stop this person. Sea-splitting demonic snake, don't let those people come close. Of course, don't hurt them either. Su Yan had already sensed the strange movements of the Taiching sect. However, he was already mentally prepared. When these fellas rushed over, he would let the sea-splitting demonic snake deal with them. The sea-splitting demonic snake was already extremely powerful and terrifying. He should be enough to deal with those guys. So what if he was a Dao master? With the terrifying strength of the sea-splitting demonic snake, even a Dao master would not be his match. All these years, the will of the sea-splitting demonic snake had been in a deep slumber. Unknowingly, his strength had become extremely powerful, and that terrifying and berserk aura was even more so. Although the demonic sea-rending snake seemed unreliable, Su Yan was still willing to trust it during critical moments. This was Su Yan's evaluation of the sea-splitting demonic snake. At this moment, Su Yan had already focused his attention on the battle. This was because he knew that his opponent was about to arrive. At this moment, an extremely oppressive aura appeared. This aura was extremely deep and terrifying. Then, a huge hole appeared. There seemed to be endless terrifying evil spirits roaring in that hole. At this moment, the sky had become extremely gloomy. The power of darkness also became extremely deep at this moment, as if the entire sky was about to fall from the 9 heavens. At this moment, Su Yan opened his eyes. His eye of truth directly saw through everything around him. Under the eye of truth, the real spatial door was finally discovered. There seemed to be an extremely terrifying creature that was about to emerge from the spatial gate. Those powerful shadow creatures were different from the shadow creatures in front of him. They weren't unconscious ghost-like existences. Instead, they were creatures with extremely powerful strength and intelligence. If one had to describe them in one word, it would be aristocrats. They were shadow aristocrats, or even shadow dukes. These guys didn't appear to become Fang Yueshan's food. Instead, they came to devour Fang Yueshan and make him their own body. Of course, Su Yan wouldn't let them succeed. At this moment, more than a dozen dragon souls appeared in his body. These dragon souls originally existed in the Black Lotus, but they were all subdued by Su Yan in the battle with Su Yan. Su Yan's strength was already extremely powerful, not to mention that he had a relationship with the Dragon Clan. After all, there was dragon blood in his body. Of course, this blood came from the heart of the great demonic dragon. However, the heart of the great demonic dragon had been transferred out of Su Yan's body and embedded into the body of the azure dragon that Su Yan refined and nurtured himself. He wanted to create a brand new great demonic dragon. Of course, this was only the beginning. If he wanted to complete it, it would take a long time. These dragon souls were extremely powerful, and they also had dragon's might. Although the shadow creatures were powerful and difficult to deal with, dragon souls were their best nemesis. For a moment, the pretense became a mess. At this moment, the people of the Taiching sect had already arrived outside the Shadow Valley. However, they discovered that there was a terrifying giant serpent that was nearly 100 meters long outside the valley. He just floated in the sky. His body was releasing an extremely deep aura. That aura was actually not inferior to that of the dragon might. Hee, my friends, this path is blocked. So, let's rest here for a while. He gently exhaled, and an extremely terrifying ray of light immediately shot out. Such a powerful force impacted the ground. This powerful force immediately destroyed the ground. Such power surged, and the terrifying power was simply unimaginable. A deep gully immediately appeared on the ground, and waves of terrifying aura were emitted from it. Alright, everyone, let's use this as the boundary. It's a good thing for everyone to coexist peacefully. The sea-splitter demonic snake was about to talk nonsense again and talk about the importance of peaceful coexistence with the people of the Tai Ching sect. However, at this moment, the two Dao sovereigns of the Tai Ching sect appeared. Evil snake, don't be presumptuous. They immediately attacked, and a powerful force directly attacked the sea-splitter demonic snake. How terrifying! What is this shadow world like? At this moment, Su Yan was observing this world with his consciousness. He wanted to figure out the nature of this world. Because only by knowing the enemy and oneself could one be undefeated in 100 battles. He knew that the shadow creatures were definitely going to invade the infinite world. Since that was the case, it would be good if he could understand the enemy and even directly attack them. Unfortunately, although his strength wasn't bad, he hadn't reached the point where he could run amok and directly travel between worlds. If he really did that, he might die in the next moment. Su Yan didn't want to die so early. Of course, at this moment, he was most vigilant against the Shadow Emperor and the other poisonous snake. At this moment, Fang Yueshan's aura had become more and more powerful, and in the sky, lightning began to fall directly. This was because in the eyes of the heavens, Fang Yueshan had the mark of the shadow world. Therefore, he was a traitor and must be killed. Su Yan didn't stop the lightning. This was Fang Yueshan's tribulation. If he tried to stop it, it might have the opposite effect. At this moment, the power of the lightning was constantly descending, and the terrifying aura was even more unimaginable. Between heaven and earth, lightning changed one after another. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes were filled with intense flames. Fang Yueshan's strength had begun to increase again. At this moment, he was suffering unimaginable pain. At this moment, he almost wanted to give up. If it was only the power of the heavenly tribulation, it would be fine, but he also felt a threat from the depths of his body. When his strength increased, the small spatial node, no, it should be called the shadow mark, was also growing. This thing was like a parasite, refusing to leave his body. This made him extremely painful and also extremely afraid. However, he knew that he absolutely couldn't back down at this time, because once he did, he would be finished. Now he was walking on the line between life and death. Once he gave up, all his efforts would be in vain, and he would even implicate Su Yan. If he was directly occupied by the shadow creature at this time, then Su Yan would naturally be in extreme danger. At that time, he didn't have a true understanding of this power, but he already had it at the time of his birth. He could feel that the shadow mark was expanding in his body. Once it grew, it could directly devour him. His entire body would become the food of the shadow mark. Moreover, he already knew one thing, and that was that even if he died, it would be useless. This shadow mark would still control his body. Then, he would still become a demon. The only thing he could do was to make himself stronger. At this moment, he was competing with this shadow mark to see who could become the strongest first. If he could surpass it, then it was possible for him to directly suppress the power of this shadow mark, and even refine this shadow mark. However, if he couldn't, then he would only be devoured and become the shadow mark's food. This was definitely not a joke. Chapter 1263. At this point, he had no way out. Forward was life, back was death. If he didn't want to die, then he could only bravely move forward. When a person had nowhere else to go, then he wouldn't walk towards death. Instead, he was giving up everything. Damn it, since you want my life, then I won't let you get away with it. Come on. At this time, Feng Yueshan had already cast aside all his pain. At this time, his aura directly increased to the point where he didn't care about his life anymore. That extremely terrifying and powerful aura began to converge on his body. If it was in the past, he wouldn't even dare to imagine it. His body was actually able to contain such a powerful and terrifying power. But at this moment, he didn't want to think about it anymore. Because this was no longer important. If he didn't die, then he had to face it. At this moment, he was already incomparably strong. That violent power was even more terrifying at this time. The rich aura had reached an unimaginable level at this time. A mysterious and unfathomable power surged at this moment. At this point, the terrifying aura had reached an unimaginable level. The power of shadows. Under this power, his entire body began to change. His entire body even began to transform. The shadows and nothingness began to change bit by bit. This was simply unimaginable. It was at this moment that he heard a chuckle. "Heh heh heh, my descendant, have you finally started to break through your strength?" That voice sounded so sinister, but also so playful. "It's him, it's that guy." Feng Yueshan immediately recognized that it was the voice of the Shadow Emperor. Sure enough, this was the backup plan arranged by that guy. At this time, he had already started to move, extending his palm towards him. "Shut up. You're not my ancestor. My ancestor is already dead." At this point, he naturally would not be bewitched by this guy. His true ancestor was already dead. Feng Yueshan was extremely grateful to his ancestor's true personality, because he had burned the last of his power and the imprint that existed in this world to become Feng Yueshan. This was extremely noble. But this guy in front of him was different. He had a dark and completely twisted personality, and the purpose of his existence was to kill. Back then, when the ancestor was in extreme pain, this personality appeared and took the initiative. Only then would the Shadow Emperor be born. This guy was the Shadow Emperor, and had nothing to do with his ancestor. At this time, Feng Yueshan directly withdrew his consciousness and firmly guarded his soul. This was because he knew that once this guy appeared, his first target would be him. He would devour his mind and turn him into a tool. This was something that he would never allow to happen. No matter what, he would not allow such a thing to happen. The Shadow Emperor began to laugh wildly as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "There's no need to deceive yourself. You should understand that he and I are one. Since you are his descendant, then you are naturally my descendant. Hee, what are you afraid of now? Leave you to me." At this time, his power had already directly devoured Feng Yueshan. Regardless of whether it was his maniacal laughter or his words, there was an extremely heavy pressure, as if he wanted to completely destroy everything in Feng Yueshan. This was an extremely terrifying thing. It was at this time that a force directly inserted itself. "Humph, Shadow Emperor, you are so powerful, but you are saying such nonsense at this time. Is there any meaning to it?" Su Yan directly ridiculed the Shadow Emperor, and then his power directly erupted at this time. Such an aura was almost incomparably terrifying. That terrifying power was displayed at this moment. The strength of that dense power was almost unimaginable. The Shadow Emperor directly released an extremely powerful killing intent, "It's you." He would never forget Su Yan's aura. Back then, if it wasn't for Su Yan, why would he bother waiting until now? Back then, it was precisely because Su Yan had ruined his good deed that caused him to be so passive. He really didn't expect that Su Yan would dare to appear here at this time. At this time, Su Yan said, "It's me. Long time no see. Your strength has indeed become more terrifying. After all, he was the Shadow Emperor, the guy who had once set off a terrifying dark tide. After such a long time, it would be too disappointing if his strength hadn't improved in the slightest. However, even so, Su Yan didn't have the slightest fear. After all, today was different from the past. At that time, Su Yan had no way to deal with this powerful and terrifying guy. He could only rely on the Godslayer sword and other means. Compared to him, the difference was simply too great. But now, it was different. That's natural. No, you brat, why did your strength change so much? At this time, a look of bewilderment appeared on his face. This was because Su Yan's strength had already reached such a level. This was really beyond his imagination. He could feel that Su Yan was giving him an extremely strong pressure. You're improving. Do you think I'll be stuck in my old ways? Su Yan shouted coldly. At this time, he had no interest in talking nonsense with the Shadow Emperor. Instead, he directly displayed his strength. Old Fong, don't have any scruples. Work hard to improve your strength. Leave this guy to me. This place was actually inside Fong Yueshan's body. Whether it was Su Yan or the Shadow Emperor, they were both using Fong Yueshan's body as a battlefield. Of course, neither Su Yan nor the Shadow Emperor wanted to harm Fong Yueshan's body. Fong Yueshan was Su Yan's friend. Of course, Su Yan would not have the thought of harming him. As for the Shadow Emperor, he wanted to seize Fong Yueshan's body and use it as a support for his own resurrection. Therefore, he would not do this. With his strength, he could naturally seize other bodies. However, there was one thing that was very important. Fong Yueshan was his bloodline descendant. If he could directly resurrect in his body, then his strength would reach a perfect level. At that time, he would be able to recover his peak cultivation and directly break through to the sacred venerate realm. At his level, every step he took had his own purpose. He would never act rashly. If he wanted to reach the sacred venerate realm, then he needed a perfect body. Unless he had no other choice, he would never give up. At this time, although he felt Su Yan's strength, it was not enough to make him retreat. At this time, the terrifying aura between heaven and earth began to rise. At this time, the rich power became extremely great, and even extremely terrifying. At this time, a torrent of power was directly displayed. Countless shadows manifested and rushed towards Su Yan. Your strength has increased a lot, but you're still too naive if you want to defeat me. In that case, I'll make you my shadow puppet. I'll let you know the consequences of going against me. Back then, the old man from the Tai Ching sect came here with the Tai Ching sword and brought him a lot of trouble. He even killed him here. Therefore, after coming to the shadow world, he had been preparing for this. When he reappeared, he was already prepared to face the Tai Ching sword. However, he did not expect that the old man would not appear. Instead, it was Su Yan who appeared in front of him. However, it didn't matter. All the power was just a passing cloud. He believed that he would definitely be able to defeat Su Yan. Moreover, it seemed that the difficulty of defeating Su Yan was much lower than defeating Yu Qingzi, who possessed the Tai Ching divine sword. He struck out a shadow aura. The shadow aura was ever-changing. At this time, it directly turned into the most violent and terrifying power. When such power came in front of Su Yan, it directly turned into dust, as if it had never appeared before. At the same time, the terrifying power of that strike was displayed. At this time, the endless power between heaven and earth was constantly changing. The most terrifying aura directly rushed towards Su Yan's body. At this time, Su Yan did not seem to notice this strange power at all. The shadow aura directly integrated into his soul. The Shadow Emperor sneered, I thought you were strong, but it seems that I worried too much. You're just a so-so. Once this shadow power entered the body, it was the beginning of a nightmare. Not only could it corrode his soul, but it could even take control of him. Originally, he thought that since Su Yan already had such a powerful aura, he should be able to block this power of his. However, when he released this power, Su Yan did not notice it and directly let this power enter his body. It seems that I overestimated him. But it's also not that long ago. It's already very amazing that he could reach such a level. If he could still be on par with me, he would be a real monster. However, he is still a genius and seems to have great luck. It's not a loss to be able to refine him into a shadow puppet. He sneered in his heart, thinking that the outcome of the battle between him and Su Yan had been decided. Then, it was time to take over Fang Yueshan's body. He really missed the time when he was alive. Back then, he had been killed by a powerful force and had almost completely disappeared. Fortunately, he had directly hidden his power in his bloodline descendants and barely escaped the calamity. And now, he was back. Chapter 1264. I'm finally going to return. Damn Tai Ching sect and those who betrayed me, you're all going to die. I will never forgive you, nor will I let you go. At this moment, his ferocious aura began to rise. As time passed, his strength also gradually increased. Behind the gate of the shadow world, his power was being transferred here. Oi, 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 what the hell are you barking for? At this time, Su Yan's mocking voice rang out, clearly disdainful of him. At this time, the Shadow Emperor's eyes revealed a look of surprise. Under his power just now, Su Yan should have been occupied by his shadow power. Even if he wasn't weak and could resist for a period of time, how could he be so leisurely talking to him at this time? Why are you so surprised? Do you think such a weak shadow power can defeat me? You really think too much. At this time, Su Yan's aura began to rise again. The power was like a storm, surging at this time. The terrifying power was simply to the extent that it shocked the Shadow Emperor. What? Originally, the aura that Su Yan exuded had already surprised him, but this time, the aura was even stronger. Vaguely, Su Yan's aura was almost on par with his, or even suppressing his. What he couldn't understand was why his shadow power didn't work. You've already become an Emperor Realm Master? He directly asked this question. Although it was inconceivable, it seemed that this was the only way to explain why Su Yan was so powerful at this time. Su Yan shook his head and said, Sovereign. Not yet, but it doesn't matter. Even if you haven't become an emperor, you won't be my opponent. Why do you think I insisted on bringing Fang Yueshan to this place? As Su Yan spoke, his power extended towards the Shadow Emperor. Darkness permeated the air at this moment. The existence of shadows relied on light and darkness. But at this time, Su Yan used his own power to form a domain of absolute darkness. There was no trace of light in this domain. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have sent my friends to their deaths, Su Yan continued. At this time, the power of the dark domain finally took shape. Shadow Emperor, to be honest, you're still too conceited. After all, you're an incomplete personality, so you're really an idiot. Su Yan didn't hold back at all. Just now, the reason why he let the power of the shadow hit his body was because he wanted to take advantage of this time to set up his own barrier. The most troublesome thing about shadow creatures was their strangeness. If they couldn't beat you, they could just turn into a shadow and escape, disappearing without a trace. You wouldn't know where they would hide. Maybe under a rock, behind a tree, or even in your own shadow. But what if there was no shadow? What kind of condition could form an existence without shadows? It was actually very simple, and that was absolute darkness. As long as it was in absolute darkness, there was no place for the shadow to hide. As Su Yan had just said, Fang Yueshan was his friend. He wouldn't watch his friend die. And if he wasn't confident enough, he wouldn't have made such a decision. After Feng Yueshan told Su Yan his problem, Su Yan had already begun to think of a way to deal with the Shadow Emperor. If it was the previous Su Yan, he probably wouldn't have been able to set up a domain of absolute darkness. But now, he could do it. In his small world, there was still the existence of the Dark Ink Lotus. In the Dark Ink Lotus, the will of the Dark War God had been directly devoured, so Su Yan's grasp of the law of darkness had greatly improved. With the power of the Dark Ink Lotus and the Great Darkness Oblivion he had seized from the guy from the Dark Demon sect, he could finally complete the arrangement of the Dark Domain. It was just that the arrangement of the Dark Domain required time. If the Shadow Emperor chose to leave at this time, he wouldn't be trapped in it. Therefore, in order to buy time, Su Yan might as well sacrifice himself and let the power of the shadow rush into his body. The power of the shadow was indeed powerful and could harm him, but at this time, Su Yan couldn't care so much. He could only take this blow head-on. Of course, he had enough confidence in his body. Su Yan's body was comparable to that of the dragon race, no, it was comparable to that of the dragon god. How terrifying was that? It was precisely because of this that he dared to make such a move. In fact, this time, he had succeeded again. Not to mention whether he had won or not, this step of his arrangement was a success. The Shadow Emperor's expression became very ugly. As a shadow creature, he naturally knew that what Su Yan said was not wrong, but he was even more dissatisfied with Su Yan's incomplete explanation. This was because Su Yan had directly seen through his essence. Why did he have to go through so much trouble to seize Feng Yueshan's body? In addition to resurrecting, there was another thing he wanted to do, which was to make himself complete. This was because at this time, another part of him had disappeared. That was his other personality. Although that personality was a hindrance and even prevented him from doing many things, he had to admit that that personality was indispensable to him. The existence of this personality was a complete individual. Whether it was thinking or doing other things, he could show the true demeanor of the Shadow Emperor. Although he was still powerful, there were many imperfections in his control of his emotions. A true powerhouse, whether he yearned for slaughter or something else, had one thing that was extremely important, and that was to control himself. If he couldn't even control himself, then no matter how powerful he was, he would be weak. Later on, he would gradually lose himself and eventually become a powerful shadow monster. In that case, what was the point of being powerful? You can actually see through it. At this moment, he had no choice but to change his evaluation of Su Yan. This human was truly a terrifying existence. This wasn't just about the strength of his strength, but also his judgment and his arrangements. It's nothing. You don't have to be surprised. In fact, you don't have to think about anything else because your only way out now is to defeat me as soon as possible and then control Old Feng's body. If you can't do it, then when Old Feng is strong enough, I will directly help him refine you. Su Yan continued to smile and said, therefore, instead of saying that this is a battle between you and him, it's better to say that it's a battle between you and me. In the dark domain, Su Yan gently grasped and a dark power directly took shape and turned into a long sword. At this time, the Sovereign of Darkness record was directly activated. When he had fought with Duan Wulonghu, he had directly condensed this dark scripture. Over the years, Su Yan had also been comprehending the power of darkness. In fact, he had invested a lot of energy in this aspect because he knew how powerful the power of darkness was. Whether it was Duan Wulonghu or the Dark Demon sect, they were all extremely proficient in the power of darkness. He didn't dare to forget the principle of knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy. At this time, he directly trapped the Dark Ink Lotus in his small world. There was no need to say how powerful the Dark Ink Lotus was. Su Yan was very tempted by this treasure. Therefore, during this period of time, his strength had been constantly increasing. At this time, his power of darkness was already extraordinary and could be put to good use in the dark domain. At this time, the dark sacred sword directly condensed. Then, let's have a real battle now. At this moment, his aura soared. His powerful strength was displayed directly at this moment. The powerful aura directly enveloped the opponent. The Shadow Emperor frowned. The power of this sword made him feel threatened. This place was in the dark domain. Many of his methods couldn't be used. At this time, he could only use his own strength to resist. Therefore, at this time, he directly punched out. That terrifying aura rolled out at this time. At this time, the dense power directly suppressed down. Facing Su Yan's sword, the Shadow Emperor no longer dodged but directly punched out. The two powerful forces directly met at this time. The collision of the two powerful forces almost directly caused a storm. This violent aura directly erupted into the most terrifying riot at this time. In the darkness, the two forces directly exploded. In this exchange, it was practically a tie. This made the Shadow Emperor feel very uncomfortable. Because at this time, he could feel the strength of this power. Just now, he thought that Su Yan was not worth mentioning and could be easily defeated by him. But he didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, his aura had become extremely violent. That terrifying power flashed at this time, like a meteor. But this meteor didn't have any light. Because this was the absolute dark domain. At this time, Su Yan's body suddenly swayed and charged toward the Shadow Emperor. In this place, he had an absolute advantage. Because this was the domain he had built, all the power was constantly rolling at this time. At this time, the aura had already reached an extremely strong level. At this time, a terrifying power appeared, turning into an extremely dull thunder. The most terrifying power erupted here. In the blink of an eye, Su Yan had already landed 9 swords. These 9 swords used the great demon Heaven Lord's heaven-defying 10 kills. Chapter 1265. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Every strike of the 10 heaven-defying kills was stronger than the previous one. Moreover, the power was doubled. It was simply terrifying. Latest chapter to read. The power was simply unimaginable. Su Yan's power was on full display at that moment. His body was limitless. His sword became even colder at this moment. Such power continued to press down on him. The 9th strike is over, said Su Yan. His calm words contained a hint of provocation. At that moment, White Shadow Emperor also sensed it. When Su Yan attacked with the first strike, he could still easily resolve it. However, Su Yan's second and third strikes soon followed. By the 4th strike, the power was already incomparably terrifying. It was simply shocking. At that time, he already felt the strain. Damn it, how can this kid be so strong? At that moment, he was trembling all over. Regardless, he did not expect Su Yan to be so strong. At this very moment, he was extremely shocked in his heart. He was truly unable to imagine that Su Yan's strength had actually reached such a level. This had already caused him to have a feeling of not knowing where to start. By the time he reached the 9th sword, his entire body had become extremely heavy and even fatigued. That feeling made him feel extremely uncomfortable. He was the powerful White Shadow Emperor. He did not know how long it had been since he last felt like this. Even when he faced the Taiqing Sect's Taiqing Divine Sword back then, he did not feel like this. Su Yan sneered again, then said, "What's wrong? Do you feel very heavy and tired?" In truth, Su Yan was not in a good state at that moment. However, this was his territory after all, and he had the Dark Ink Lotus. Although he could not completely refine the Dark Ink Lotus, he could already use its power to replenish himself. Under the guidance of such power and aura, his strength could rapidly improve. At that moment, the 10 heaven-defying kills had reached an extremely terrifying level. The great demon Heaven Lord was able to move unhindered and even directly break through to the godhood realm. His ability was naturally incomparably powerful. Each of his attacks would imperceptibly exert immense pressure on Emperor Y's shadow. This was caused by both his strength and his mentality. Su Yan had already said that the current Emperor Y's shadow was not complete. Because he had lost a personality, his mentality was not complete. Since he already knew the enemy's weakness, how could he not make use of it? Being merciful to one's enemy was being cruel to oneself. He knew this very well. Thus, without the slightest hesitation, he directly unleashed his attack. This was an imperceptible psychological oppression. At this point, Emperor Y's shadow was already in an extremely passive position. He felt as if his breathing had become heavy. However, he had forgotten that he was no longer a living entity, but a Y shadow. He did not breathe. Under such powerful pressure, his mind was already in chaos. And this was exactly what Su Yan wanted to achieve. At this time, Su's power began to gather again. 10th Sword. He directly told Emperor Y's shadow that his 10th sword was coming. Sure enough, the current Emperor Y's shadow had already become a bird that was startled by the twang of a bow. In fact, he had not reached such a level yet, but he was not far from it. After hearing Su Yan's voice, he had already become extremely nervous. Su Yan's power had yet to arrive, but at this time, he was already in a mess. He only felt that Su Yan's 10th sword was already rushing towards him. The terrifying pressure seemed to be able to crush him directly. He never thought that he would have such a day. The other party's attack had not appeared yet, but at this time, he was already afraid. It was at this time that Su Yan finally made his move. He knew that it was about time, so at this time, he directly suppressed with his heavy power. At this time, the violent power directly reached its peak. In the darkness, a terrifying sword edge appeared directly. The extremely powerful power flashed, and the sword aura surged like a river flowing into the sea. Kill! Emperor Y's shadow, who was already very terrifying, suddenly felt such an aura at this time. At this moment, he felt extremely depressed and could no longer breathe. This power kept flashing, and at this time, it had really reached an unimaginable level. When the sword fell, it was as if everything between heaven and earth had disappeared. Everything had become nothingness. No! At this time, he only had time to let out a scream of horror. The most terrifying aura changed at this time. His power was directly suppressed and then completely disintegrated. Emperor Y's shadow, no matter what, you were originally a human, but you have completely surrendered to the Y shadow. You even tried to help the Y shadow to open the door to this world. Your crimes are punishable by death. Su Yan had seen too many joys and sorrows, so at this time, he never wanted to see such a scene again. It was also because of this that he hated Emperor Y's shadow so much at this time. His will had already locked on to Emperor Y's shadow. Emperor Y's shadow was the most important and direct threat to Feng Yueshan. If he was killed, then Feng Yueshan would not be much of a threat. He could even break the shackles and directly advance himself. Regardless of Feng Yueshan's thoughts, humanity would have another powerhouse. Moreover, he was very likely to have a great restraining power against Wei Shadow. Therefore, at this time, Su Yan naturally did not show any mercy. He wanted to completely suppress and kill this guy. Emperor Y's shadow obviously already knew and understood Su Yan's determination and will. He knew that for him, it was already the most dangerous time. This time, if he could not block Su Yan's power, then it was very likely that he would directly disappear into thin air. He had dominated for such a long time, and had also fallen for such a long time. His life was full of ups and downs. How could he be willing to die like this? Damn thing, you're the one who **ked me. Master Y Shadow, show yourself. At this moment, he had actually struck his own chest with his palm. That strike had directly pierced through his own body. At that time, he was in so much pain, but he let out a carefree laugh. Su Yen, I know your name is Su Yen. I'll use the last of my strength to give you the heaviest curse. I curse you to suffer forever and never be happy. His voice had become very weak at that time, but at that moment, his voice sounded very creepy. That curse was so vicious. However, at that time, Su Yen once again slashed with his sword. You talk too much nonsense. Su Yen was not afraid of his curse at all. His regal sword cannon had turned into a scorching sun at that time, hanging in his mini-world. His mini-world was actually his sea of consciousness. That scorching sun was invulnerable to all evil. So what if his curse was vicious? At that time, he clearly saw dark power descending from the unseen world, as if it was going to entangle his soul. However, at that time, the scorching sun was shining and the moonlight was shining. The power immediately sank and purified all the dark power, becoming a part of Su Yen instead. However, at that time, Su Yen did not feel happy because at that time, he already felt that an even more powerful existence was about to appear. You're really crazy. You actually want to use your own body as the core to directly summon a powerful white shadow creature. Don't you know that when that powerful creature appears, it might devour you directly? Su Yen knew very well that there was absolutely no affection between white shadow creatures. Great Emperor White Shadow summoned a powerful creature. Not only did the powerful creature not appreciate his kindness, but it would also kill Great Emperor White Shadow and devour him. For him, Emperor White Shadow himself was also nourishment for the growth of his power. However, Emperor White Shadow had obviously thought of that at that time. Haha, you're right. That would be the case under normal circumstances, but it's different now. Su Yan's expression changed because he immediately thought of Emperor White Shadow's plan. Feng Yueshan. At that time, Feng Yueshan was breaking through to the Dao Lord realm, and an extremely powerful White Shadow aura condensed in his body. That was not all. Feng Yueshan's body had the White Shadow mark left by Emperor White Shadow. Coupled with his special bloodline, it would only be more attractive to the terrifying creature that was about to appear. You're actually willing to give up Feng Yueshan's body. In the darkness, a powerful force began to condense again. Su Yen knew that he did not have much time. He had to suppress this guy directly and then deal with a greater crisis. Haha, reluctant. What's there to be reluctant about? If I can't get it, I'll naturally destroy it. Ha, don't forget, the purpose of my existence is to destroy. If that idiot didn't have such a strong desire to destroy everything back then, I wouldn't have appeared. His laughter was so mocking. He was the second personality, and the reason he appeared was that Feng Yueshan's ancestor had the craziest and most terrifying idea after being subjected to extremely cruel treatment. He wanted to completely destroy everything. He was born with that idea in mind, so for him, destruction was his natural mission. Dark Ink Lotus, devour. Su Yen yelled angrily, then used the Dark Emperor's scripture to directly communicate with the Dark Ink Lotus. In an instant, countless roots appeared directly and tied Emperor White Shadow up. Chapter 1266. At this moment, he had already sensed that the extremely terrifying existence was about to descend. He immediately knew that he could not delay any longer. Otherwise, if that most terrifying person were to appear, everything would be too late. After all, even at that moment, he could sense how terrifying that aura was. What level had the current him reached? Su Yen wasn't afraid of Dizun at all. He was even confident that he could fight with Dizun, and perhaps even defeat him. But at this moment, this aura made him feel so heavy. From this, one could see how terrifying this monster that was about to appear here was. Therefore, he knew that he couldn't drag on with this Shadow Emperor any longer. This guy, compared to when he was at his peak in the past, was still far too weak. The injuries that had accumulated over such a long period of time were definitely not something that could be easily healed. It would be too difficult for him to recover unless he could devour Feng Yuxian directly and use this power to return to his peak. Otherwise, everything would be a pipe dream. At this time, his power flickered slightly, as if he wanted to make a final struggle, but it was useless. The power of the Dark Ink Lotus was already extremely powerful, and under the activation of Su Yan's Record of Darkness, this power was even more terrifying. With his current condition, it was impossible for him to escape. At this time, Su Yan's aura finally completely suppressed this guy. Moreover, this was only the beginning. Su Yan's power was displayed at this time, reaching the most terrifying level. The roots of darkness finally dragged the Shadow Emperor into his small world. In this small world, the one in control was Su Yan, not the Shadow Emperor. As soon as he entered Su Yan's miniature world, the blazing sun immediately shone down on him. The dazzling light caused him to roar in pain. He felt as if he was about to collapse. At this moment, his body was trembling non-stop. At this moment, his body was no longer under his own control. Alright, I don't have the time to waste on you. I have to say that the existence you summoned is indeed extremely terrifying. I feel a sense of danger from it. After Su Yan finished speaking, he directly left. The Shadow Emperor was in this small world. After all, he was once a top figure, so he naturally knew about all of this. When he found himself in this small world, he knew that his chances were slim. After all, at that time, he also wanted to create his own small world. Unfortunately, he did not succeed in the end. Despicable, this guy actually dares to do this. Despicable, too despicable. He kept cursing, hoping that his curse would fall on Su Yan. Unfortunately, Su Yan had already left. Under the scorching sun, his body was becoming weaker and weaker. At this moment, he was in extreme pain. However, that blazing sun was a direct manifestation of the regal sword cannon, and the power within it was incomparably marvelous. At this time, the confrontation between Yu Qingzi and Zhang Zhe suddenly stopped. What kind of aura is this? It's actually so terrifying. Both of them were Emperor Realm Masters, but at this time, even they felt powerful and terrifying. From this, it could be seen how extraordinary this power was. You see, this is what you meant when you said that he could bear it alone. At this time, Yu Qingzi's complexion was very bad. The appearance of such a powerful aura made even him feel fearful. If this continued, it would be terrible if that powerful and terrifying existence directly burst out. Perhaps, all the living beings around would die. Zhang Zhe smiled bitterly and then said, "This junior doesn't know the specific situation, but senior, at this time, you and I don't need to fight anymore." Whether it was good or bad, the matter had already become a foregone conclusion. Even if Yu Qingzi was unhappy at this time, he should still suppress that aura at this time. After all, this was a matter of great importance. Zhang Zhe knew Yu Qingzi's character. He was not the kind of person who did not know what was good for him. Yu Qingzi coldly snorted. He naturally knew the priority of the matter. At this time, he directly issued an order, "All disciples listen up, leave Shadow Valley immediately, immediately. The sooner the better." When that aura descended, it was meaningless for those disciples to stay there. Instead, under the impact of that aura, they would directly die. This was not a good thing. They were the future and hope of Tai Ching's sect. At the same time, he directly stretched out his hand and said, "Sword, come." As these two words fell, a green light directly rushed into the sky. It was the divine sword of Tai Ching's sect, Tai Ching Divine Sword. As soon as this sword appeared, a powerful pressure was immediately released. Zhang Zhe did not say much nonsense and directly summoned the Taixing Divine Sword. Right now, the aura that appeared out of nowhere was truly terrifying. Such power was simply unimaginably strong. Su Yan stepped forward step by step. At this time, there was no need to mention his power. At this time, his power was constantly displayed. That terrifying power was almost unparalleled. The two experts charged towards the shadowy valley. At this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake had also received Su Yan's order, "Don't tangle with them, come to the valley." The sea-splitting demonic snake's power was already considered good. It was also a fighting force. At this time, Su Yan had to gather all the power he could. The existence that was about to emerge from the spatial gate, he did not know what kind of monster it was. But no matter what, he had to stop it and not let it do anything reckless. At this time, the two divine swords directly fell. "Su Yan, look at what you've done." At this time, Yu Qingzi coldly snorted. Su Yan also knew that this time, he couldn't get away with it. However, he did not think that he did anything wrong, so he said, "Senior, what will come will come. At this time, there is no meaning in holding this junior responsible. Senior, don't worry, after this matter, this junior will definitely come to apologize." In the face of a great enemy, there was no time for internal strife. Therefore, at this time, Su Yan directly apologized. Yu Qingzi also knew that this wasn't the time to fuss over such things. This was a terrifying thing that was incomparably powerful. If this sword wasn't handled properly, then not only would the 1,000-year foundation of the Taiqing sect be destroyed, but it would also be a huge disaster for the entire 9 continents continent, or even the entire infinite world. I won't be calculative with you now, but I hope you don't forget what you said. Obviously, this person was still holding a grudge against Su Yan. Su Yan did not say much. Of course, he knew why the other party was so angry. If the positions were reversed, he might not have done as well as the other party. Therefore, at this time, he was also honest and did not say anything else. At this time, Su Yan's aura changed slightly. Then, he told the two of them what had just happened. This vile creature actually did such a thing. At this time, Yu Qingzi was naturally very angry. Who would have thought that the Shadow Emperor Lord would be so vicious? Even if he was seriously injured, he still wanted to summon that terrifying existence. In his opinion, this was indeed unimaginable. After all, in this world, not everyone could be like the Shadow Emperor Lord, harming others without benefiting himself. Su Yan smiled bitterly and said, "All right, Senior. Why bother with such a thing? His existence has always been an anomaly, so this isn't much. The most important thing now was not to bother with that thing, but the terrifying monster that was about to appear before them. I don't know if it's possible to seal this space now," Yu Qingzi said at this time. If this spatial passage could be sealed, then it might be able to prevent that terrifying existence from coming. However, Zhang Zhe quickly rejected his idea and said, "I'm afraid it's difficult. According to the current situation, this thing will definitely appear. Moreover, the three of us probably won't be able to seal this passage in time." Zhang Zhe continued, "Moreover, its appearance may not be a bad thing. After all, at this time, the three of us are here. No matter how terrifying this thing is, it's not like we don't have the strength to fight it. However, if this guy comes from another place, it will be a huge problem." Zhang Zhe was telling the truth. At this time, even if the terrifying existence was extremely terrifying, the three of them were here. No matter what, the battle strength of the three great emperors should not be underestimated. In this way, they could fight with this guy and find out the truth. Moreover, at this time, the three of them were prepared to fight, while the mysterious shadow creature came in a hurry. In any case, their chances of winning were much higher. However, if the situation was different. If this fellow were to appear in the 9 continents right after he was done with his preparations, that would be a huge disaster. At that time, it would be unknown how many people it could kill. Moreover, when the human experts reacted and wanted to find and kill it, it would be troublesome. At that time, they would not even know where it had gone. If that was the case, it would be a real doomsday crisis. Previously, Yu Qingzi was dissatisfied with Su Yan's behavior, but now that he heard Zhang Zai's analysis, he had to admit that this was the case. Alright, there's no point in saying more. This old man doesn't care where this guy came from. Since he dares to come out, we'll fight him. We'll let him know that the 9 continents continent won't let him do as he pleases. Chapter 1267. Zhang Zai said, "That's right. Senior is righteous." Heavenly music. As soon as he finished speaking, the Taxing divine sword soared into the sky. Then, it split into 9 and landed on the ground. Taxing Juyan, sword formation, rise. At this time, although they couldn't directly seal the space passage, it didn't mean that they couldn't do anything at this time. At this time, Zhang Zai had already started to arrange the array in advance. At this moment, he was setting up the Taihang Sword Faction's Taihang 9 Evolutions formation. This formation was extremely powerful. Of course, the reason why it was so powerful was because there was a sword pool in the Taihang Sword Faction. That was why this formation was able to unleash an endless amount of power. However, by this time, Zhang Zai's cultivation had already reached the sovereign realm, and he already had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. At this time, he directly set up a formation in advance. Although he couldn't make this formation as powerful as the great formation of the Taihang Sword Faction, it was already extremely powerful and not to be underestimated. At this time, he still had time to make arrangements. At this moment, Yu Qingzi had also begun his preparations. Talismans appeared in his hand one after another. Those talismans drifted in all directions before disappearing. Su Yan could see clearly with his divine will that each talisman seemed to be an extremely powerful and terrifying warrior. Almost all of them had the battle prowess of a Dao master. This was the Grand Clear Strongman. Not only were these Grand Clarity warriors powerful, but they also had a tacit understanding with each other. When they worked together, the battle power that they could unleash was simply terrifying. The Taiqing sect was an extremely old and powerful sect. In the earliest era, they had even become the #1 sect in the 9 states continent. Such a sect would naturally have an extremely strong foundation, and the cultivation realm within it would be even more terrifying. At this moment, the methods he displayed could be seen clearly. Both of them had started to make preparations in advance, except for Su Yan. Su Yan quietly stood where he was. The position he was standing at was directly facing the spatial passageway. In other words, when this extremely powerful and terrifying existence appeared from the spatial gate, Su Yan would immediately have to bear its violent and terrifying power. In fact, this was already an extremely dangerous matter. After all, at this point, they still did not know how powerful that thing was. If that thing had the strength of a peak Emperor Realm Master, or even more powerful, then Su Yan might have to pay with his life here. But he didn't waver. Little friend Su Yan, this place is dangerous. Let's retreat first and let my Taiqing warriors take on the first wave of attacks. At this time, Yu Qingzi directly reminded. Although he had some resentment towards Su Yan, but after all, he was the leader of the righteous path, his heart was even more magnanimous. He definitely wouldn't add insult to injury. At this time, Su Yan said, "Senior, don't worry. Junior knows what to do." Of course, he wasn't standing here because he wanted to atone for his sins. But at this time, he knew that the three of them had to lock onto this guy's figure as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be a very bad thing. Shadow creatures were known for their strangeness. If they didn't even know where the other party was when they appeared, then what was the point of fighting? They might as well just admit defeat. And his eye of truth was the most effective against such shadow creatures. Moreover, at this time, the Shadow Emperor had been brought into his small world. The scorching sun formed by the regal sword scripture and the dark inky lotus directly suppressed him. At this time, Su Yan was constantly analyzing the laws of the shadow power with the power of the regal sword. In a battle like this, the power of the exalted was truly a supreme divine power. It was able to analyze the power of this place thoroughly. Although it was impossible to do so in a single breath, every bit of understanding gave Su Yan and the others a greater chance of success. Time passed little by little. Not only did the terrifying pressure not weaken, but it also became stronger and stronger. However, there was still no movement at this time. This was really stifling. It was as if there was a breath stuck in the chest, unable to breathe out. Why hasn't this thing appeared yet? Even such a powerful expert would have times of anxiousness. However, at that moment, Su Yan suddenly shouted softly, "It's coming." He didn't stop there. Instead, he blasted out a wave of nomological law power. At this moment, there was clearly no change in the spatial passageway. There should be no movement at all. However, at this moment, Su Yan took action directly. Yu Qingzi's spirit consciousness was also constantly monitoring this place, but there was no discovery. At this time, Su Yan directly made a move. While he was still hesitating, Zhang also directly made a move. Sword of the Nine Extremes. Yu Qingzi and Su Yan had only met once, and the last time they met, Su Yan's realm wasn't high. Therefore, he was still hesitating at this time. After all, people would always instinctively believe in themselves. However, Zhang was different. He had several contacts with Zhang and knew deeply that Su Yan would never mess around with such a thing. Therefore, even if his own consciousness didn't discover it, he directly followed Su Yan and made a move. After such a blow, an extremely terrifying power suddenly appeared at this time. That terrifying power finally fluctuated directly at this time. A terrifying sound directly exploded, causing the entire valley to shake directly. Many of the boulders around the valley were directly shattered. Yu Qingzi made the right choice to let the disciples return to the sect directly and escape into the Great Formation. Otherwise, he was afraid that at this time, he would be in extreme pain. Or even directly die. At this time, Yu Qingzi was also taken aback. Just now, he clearly didn't notice anything, but that thing actually appeared. If it weren't for Su Yan and Zhang making a move, he might have been able to launch a sneak attack directly. Senior, quickly make a move. This damn thing just hid in the fluctuations of the space scatter. It is precisely because of this that it is so silent at this time. Su Yan's power once again blasted out. He immediately used the Sword of the Law without holding back at all. The blow just now had already let him roughly know the opponent's realm. The opponent was waiting for the Peak Emperor realm. Peak Emperor realm. These 4 words were actually extremely heavy. It was even more so for the strength of that power. However, at this time, it had just emerged from the space channel and had not fully adapted yet. Moreover, it was also suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth. If the 3 of them joined forces, they might be able to fight it. Okay. At this time, the Tai Ching Divine Sword was directly activated, and then a terrifying and huge force directly fell. As soon as the Divine Sword was activated, its power was naturally infinite. At this time, the shadow creature finally revealed its true form. It was an extremely terrifying and huge creature. Its appearance was somewhat similar to an insect, but its aura was almost incomparably terrifying. At this time, its power was constantly increasing, and its powerful aura was simply unimaginable. When the divine sword fell, not only did it not retreat, but it directly let out a terrifying roar. At this time, an energy fluctuation turned into the most terrifying vortex, and then directly rushed toward the Tai Ching Divine Sword. In fact, at this time, the shadow creature was also at a loss. It had just appeared, and its body hadn't even completely left the space channel yet, but it was already directly attacked by Su Yen. Originally, with its ability, it absolutely shouldn't be like this. It should even be able to launch a sneak attack silently. In a battle of the Emperor realm, the difference between taking the initiative and taking the initiative was too great. However, at this time, it directly lost the initiative. It should be known that what was the most terrifying thing about shadow creatures? That was their strangeness. They could often appear without a sound, and then display the most terrifying destructive power. However, this time, its most powerful point was directly blocked by Su Yen. It couldn't even display its most powerful point before it was directly killed. This could be said to be the worst. At this time, it was directly in a passive position. The divine sword's power was already enough. However, its strength was so terrifying that it didn't fear the divine sword. Of course, at this time, what it wanted the most was Feng Yueshan. It sensed the smell of food on his body that made it excited. The Shadow Emperor wanted Feng Yueshan, and so did it. However, just as it withstood the sword, a terrifying aura fell again at this time. Taxing Juyan, kill without mercy. At this time, Zhang Zhe made his move. 9 sword chis fell directly. These 9 sword chis were set up from the beginning. The Taxing divine sword was the earth divine sword. The sword chis came from the earth. The powerful and terrifying power was enough to shake the foundation of this shadow creature. This was an extremely terrifying shadow lord. Its strength was unparalleled, but at this time, it was not so. Because it had lost the initiative, it could only be incomparably miserable and passively beaten at this time. After the 9 streaks of sword chi landed, his body became somewhat unstable. At this time, the pressure of the power of the world on the shadow creature became extremely obvious. Good, the will of the world has begun to suppress it. At this time, Yu Qingzi was delighted. In fact, the will of the world was the real main force against such a powerhouse from the outside world. However, since such a powerhouse dared to invade, it must have something to rely on to suppress the will of the world in a short time. But now, they had directly taken the initiative and beaten this guy into a daze. As a result, its strength had become extremely unstable. In this way, its resistance against the will of the world had naturally become extremely weak. Therefore, the will of the world began to show its power at this time. Chapter 1268. At this moment, the will of the heavens and earth unleashed its majesty as thunderclouds formed one after another. The terrifying power of lightning continued to descend, and then directly fell on the body of the shadow creature. Lightning flashed continuously on the shadow creature's body. The power was too strong. It left a mark on his body. Good. Right now, we're using the power of the heavens and earth. I refuse to believe that we can't win against this fella. Since that's the case, let's go all out and kill. At this moment, Yu Qingzi roared out excitedly. At this moment, the heavens were on their side. What was the most terrifying thing about shadow creatures? That was his ability to appear and disappear mysteriously. After being discovered by Su Yen in advance, the lightning struck him and left a mark on his body. It was as if a battle light had been left on his body, allowing them to clearly see where the power was. As a result, the pressure on them was greatly reduced. This was the best time to launch an attack. At this moment, he shouted, "Grand Clarity Warriors, suppress them." At this moment, the Grand Clarity Warriors appeared one by one. Every Grand Clarity Warrior had the most dazzling golden light around them, making them look extremely sacred. More than 10 Tai Ching warriors directly attacked, and then the violent power immediately suppressed them. When these forces directly attacked, the terrifying and frightening aura immediately erupted to the extreme. At this moment, it was as if the power of the entire world was moving along with it. Such brilliance was truly unimaginable. The shadow creature seemed to know how powerful it was and was already struggling. He wanted to break free from the shackles, but under the grand clear strength warrior, it was very difficult for him to struggle. At this moment, the Taxing 9 evolution sword descended once more. Such a blow caused him unbearable pain. Sword of Laws, exalted nirvanic slash. Su Yan made his move as well. Sword chi flew everywhere. Coupled with the Sword of Law, this power was even more terrifying. At this time, the radiance in the sky had become unpredictable. Under the suppression of the three great powers, the shadow creature seemed to be on the verge of being defeated. However, at this moment, Su Yan's expression changed and he shouted, "Seniors, back off quickly." At this time, he already felt a great sense of crisis. He knew that the terrifying existence at this time definitely had a backup plan and trump cards. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been entrusted with the hopes of the Shadow Emperor. Just now, Su Yan had already demonstrated his extraordinary ability to predict the enemy's moves. At this time, the two of them naturally trusted Su Yan very much. It was at this moment that the shadow creature suddenly emitted a dark radiance. This was an extremely shocking thing. Su Yan said, "Seniors, this thing is transforming, abandoning its old self to welcome its new self. This is extremely terrifying, so you must not be careless." This was the power he had deciphered from the Shadow Emperor. This was also a method of survival in the face of death. Ordinary shadow creatures couldn't display such power at all. Only such a terrifying aura could display such a technique. However, since he saw this as a method to cut off all means of retreat, it was naturally extremely powerful. At this time, he directly displayed it and immediately wanted to absorb everything in the past. His body could also be directly abandoned. Now that this body had been marked by the power of heaven and earth, it was extremely disadvantageous for him. Therefore, this guy might as well directly abandon his body and live through death. From this, it could be seen that powerful shadow creatures were extremely terrifying. They were actually so determined, willing to abandon everything, and had such wisdom. At this time, Su Yan immediately unfolded his darkness domain. "Seniors, I'm going to set up a darkness domain and drag this evil creature into it. You communicate with me and then kill it." At this time, Su Yan was very determined. He didn't just want to repel this guy, but also wanted to kill it. If he could kill such a powerful shadow creature, it would be of great benefit to him. However, it would be a huge blow to the shadow creature. At this time, his power erupted bit by bit. Then, the power of darkness was directly displayed. Su Yan had already set up a darkness domain when facing the Shadow Emperor, so he was already familiar with it. Since you want to face death, I'll make sure you die." At this time, Su Yan was completely enraged. He directly mobilized the Darkness Ink Lotus. Such power was displayed at this moment. The rays of dark light swallowed the surrounding light directly. At this time, such power was displayed at this time. The darkness domain was about to be completed. Once the darkness domain was completed, he would have the initiative. The moment the darkness domain appeared, Zhang Zhe and Yu Qingzi were both shocked. If they hadn't seen Su Yan use it with their own eyes, they would almost suspect that there was a demon expert here. This boy is really surprising. His power of darkness is so terrifying. Even I can't help but be amazed. Su Yan seemed to always be a mystery. No matter when, he could bring them enough surprises. Originally, the two sovereigns didn't have much confidence in facing this extremely terrifying creature. However, at this moment, under Su Yan's leadership, their hearts had changed. Originally, they only wanted to drive this terrifying existence away. However, at this time, they had a thought, and that was to kill this terrifying shadow creature. Moreover, this wasn't just a casual remark. Instead, it made them feel that they absolutely had a chance to do it. This was an extremely inconceivable matter to begin with. At this time, Zhangze and Yu Qingzi looked at each other. Although they didn't say anything, they had reached a consensus at this time, and that was to cooperate with Su Yan. This boy is really surprising people all the time, Zhangze said with a smile. Yu Qingzi also nodded. The darkness domain was finally completed. At this time, even the two sovereigns couldn't sense any light. However, at this time, Su Yan directly guided them with his divine sense. Under the guidance of Su Yan's will, they immediately found the terrifying shadow creature. At this time, the shadow creature, like them, had already lost its senses. Therefore, at this moment, they had enough power to fight. At this time, Su Yan directly said to the sea-splitting demonic serpent, "Now it's your turn to perform. Do you dare to fight such a terrifying shadow creature?" The sea-splitting demonic snake had been wandering around the battlefield. However, when he saw how ferocious the battlefield was, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. However, at this time, when he heard Su Yan's words, he immediately shook his huge body and roared, "Do I dare? How can the great sea-splitting demonic serpent not dare? Don't joke with me, okay?" It was unknown whether this guy had low EQ or IQ. Previously, he was full of fear, but at this time, when Su Yan said so, he immediately forgot all the fear in his heart. Then, he directly roared and rushed into the darkness domain. After this guy rushed into the darkness domain, Su Yan directly guided him with his divine sense. Then, he said, "Hold him for me." It had to be said that this guy, after undergoing transformation, was really incomparably powerful. His body was extremely terrifying. Unless Su Yan personally joined the battle, Zhangze and Yu Qingzi wouldn't be able to withstand his terrifying strength. However, it was impossible for Su Yan to engage in a physical battle with this guy because he was the complete leader in this dark realm. He needed to guide the other two and let them know his position clearly. Only then could he have a chance of winning. At this time, when it came to meat shields, the sea-splitting demonic serpent was really a good meat shield. This guy's bloodline talent was not weak to begin with. Moreover, he had devoured the void behemoth and the nine-headed demonic serpent's clone, which were great tonics. Moreover, all these years, he had been recuperating in the deep sea. No, not recuperating, but cultivating diligently. Therefore, at this time, his physical body was extremely terrifying. He might not be a match for that terrifying shadow creature, but at this time, he just had to resist. After being provoked by Su Yan, the sea-splitting demonic serpent directly rushed toward the shadow creature. "Oh whoa, you idiot who came out of nowhere. Your grandpa sea-splitting demonic serpent is here. Why don't you tremble and kneel before me?" At this time, he was extremely arrogant. This guy had always been like this. Whether he could win or not, he would first fight with his momentum. His huge body kept twisting, and his most terrifying strength was directly displayed at this time. Although the shadow creature couldn't see the light, with such a powerful realm, his perception naturally existed. He immediately sensed the arrival of the sea-splitting demonic serpent. At this time, he directly unleashed his strength. It had to be said that the sea-splitting demonic serpent was terrified at this time. "Damn it, you'd better be quiet. You're not here to compete who's louder." However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that there was an additional layer of power on his body. It was the darkness armor. Back then, when the evil spirit put on the darkness armor, it was simply terrifying. At this time, Su Yan finally cracked the darkness armor and was able to use it for himself. He naturally knew that although the sea-splitting demonic serpent's physical body was strong, it would be difficult for it to completely resist the power of this shadow creature. Therefore, he directly released the darkness armor. Chapter 1269. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The moment the dark armor was put on, the sea-splitting demonic serpent laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, that's great. This power is really wonderful. How delightful, how delightful. The moment the dark armor was put on, he was no longer as weak as before. It was a great feeling. Ha ha ha, little brat, were you yelling at me just now? I'll let you know what seniority means. The sea-splitting demonic serpent was a classic example of a villain intoxicated by success. Su Yan felt that letting him out was a mistake. Putting aside whether or not that guy could take on such a heavy responsibility, that guy was a real embarrassment. At that moment, the sea-splitting demonic serpent had no idea that he was being despised by his master. Instead, he was humming a happy song as he charged straight at the white shadow. The dark armor was powerful to begin with, and the sea-splitting demonic serpent's body was no exception. Furthermore, they were in the umbral realm. Under such heat, the sea-splitting demonic serpent's strength was terrifying beyond compare. At that moment, he was jumping up and down. His strength was indescribable. The powerful and violent aura continued to revolve at this moment. Such power directly suppressed the area in front of them. The white shadow was furious. He could feel that the sea-splitting demonic serpent's level was far below his. However, that guy was jumping around like that. How could he tolerate that? In truth, he had been feeling extremely frustrated since he appeared. He had clearly made preparations to conceal himself. However, Su Yan was actually able to discover his existence. Furthermore, he was caught off guard by Su Yan's sudden attack. That was not the most important thing. Those three guys seemed to have come prepared. They blocked him at the entrance of the portal and gave him a good beating. That was enough to make him feel extremely helpless. Now, he was actually dragged into the umbral realm. What infuriated him even more was that at this time, a lousy person had jumped out of nowhere and actually dared to be so disrespectful to him. At this time, he didn't hold back at all. A powerful force erupted directly at this time. A terrifying aura rushed directly into the sky. In an instant, an extremely terrifying power attack blasted out. Just now, he didn't even get to see that terrifying guy's attack clearly before he was sent flying. He revealed his true form and unleashed all of his power. How powerful was his power? However, he was unable to withstand a single blow from that guy. Ah! I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Oh great master, I'm going to die. Your little crack is going to die. Don't forget about me. The dark domain was already extremely dull and devoid of any sound. Unfortunately, this fellow had appeared and was making a big fuss, which made the place a little comical. The atmosphere of the battle was already gone. Zhang Zhe and Yu Qingzi looked at each other. Su Yan even subconsciously covered his head. This guy was really speechless. However, he also knew that the sea-splitting demonic snake's current state was enough to withstand the terrifying White Shadow's attack. In any case, this was good news. At this time, Su Yan directly said, Senior 20,000, let the sea-splitting demonic snake stay in front. We'll attack together. Since they already had the R shield, it was time to attack properly. Now that they had the R shield, they could attack without restraint and go all out. At this time, Su Yan shouted again, sea-splitting demonic snake, bite that damned guy. Don't let him escape. The sea-splitting demonic snake had already stopped. At this moment, it also discovered that after taking such a powerful blow, it actually didn't suffer much damage. The dark energy within the dark battle armor was extremely dense, blocking almost all of the powerful force it had received. This time, it was incredible. It immediately understood that its defense was insanely powerful at this time. It roared, then laughed loudly. You stinking thing, who knows where you came from? Do you think you can be so arrogant in front of the handsome Lord Sea-splitting demonic snake? Now I'll let you know how the word death is written. As it spoke, it raised its aura and charged again. The sea-splitting demonic snake's EQ was not important. Finally, at this time, with the help of the Dark Lotus armor, its defense was already insanely powerful. At this time, Su Yan's power moved again. Touch of darkness, hold it back. One by one, dark roots appeared from nothingness. That terrifying and powerful aura was directly cut apart. The white shadow was so depressed that it wanted to die. It had just completed a metamorphosis without caring about anything else, and then broke free from the power of the heavenly tribulation. However, it did not expect to be pulled into the umbral realm at that moment. Originally, it wanted to complete the metamorphosis to break free from the suppression of the will of heaven and earth's power. After completing the metamorphosis, it was equivalent to giving up its original self and giving birth to a new one. The will of heaven and earth would keep its attention on its original body. This way, it would be able to break free from its current predicament. Its plan was indeed successful, but it was now trapped in the umbral realm. Even without the mark of the will of heaven and earth, it was meaningless. After all, it could not hide in the umbral realm at will. This time, it came to hunt. It wanted to digest Feng Yueshan's body directly. Of course, it would then sneak into the 9 states continent and begin its path of slaughter. However, it had now become a prey. At this time, the few people who participated in the hunt were all weaker than it. Of course, it could not accept this. Its strength was clearly so strong, but at this time, not only was it unable to break free from the power, but it was also deeply trapped. The roots of the dark ink lotus directly cut its aura and power, and then tied its entire body up. At this time, Zhang Zai's taxing 9-fold sword formation once again erupted with extremely terrifying power. Now that he no longer needed to worry about defense, he naturally channeled all of his power into his attacks. When this power was completely unleashed, the power was simply unimaginable. The terrifying and dense power seemed to be able to tear this part of the sky apart. At this time, Su Yan directly saw the state of the white shadow in his eyes. The Eye of Truth did not dare to give up for a moment. Senior Yu Qingzi attacked directly from the bottom right. That's the weak point of its body. He directly transmitted his voice to Yu Qingzi. At this time, even Yu Qingzi was extremely impressed with Su Yan. In the beginning, he was still very pessimistic about this operation. In fact, he was even very desperate. However, at this time, they had completely taken the initiative. If this continued, Su Yan's goal of killing the White Shadow might really be achieved. The Taiching sect actually hated the White Shadow the most. Their history determined the hatred between them and the White Shadow. At this time, it was natural for him to be able to kill such a powerful White Shadow. At this time, the Taiching divine sword completely erupted with brilliance. Under the full power of an emperor, how powerful could the divine sword be? That was not all. Not only did he use the Taiching divine sword, but he also had the Taiching warriors assist the sea-splitting demonic snake to continuously attack the powerful White Shadow. These Taiching warriors were indeed incomparable to the sea-splitting demonic snake at this time, but in fact, they were already powerful enough to cause great damage to the White Shadow. Sword of Fire, Sword of Lightning, Sword of Frost, full power, kill. At this time, Su Yan's Sword of Laws condensed again. The power of the Sword of Laws was unparalleled, and the most terrifying aura directly erupted at this time. Such power was like a meteor shuttling through the sky. The power fell directly under the instant sword, then continued to smash down and finally landed on the White Shadow's body. The White Shadow immediately let out a violent howl. However, gradually, its power began to become more and more violent. Under such a violent bombardment, it showed no signs of dying. One had to admit that this guy's terror was simply unparalleled. It was as if nothing in this world could kill it. Damn it, how can this thing be so powerful? Su Yan's expression did not look good. At this time, the white shadow seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. It was caught off guard by the three of them, and its injuries were constantly worsening. However, Su Yan's eye of truth saw something different. That was, as this guy's injuries continued to worsen, its power continued to increase. After the transformation, the benefits were continuously manifesting. The power was being transmitted to his body. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before he regained his original power. At that time, even if they were in the umbral realm, they might still be killed by it. That was not impossible. On the contrary, it was very likely that the final result would be so. Therefore, Su Yan knew that this could not continue. Seniors, you two continue to suppress it. I'm going to cut off its source of power. In an instant, Su Yan had already made up his mind. He had to take the risk now. Chapter 1270. Zhang Zhe and Yu Qingzi nodded at the same time. In this place, they were actually blind and couldn't see the specific state of the shadow creature. However, because Su Yan could guide them with his divine sense, they were able to attack with ease. They were able to find the weakness of the shadow creature and unleash their firepower to its fullest potential. Under such a terrifying burst of power, even the shadow creature was in extreme pain. However, they didn't know that the shadow creature's state was constantly recovering. Su Yan didn't intend to tell them because he was worried that the two seniors would have some misgivings if he told them the situation. He understood human nature too well. Most of the time, if he didn't know, he would be able to cast everything aside and unleash his power to the extreme. But at this time, if he told the two seniors that the shadow creature's state was constantly improving, the two seniors might have some misgivings and consider a way out for themselves. In this way, they wouldn't be able to fully unleash their attacks. This wasn't a good thing. Su Yan wasn't lying to them. Instead, he was helping them make a choice at this time. At this time, Su Yan directly activated the regal sword flight. His speed was so fast that he tore through everything in the blink of an eye. Then, he arrived in front of the shadow creature. At this time, the shadow creature immediately sensed Su Yan's existence. It's you. He immediately understood that the one who set up this situation was the insignificant human in front of him. This damn thing, how dare you scheme against me? His anger had risen to the extreme at this time. Then, an extremely terrifying roar sounded, and the most powerful force directly rushed towards Su Yan. Su Yan was now a great enemy. If Su Yan continued to hide behind and continue to attack, it would be very difficult for him to kill Su Yan with the help of the sea-splitting demonic snake, Zhang Zhe, and Yu Qingzi. Even if his power returned, perhaps the best outcome would be to directly break through the umbral domain and return to the shadow world. However, Su Yan didn't want him to return. Instead, he wanted him to stay here. It was precisely because Su Yan's heart was bigger than Zhang Zhe and Yu Qingzi that he didn't tell them this news. Su Yan sensed the will of the shadow creature and sneered. Yes, it's me. But what can you do to me? His power condensed at this moment. Then, an extremely terrifying power fell directly at this moment. Such a power was extremely terrifying. The berserk aura burst out directly, as if it wanted to destroy all the power in this world. At this time, the power of the shadow creature's power. The power of the two clashed head-on. Shun's power was naturally incomparably powerful, but there was still a distance between him and the shadow creature. With just this one blow, Su Yan immediately felt that he was already surrounded by an extremely evil and strange power. Human, become my slave. At this moment, the shadow creature sneered. In his opinion, since Su Yan was in front of him, he shouldn't think about leaving alive. His power was going to tear Su Yan apart completely. However, at this moment, Su Yan sneered. Of course, he didn't think that he could directly kill this guy with his power. He even expected that he wouldn't be a match for this guy. Therefore, when this power suddenly attacked him, he immediately cast the escape technique. In an instant, his body disappeared on the spot. Then, another power was released. Damn it, let's have a real battle next. At this moment, the door of his small world opened directly. Small world. Su Yan actually wanted to pull this shadow creature directly into his small world. Although the dark domain could perfectly target this guy, it couldn't perfectly exert his power. If this continued, the best result would be to severely injure him. However, this wasn't the result Su Yan wanted. After paying so much, how could Su Yan be willing to just defeat him and let him return to his original place? What Su Yan wanted was to completely kill him. Now, Su Yan knew too little about the power of shadows. Sooner or later, these creatures would be a huge problem. If he could directly capture this shadow monarch, he would be able to analyze many secrets from his body. After all, the shadow monarch wasn't the purest shadow creature. He was transformed from a human. Su Yan had indeed obtained many secrets from his body, but this was far from enough. He needed to know more information so that he could grasp more. He could even obtain what he wanted from the bodies of these fellows, and then improve himself. At this time, the best way Su Yan could think of was to directly drag him into his small world. In fact, the existence of a small world was extremely precious because it could be used as a battlefield. In a small world, one could take advantage of the right time, place, and people to create the best conditions for oneself. Su Yan's power wasn't weak, and he also had many methods. This was what Su Yan relied on. He felt that relying on this, he had enough confidence to conquer this terrifying thing. Therefore, Su Yan didn't hold back. The moment the shadow creature attacked, he directly moved his divine thought. In the blink of an eye, his palm had already covered the shadow creature. The shadow creature was delighted and then let out an extremely carefree roar. "Ha, kid, you're courting death." If the shadow creature could come into contact with a human, that would be the beginning of a nightmare. He might be able to use this opportunity to directly enter Su Yan's body and conquer Su Yan. As long as he could kill Su Yan's spirit, this human would be his new body. He had seen enough shining points in Su Yan, so he was certain that there must be countless treasures hidden in Su Yan's body. If he could directly make Su Yan his own body, his strength would be able to improve even more. A shadow creature with such intelligence was also an extremely advanced life form. Since it was an advanced life form, it would have its own pursuits. At their level, they wanted to improve themselves. Why were the shadow creatures so eager to invade the endless world? It was because of the people of the endless world. Once, a senior had studied it. From the perspective of the heavenly Tao, the shadow creatures were incomplete. The people of the endless world had a physical body and a soul. With the physical body as the ship and the soul as the support, they could advance toward eternal transcendence. Whether it was humans, dragons, or other demon races, they were all made up of this. However, the shadow creatures did not. They only had a shadow existence. It was neither a physical body nor a soul, but an extremely special existence. To them, such an existence could allow them to possess extremely strange and terrifying means, but it could not allow them to become the most powerful transcendent existence. The shadow world had always been extremely terrifying, but there had never been a true god-grade powerhouse. Back then, the endless world was able to defeat the shadow creatures largely because there were true powerhouses who directly attacked and defeated them. And as long as it was a high-level creature, they would have ambition. The shadow creatures were obviously blessed by nature, but they could not break through to transcendence. How could they be willing to accept this? That was why they started war after war and then vainly tried to invade and devour. At this moment, this shadow creature had already locked onto Su Yan. The moment Su Yan's body came into contact with it, it had already spread its shadow power towards Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan immediately discovered this guy's intention. But at this moment, he wasn't worried at all. Instead, he revealed a chuckle and said, "That's great. Let's change the battlefield then." At this moment, he directly activated his consciousness. Then, he immediately emitted a dark radiance that completely entangled himself and the shadow creature. At the same time, he transmitted his consciousness, "Seniors, protect Fang Yuashan well. I think we might have new guests." A guest who would appear at this time was naturally an evil guest. This was something that Su Yan sensed in his fate. At this point, he had a unique perception of fate. Perhaps he still didn't know what would happen in the next moment and who would come, but he could roughly sense the situation. Zhang Zhe and Yu Qingzi looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. At this moment, Su Yan actually disappeared with the shadow creature. What is this kid trying to do? Isn't this too rash and risky? Yu Qingzi said directly. At this moment, Zhang Zhe smiled bitterly. He didn't know that Su Yan had his own small world, so he didn't know what Su Yan was planning. But he still said, "At this moment, we can only trust that kid. I hope he won't disappoint us." Yu Qingzi nodded. In fact, from the beginning until now, Su Yan had never disappointed them, whether it was his judgment of the shadow creature's arrival or his battle strategy. However, they didn't understand why Su Yan suddenly gave up when the battle rhythm was clearly great and they could have won if this continued. But at this moment, they still chose to believe in Su Yan unconditionally. Chapter 1271. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, Zhang Zhe, tell us what we should do now. Wind and Cloud Reading Network, Yu Qingzi asked directly. This old thing was also very straightforward at this time, directly handing over all the decisions. He was not an inflexible person. Through these few times, he had already realized one thing. That was because his understanding was too conservative. He had lived for a much longer period of time and had lived for much longer. This was originally a good thing, because time could always give people a lot of things. However, sometimes, mastering too many things would become a burden, making people timid and afraid to move forward. Therefore, he decided not to make decisions on his own. At this time, Zhang Zhe said, "Let's listen to Su Yan and protect Fang Yuashan. Maybe this kid will be a key figure." Su Yan has always been very kind to his friends, and his vision seems to be more far-sighted than ours. Let's listen to him. The two discussed for a while and decided to hide in the Dark Realm for now, but their attention was all on Fang Yuashan. Although they did not know where Su Yan found out, since he said that there would be evil guests, it was most likely the case. Taking a step back, if there were no evil guests, wouldn't that be better? In any case, these two powerhouses seemed to be idle now. Idle was idle, wasn't it? Oh whoa! Great master, bring your servant in as well. Your servant will help you teach that ugly bastard a good lesson. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake began to yell. He felt so valiant just now, being able to face a powerful existence equivalent to a high-level Emperor Realm or even a peak Emperor Realm expert head-on. This feeling was really too good. It was simply too cool. Just as he was shouting, Su Yan's small world opened a crack again and directly sucked him in. The sea-splitting demonic snake's eyes blurred, and he appeared in Su Yan's small world. This was his first time in this small world, so he immediately laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha, my great master, I'm finally in. Is this your small world? Ha, from now on, it'll be your Lord Snake's nest." He had already made up his mind to never sleep in the deep sea again. After all, sleeping in the deep sea was too boring. There was no sense of accomplishment in bullying the sea monsters now. As for those that did not appear, as long as they sensed his aura, they would lie down on the spot. He did not know how to have fun at all. "Ah, you ugly thing, your Lord Snake is here." Of course, at this time, he immediately saw the white shadow. Then, without saying anything, he directly sea-splitting demonic translation. His speed was so fast that even the white shadow could not adapt at this time. The stupid sea-splitting demonic snake had already crashed sea monster's body. With the huge sea-splitting demonic snake, his power strength was almost directly his level. At this time, he directly launched such a fatal attack. It was simply terrifying. Such power continued to erupt, and the most terrifying aura pressed down fiercely. Even the white shadow did not have it easy. After all, the Dark Lotus armor was an extremely terrifying thing. Damn it, how dare you treat me like this? At this time, his power erupted again. Then, with a shake of his body, he sent the sea-splitting demonic snake flying. In terms of true power, the sea-splitting demonic snake could not possibly be a match for him. However, he was also extremely angry. That stupid snake, that Dark Lotus armor was too powerful, and his power was useless against it. Then, he locked his gaze on Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan was standing in the middle of the small world like a god. Humph, human, you're destined to die. I'll tear your soul apart and devour you. The white shadow let out the most vicious roar. However, Su Yan did not care. He only said, "All right, I don't have to worry about you escaping in this place." Su Yan opened his mouth and said straightforwardly. The white shadow seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. "Ha ha ha, escape. You're saying I want to escape? Are you kidding me? Why would I need to escape? Why would I need to escape? To be honest, you're no match for me at all. No, you're not even qualified to be my opponent. You're going to be my food." The white shadow did not consider Su Yan a worthy opponent. If Zhang Zhe and Yu Qingzi were here at this time, the combined power of the three emperors would be enough to threaten him. However, it was different now. He had not really figured out where he was, but one thing he was certain of was that he could no longer sense the aura of those two powerhouses. Without those two powerhouses holding him back, he was invincible. It was impossible for Su Yan to be his opponent. That was not him being arrogant. No matter what, the situation seemed to be so. Unfortunately, he really did not understand the situation, nor did he understand the current situation. Well, if that's what you think, I don't have any objections. Then, come at me. At this time, the scorching sun in the sky became even more intense, and a bright moon quietly appeared at this time. Of course, the bright moon and the scorching sun did not show their power at this time. It was as if the sun and the moon had appeared. That was all. Su Yan's power could be unrestrained in this place. The true demon's shadow appeared at this time. To be honest, the sea-splitting demonic serpent was enough to give him a headache. After all, the sea-splitting demonic serpent was very powerful. Coupled with the dark ink lotus armor, it was almost impossible to break through. Even someone as powerful as him was at his wit's end at this time. And now, an extremely terrifying big guy had appeared. The appearance of the true demon's shadow had shaken his previous thoughts. This terrifying and huge shadow had the most terrifying aura. He just stood there as if he was the main character of this world. At this time, the true demon's shadow opened his eyes. At this time, his terrifying aura directly appeared. The will of the great demon Heavenly Lord had been removed from the true demon's shadow. At least compared to before, it had dissipated a lot. However, at this time, his demonic nature seemed to have become even more terrifying and powerful. When he sensed Su Yan's will and locked his eyes on the white shadow, a powerful force immediately erupted. Then, with a roar, he rushed toward the white shadow. His speed was so fast that even the sea-splitting demonic serpent could not compare. Almost in the next instant, he had already appeared in front of the white shadow. Then, with a punch, the powerful white shadow was directly sent flying. Before this terrifying white shadow had never been in such a sorry state. However, at this moment, it was actually sent flying. The sea-splitting demonic serpent shrieked, "Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? Is this black guy here to steal my thunder?" He had just experienced the power of the white shadow and deeply understood how terrifying this guy was. Every punch would erupt with extremely violent and terrifying power. After being blessed by his master's dark armor, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Even so, in front of this monster, he could only be sent flying again and again. However, at this time, the dark true demon's shadow appeared and sent the white shadow flying with a punch. This hurt the sea-splitting demonic serpent very much. He felt that his thunder had been stolen. His thunder being stolen was secondary. The key was that he felt that if this continued, he would lose his position in his master's heart. Mother***, it's not easy to be a demon pet these days. Originally, there was the two-winged sky tiger and the yellow sparrow, those two fellows who were fighting for my position. At this time, there's actually a stupid big black. I really can't let the baby snake play properly. Su Yan did not know that the true demon's shadow's performance had directly provoked the sea-splitting demonic serpent. This fool was actually prepared to fight with his life on the line for such a reason. If Su Yan knew about this, he would not know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, the sea-splitting demonic serpent's body skyrocketed again. His power was rolling at this time, almost directly turning into heavenly thunder. Then, in the midst of his roar, he fell straight down. "You ugly freak, are you biased? When I came to hit you, you sent me flying. When that stupid big guy came to hit you, you sent yourself flying. Is there something wrong with your sense of beauty?" At this time, he roared directly, followed by a violent suppression of power. At this time, the white shadow was almost enraged. "Damned idiot, go to hell." The powerful white shadow's power condensed again. The terrifying power rose directly into the sky. Such a brilliant aura erupted at this time to the extreme. The most terrifying power turned into a terrifying white shadow at this time and bombarded the sea-splitting demonic serpent's body. The sea-splitting demonic serpent, who had just exploded with power and expanded himself, was sent flying again. The sea-splitting demonic serpent was speechless. "Why am I always the one getting hurt?" Su Yan shook his head, feeling speechless. Letting this guy in is really a mistake. It's clearly such a serious time, but how can he always make it like this? I guess the atmosphere is more relaxed. That was the only way Su Yan could describe it. At that moment, the shadow of the true demon displayed its miraculous ability. While the white shadow creature was attacking the demonic sea-ripped serpent, the shadow of the true demon pulled out its giant machete and slashed it viciously at the white shadow creature's huge body. Even a part of the white shadow's body had been directly cut off, which was a huge blow to the white shadow. Chapter 1272. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At that moment, the shadow of the true demon displayed his extremely powerful and reliable strength. The power that erupted from him was simply unimaginable. Even such a powerful and terrifying white shadow could be hurt by him. That was because his power was the power of the true demon, which was extremely powerful. The white shadow's power was slightly inferior compared to his. The sea-splitter demonic snake was in tears. He had fought so hard, but he was sent flying again and again. On the other hand, that big blockhead looked silly, but he was more dangerous than anyone else. He must have done it on purpose. He took advantage of the moment when he was sent flying to show off. The sea-splitter demonic snake cursed, "Damn it, damn it. Why are these guys so dangerous? How am I supposed to survive?" At that moment, he was extremely sad. He felt that he had been abandoned by the entire world. At this moment, Su Yan did not care about this fool's thoughts. After all, in this world, what was more unimaginable than a fool? The power of the precept was continuously condensed. Strands of precept power displayed extremely powerful strength at that moment. Every strand of precept was condensed into a precept sword. Such a terrifying aura was unimaginable. At that moment, the shadow of the true demon had achieved a very good result. Su Yan naturally would not miss this opportunity. He immediately condensed his power at that moment, and the extremely terrifying power fell directly at that moment. Such an attack immediately erupted with a thick radiance. Strands of precept swords appeared one after another, and each strand of precept sword made the white shadow howl. At that moment, he finally realized that something was wrong. That was definitely not a normal world. That was because the white shadow technique he used earlier was completely ineffective. It felt like his power had lost its effect in that place. That was a change in the world's laws. That world did not allow him to use such power, so he could not use it at all in that place. This place is a mini-world. He suddenly realized that when the experts in the infinite world reached a terrifying level of strength, they would be able to condense a small world. When the white shadow first invaded that world, it suffered a great loss in the hands of those powerhouses with mini-worlds. Some powerhouses at the peak of their power could create mini-worlds that were almost on par with the Great World. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Such a transformation was simply unimaginable. At his level, he naturally had his own understanding. He knew that there was once a time when dozens of white shadow princes were killed in a single night. Such a terrifying power was simply unimaginable. At this time, when he realized that this was most likely a small world, he immediately felt a little weak. After all, there were legends about the powerful white shadow creatures in the small world. Humph. You're not a fool. You're right. This is the pocket dimension. Today, I'm going to bury you completely. At this moment, Su Yan's aura burned up, and the power rose into the sky. The violent and terrifying power had almost reached the pinnacle. Such power, at this time, changed the entire world directly at this time directly at this time. That kind of omnipresent majesty made him finally feel a great sense of danger. This place was even more dangerous than the dark domain. If the dark domain was only a restriction, then this place was a suppression, a complete suppression. In the dark domain, he could still directly retreat into his own white shadow world and wait for a comeback. However, it was impossible in this place. There were only two ways out for him. The first was to be killed by Su Yan in this small world, and then contribute his entire body of white shadow's origin. The other way out was to kill Su Yan. At this moment, he had no way out, and he and Su Yan could only fight to the death. After thinking it through, the white shadow creature no longer had any thoughts of leaving things to chance. His aura skyrocketed. In the face of the attacking true demon's shadow, he no longer thought of ways to dodge, but faced the attack head-on. At this time, his body suddenly split, and then turned into two shadows. One of them directly entangled the true demon's shadow. White shadows were known for their strangeness. Their bodies could split directly, and that was no secret. At this time, Su Yan witnessed this guy's means, but he did not panic at all. Instead, he was used to it. At this time, the sea rift demonic serpent laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, that feels good. Entangle that big fool to death. That's right, that's right. That's right, you're mine now. Although the sea rift demonic serpent repeatedly suffered heavy blows, he would not give up. He was looking for an opportunity to prove himself. At this time, he finally realized that his chance had come. The ugly and idiotic white shadow seemed to have finally understood. It directly entangled the true demon's shadow, preventing it from unleashing its power. Then, it was time for it to unleash its power. Oh whoa, oh whoa, oh whoa. The idiot actually let out a wolf's howl at this time, then directly charged at the white shadow creature. He wanted to succeed. He wanted to prove the value and meaning of his existence to Su Yen. White Shadow's lonely finger. At this time, the white shadow creature had obviously gone berserk to the extreme. At this moment, his gaze had become extremely cold. The most terrifying power was directly unleashed at this time. That gaze was so cold. This time, he had completely raised his strength. Therefore, at this time, he must directly break that abominable dark armor, then kill that stupid snake. It had to be said that the Sea Rift demonic serpent was really powerful. Although he did not cause any real damage to the white shadow creature, he had succeeded in making the white shadow a psychological white shadow. Moreover, the white shadow's area was not small. At this time, he condensed such power. The terrifying aura turned into a whirlwind, constantly spinning at this time. Such power caused even the entire small world to tremble. What terrifying power. As expected of a terrifying existence that has almost reached the peak of venerable Overlord. The power of this attack has already caused the small world to tremble. Sure enough, my unformed small world has its limits. At this time, he had already noticed the changes in his small world. An unformed small world was actually just an extremely powerful spatial barrier. No matter how powerful it was, there would always be a limit. The white shadow creature's power was almost at the peak of venerable Overlord, and his power was already enough to cause the small world to tremble. If he was even stronger, perhaps he did not even need to be a sacred venerable. As long as he was at the peak of venerable Overlord, he would be able to cause the most fundamental damage to the small world. For Su Yen, this was also an unexpected discovery. It gave him a clearer understanding of himself. With this, the next time he encountered a terrifying powerhouse, he would not be too reckless and suffer unimaginable injuries. However, at this time, the white shadow creature was still not at the peak of venerable Overlord, let alone a sacred venerable. Greatest Sun, set the universe. At this time, he directly used his will to communicate with the scorching sun in the sky. In the scorching sun, scriptures suddenly appeared one after another. The scriptures shone and then rushed toward the small world. In almost an instant, it had already stabilized the shaking universe. Green Lotus Bright Moon, evolve. At this time, Su Yen once again exerted his power. The Green Lotus and Bright Night vision immediately changed at this time. The terrifying and powerful aura changed at this time, and endless power descended. Such a powerful force was almost unimaginable. Such a strike was truly incomparably terrifying. The final burst of power had almost directly destroyed everything. The white shadow creature had just condensed the white shadow lonely finger. Before it could explode, its power had already been reduced by more than half. At this time, the white shadow creature was extremely angry, but at the same time, he was even more fearful. At this time, he finally experienced the horror of a small world. Just now, Su Yen did not directly launch an attack at him. He was only changing the power of the small world. Then, in an instant, it had already affected him greatly, weakening his attack. The attack he condensed just now was so powerful and terrifying. He was confident that even if it could not kill the sea-splitting demonic snake, it could still break the dark armor and severely injure it. He wanted to make this clown behave. However, this time, just like last time, it only sent the sea-splitting demonic snake flying. The most terrifying thing about the sea-splitting demonic snake was not its powerful defensive power, but its unimaginably thick skin and its extremely stupid personality. Ha ha ha, I want to fly higher, fly higher. You piece of sh*t, no matter how hard you work, you can only watch me fly again and again. Are you jealous? If you have the ability, break your grandpa sea-splitting demonic snake's defense and kill me. He paused, then laughed arrogantly, and pounced on the white shadow creature again. La la la, I'm coming again. Come and hit me. If you hit me, I'll fly again. At this time, being sent flying again and again had become a strategic diversion and a flight show with a purpose in mind. More importantly, it did not matter if others believed it or not, but he himself believed it. The White Shadow creature in the White Shadow King's mind expanded again. Taisheng condensed sword, annihilation, silence, destruction, slash. At this time, Su Yan once again seized the opportunity and directly displayed 3 swords. Chapter 1273. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At that moment, Su Yan unleashed all of his power. The power of each of the 3 swords was extremely terrifying. It was almost the culmination of all of Su Yan's power. Latest chapter to read. The shadow of the true demon consumed a great deal of Prince Y's power to bind it. Although Su Yan found it ridiculous, he had to admit that the sea-splitting demonic serpent had made a huge contribution this time. Although he looked extremely pathetic, comical, and even pitiful, he did cause a lot of trouble for the White Shadow. Therefore, he was able to seize the opportunity at that moment. At that moment, his sword aura condensed, and an extremely terrifying power manifested at that moment. Such an attack had turned into the most powerful and terrifying peak power at that moment. As the sword fell, such power rolled out. The dense aura was even more unparalleled at that moment. That terrifying aura kept flashing at that moment, as if it could destroy everything. Then, 2 more swords fell. Each of the sword aura condensed the most direct and terrifying destructive power. The 3 great powers of destruction erupted at the same time. The attack power of that attack had completely reached the level of an overlord. Even a real overlord would not have an easy time facing that attack. At that moment, the White Shadow was already in an extremely sorry state. Naturally, it was in extreme pain at that moment. Su Yan stood in the air. Even for him, those 3 swords had consumed a lot of energy. However, it was clear that the 3 swords were extraordinarily effective. After those 3 swords, the White Shadow's aura had become much weaker. Perhaps it had not been injured to the core. However, its power had been greatly reduced. At that moment, it could no longer be as arrogant as before. It seems that your power has been greatly reduced. At that moment, Su Yan was recovering his power. The power of the Grand Supreme was on display at that moment. Moreover, this was his own world. Therefore, in this place, his power was almost limitless. That powerful power gathered directly into his body, giving him an extremely powerful combat power. At that moment, Su Yan was about to recharge his attack. At that moment, Yu Qingzi and Zhang Zei's expressions changed. At that moment, they became even more solemn. After such a battle, the power of the surrounding White Shadows should have been weakened. However, at that moment, the power of the White Shadows had become even stronger. That terrifying power was like a raging tide, directly rushing toward them. That terrifying aura was even more unimaginable. For such a power to manifest at this time, it was simply incomparable. In the sky, one after another, White Shadows kept converging toward that place. To be precise, they were converging toward Fang Yueshan. This is really too, Yu Qingzi said straightforwardly. Fang Yueshan was. For the average person, the Overlord. Was for the average person. Was. That was for the average person. But for him and Zhang Zei, this was no big deal, because they had long surpassed this realm. Now, they were true sovereigns. Unless it was a super freak like Su Yan, ordinary Dao masters were nothing in front of them. Fang Yueshan's breakthrough to the Dao master level was not a big deal. However, his special identity and the imprint of the White Shadows made it difficult to deal with. However, it seemed that the situation was still beyond their imagination. The power gathered in Fang Yueshan's body was almost equivalent to that of an ordinary peak Dao master. However, he had clearly not stepped into the Tao Master level yet. Yes, Senior. The heavenly tribulation is coming again. That guy's heavenly tribulation is really terrifying. Even we can't compare to it. Both of them were extremely talented people. Therefore, when they became Tao Masters, their power was naturally extremely strong. However, even the two of them could not compare to Feng Yueshan at that time. That was really a blow to them. However, at their level, they naturally had their own unique views. Everyone had different opportunities and naturally had different fates. There was nothing to be envious about. However, the key was that at that time, Feng Yueshan seemed to be extracting the power of the White Shadow's world through the spatial gate. The spatial gate should have been closed after the appearance of the Prince of White Shadows. After all, there was no longer enough power to support it. However, at that time, the spatial gate did not close. Instead, it became even bigger. Extremely pure power was extracted from it and then integrated into Feng Yueshan's body. After a moment of silence, Yu Qingzi said, "This kid's beauty has already changed. Perhaps he has already become a beauty similar to the child of White Shadow. He can obtain the support of the world of White Shadow's origin energy." Zhang Zhe frowned. That shouldn't be the case. The child of the world should be born from the origin of the current world. Feng Yueshan is a human. There's no doubt about that. But at this time, how can he do that? The child of the world carried great fortune and was even the hope of a world. Therefore, he should be the purest person of this world. However, Feng Yueshan was from the infinite world. Why did the origin of the White Shadow's world fall on him? I don't know either. It's fate. Even we can't explain such things clearly. After all, the great fortune of the world seems to have begun to change. Such changes can't be limited to our infinite world. I'm afraid the White Shadow's world, the demon world, and the Shura world are the same. Perhaps it's related to this, Yu Qingzi speculated. They all felt that a great era was coming. It was an extremely chaotic and terrifying great era. It could also be said to be a great calamity for the world. However, such a terrifying calamity would definitely not just be the continuation of a great world. Perhaps, the other great worlds would be swept in as well. Moreover, the possibility of that was extremely high. In other words, it was very likely that problems had already arisen in the White Shadow's world. Therefore, Feng Yueshan was able to extract the origin power of the White Shadow's world from the spatial gate. Of course, he's not the real child of the world yet. Perhaps he's just one of them. However, no matter what, Feng Yueshan has become an extremely important figure at this time. Since we don't choose to kill him, we must protect him well, Yu Qingzi said solemnly again. Just as they finished speaking, a terrifying palm suddenly probed out of the spatial gate. Such an attack had reached the most terrifying level at this time. The strength of that power was simply unimaginable. Such a power seemed to be able to shatter the entire world. They all knew that it was impossible for this power to do that. However, the moment that power appeared, the powerful force had already affected their minds, causing them to have such an illusion in their hearts. However, they were powerful venerable sovereigns. What kind of power could cause them to have such an illusion? This was simply too terrifying. The terror of this power was truly unimaginable. Zhang Zhe, attack! Yu Qingzi and Zhang Zhe immediately knew that Feng Yueshan's act of plundering the origin power of the White Shadow's world must have been known by the other side, so they immediately launched an attack. Fortunately, the spatial gate was not huge at this time, so it was impossible for the power of the other side to completely descend. However, just the power that descended at this time was already extremely terrifying. If it was allowed to completely descend, it would almost be a disaster. Zhang Zhe did not hesitate at all. The Taxing Ninefold Sword formation immediately erupted. The sword chi of the earth went against the sky and directly strangled the large hand of the White Shadows. Could that kid Su Yen really be a clairvoyant? He actually knew about such a change. At this time, they suddenly remembered what Su Yen said earlier. If they had not remembered Su Yan's warning and paid close attention to this place, they might not have been able to directly launch a counterattack at the first moment. At this time, they had the upper hand, so they could take the initiative to suppress this power. However, if it had not been for Su Yan's warning, this attack would have succeeded first and directly interfered with Fang Yueshan. That would be terrible. Not only would Fang Yueshan not become a Tao Lord, but he would also be directly devoured by this terrifying power. At this time, his body was condensed with too much of the terrifying power of the White Shadows. Once he was devoured, his soul and origin as a human would directly dissipate in an instant. At that time, he would no longer be a human, but a walking corpse. He would even be the executioner of the White Shadows. In any case, this was not a good thing. At this time, the power of the sword formation erupted. The sword formation displayed by the full power of a venerable sovereign was terrifying and unparalleled. Such a powerful force was even more unimaginable. The great power between heaven and earth descended. It was simply unimaginable. At this moment, Yu Qingzi took a step forward. His eyes were like flames, and then the Tai Ching talisman burned again. An extremely mysterious power of heaven and earth began to descend, and finally turned into a large seal. Forget it. Perhaps everything is karma. The appearance of the great Emperor White Shadows back then was also related to my sect. Perhaps my sect was wrong back then. Today, I will make up for this karma. At this time, Yu Qingzi seemed to have made a decision in his heart. He directly displayed a brand new power. This power was extremely terrifying, even more powerful than the power of the divine sword. Tai Ching 9 Heaven Seal. Zhang was shocked. He never thought that this person would actually be able to use this power. The Tai Ching 9 Heaven Seal was the supreme treasure of the Tai Ching sect. The Tai Ching sect was once the most powerful existence among the top 10 sects. Their foundation was naturally incomparably deep. It was also because of this that for a long time, although they were extremely declining, no sect dared to loot a burning house at this time. Chapter 1274. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, this person finally took out one of the sect's most powerful treasures. The moment the Tai Ching 9 Heaven Seal appeared, the gigantic White Shadow's demonic palm was still wreaking havoc. Even the Taixing 9 derivation sword formation was messed up by him. However, at that moment, the gigantic demonic palm froze in place, unable to move at all. What a powerful force! Zhang was astonished. Such power was no longer as simple as simply freezing space. In fact, it had completely suppressed all the strongest powers in the world. Such power was terrifying to the extreme. Zhang, don't hold back. Do it. Yu Qingzi said. Zhang nodded, then activated the Taixing Divine Sword again. At this moment, the Taixing Divine Sword suddenly expanded. Within the Divine Sword, a mountain range was so clear. Chaotic, world-suppressing Divine Sword. As soon as the sword appeared, an extremely terrifying light appeared. Under the light, everything seemed to be in chaos. The power of the earth was overturned, and a terrifying aura skyrocketed. At this very moment, the most terrifying power had already turned into an extremely brilliant divine light. Kill! As soon as the word was spoken, the earth went into a frenzy. The terrifying divine power of the earth actually cut off the terrifying White Shadow's gigantic palm. It was at this moment that an extremely miserable and painful howl rang out. Such power was simply unimaginable. Even through the spatial gate, one could feel the strength of the owner of the voice and his pain. Do you really think that there's no one in our infinite world? Yu Qingzi's Tai Ching 9 Heaven Seal was activated again, and the terror of this power was displayed again. Even if that terrifying giant sent an even stronger power over, it still couldn't turn the situation around. The Tai Ching 9 Heavens seal had suppressed everything. Fortunately, they were prepared in advance and grasped the opportunity. It was indeed different. However, at this moment, a laugh was heard. As expected of the Tai Ching sect master and the Tai Hang sword faction sect master. Your strength is truly admirable. This voice appeared so suddenly that even Zhang Zhe and Yu Qingzi didn't notice it. At this moment, Zhang Zhe's face darkened. That was because he could already tell who the person who had just appeared was. Damn it, it's you. Zhang Zhe's eyes were like lightning as he looked straight ahead. At this moment, a figure appeared. He smiled lightly and then said, I really didn't expect that Sect Master Zhang Zhe would still remember me. He walked out of the dark corner. This person was none other than Duan Wulonghu. He was truly a venomous snake. He was practically everywhere. Don't look at how Zhang Zhe and Yu Qingzi already had the absolute advantage at this time. However, before the outcome of the battle was decided, nothing could be settled. After all, they were facing an extremely terrifying existence. What are you doing here, Duan Wulonghu? Zhang Zhe immediately shouted. At the same time, he had already told Yu Qingzi about how terrifying Duan Wulonghu was. In truth, Yu Qingzi was also on guard against this guy. After all, this guy was the one who played tricks in the dark last time, almost allowing Emperor Wei Shadow to succeed. What am I doing here? Of course, I'm here to help the two seniors. At this moment, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile, then he raised his hand. At this moment, a wave of power was directly stimulated. Such power whistled in the air, and the ray of light directly rushed into the spatial door. Originally, under the Supreme Purity 9 Heaven seal, the power behind the spatial door had begun to weaken. He seemed to have seen the reality clearly and knew that it was impossible to forcefully break through this power. However, at this moment, after the ray of light appeared, it actually reduced the pressure of the spatial door. He could feel that more of his power could be transmitted over. You bastard, damn it! Yu Qingzi directly shouted angrily. Zhang Zhe also said, You lunatic, don't you understand that doing so will only attract that guy's power and cause this world to suffer an extremely huge disaster? No matter what, Duan Wulonghu was a living being of this infinite world. However, his current actions were simply betraying this world. Therefore, this person was simply a lunatic. However, at this moment, Duan Wulonghu said with a smile, Disaster. Disaster is a good thing. If this world suffers a huge disaster and brings incomparable chaos, then I will be able to obtain an extremely huge amount of power. When my power is at its strongest, I will be able to destroy this boring world directly and then create a new one. It was simply inhumane to say such words. At this moment, Zhang Zhe's eyes widened, then he said, You actually started to cultivate the power of the path of destruction. Duan Wulonghu was originally an extremely powerful and terrifying existence. If at this time, he disregarded everything and started to cultivate the power of the path of destruction, it would be an extremely terrible thing. The power of the path of destruction. Path of chaos, path of destruction, as long as it can make me stronger, I will of course cultivate it. This is not a big deal. If he was not a lunatic, how could he say such words? One had to know that anyone who cultivated such a Tao method was practically the enemy of the world. What was the big deal? If one wanted to master that power, they would have to directly shatter the entire world. That was sacrificing the entire world to achieve their own Tao method. Damn it! Zhang Zhe cursed in a low voice. This Duan Wulonghu was already extremely powerful. In the last battle, Zhang Zhe and he were almost evenly matched. However, he knew that this Duan Wulonghu had many trump cards. If they were to fight to the death, even he might not be able to defeat him, and there was even the possibility of being killed by him. At this time, if he cultivated the path of chaos again, his strength would only be like a tiger that had grown wings. This made him even more difficult to deal with. As they spoke, the pressure on them became even greater. Yuqingzi shouted coldly, "What did you do just now?" Originally, they were about to suppress that terrifying existence, but after Duanmulonghu shot out that light, the pressure on them increased again. Duanmulonghu said with a chuckle, "What did I do? Actually, it's nothing. I just gave him a light of guidance. Alright, seniors, take your time to play with him. As for this little Feng Yuashan, he should come with me." This time, he appeared for Feng Yuashan. Duanmulonghu was not only powerful and terrifying, but also extremely vicious. After coming back from the dead, he knew too many secrets and clearly understood how to improve his strength. At this time, Feng Yuashan's body had already gathered Wai Shadow's origin. If he took Feng Yuashan away and directly refined him, it would be extremely beneficial to him. Furthermore, this guy appeared at the perfect time. Zhang Zhe and Yuqingzi were held back by the terrifying creature behind the spatial door. Su Yan was fighting with Prince Wai Shadow, and there was no one who could stop him. "Get out of my way." At this time, Zhang Zhe shouted angrily, and an extremely violent sword aura burst out. It flew towards Duanmulonghu's face. However, Duanmulonghu only chuckled. Then, he moved his power slightly, and the sword aura was directly neutralized. "Hee, the current you can't use your power to deal with me. After all, that white shadow creature is extremely terrifying. If you relax your power, he might be able to break free and infinitely expand the spatial door between the two worlds. Hee, don't blame me for not reminding you. When that happens, you'll be the biggest sinners." He was extremely proud, then walked towards Feng Yuashan. In the fierce wind, his figure even looked somewhat free and easy. For him, this was an extremely happy and carefree moment. He liked the feeling of having everything under his control. Damn it! Zhang Zhe was furious, but at the same time, he felt extremely helpless. Because it was just as Duanmulonghu said. Under the influence of the light of guidance, the terrifying white shadow was about to break free from all restraints and struggle out of it. That was something that he could not accept. His appearance would be a great danger to the infinite world, or even a disaster. In other words, at this time, they were almost powerless to do anything about it. At this time, Duanmulonghu had already walked up to Feng Yuashan very happily. He said with a grin, "Long time no see. In fact, you don't know, but I've been waiting for you for a long time." At that time, Emperor Wai's shadow had made an extremely secretive arrangement on Feng Yuashan, but in fact, Duanmulonghu did the same. However, his power was more ingenious because he did not arrange his power on Feng Yuashan, but hid his power behind Emperor Wai's shadow's power. That person's scheming mind was truly terrifying. At that time, he had already predicted that someone would discover the arrangement on Feng Yuashan's body, and he hid his power within Emperor Wai's power. Even if that person discovered it, they would focus their attention on Emperor Wai's power. After all, Emperor Wai himself was already an extremely terrifying existence. When they were dealing with Emperor Wai's shadow, he could lay out his plan more calmly. At that time, he could directly appear and happily receive the fruits of victory. In fact, his arrangement did indeed have a miraculous effect. Even Su Yan seemed to have been deceived by his arrangement. The feeling of deceiving one's old enemy and then obtaining the results of the battle was really good. He could already imagine that Su Yan would be very angry. He and Su Yan had fought many times, but he did not gain the upper hand every time. However, this time seemed to be different. Chapter 1275. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, Su Yan, it looks like I'm going to win this time. TSK, although it's only a small victory, it's enough. I really want to see how ugly your expression will be. While talking to himself, he had already reached out his hand to grab Fang Yueshan. At this moment, his strength was even more terrifying than before. Zhang Zai's eyes were filled with anger, but he already felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. Damn it, this damn thing, his strength also increased so quickly. If there was one person whose strength could be compared with Su Yan's improvement, it would be Duan Wulonghu. Now, he finally understood why Su Yan was so afraid of this guy. It was because this poisonous snake was too strange and too terrifying. At this moment, he had complete control of the situation. They had clearly worked so hard, but were they still going to lose at this time? This time, the goal was Fang Yueshan. However, they had used all their strength, but in the end, they still couldn't protect it. They had put in so much effort, but in the end, it was all for nothing. Even people like them found it somewhat unbearable. At this moment, their strength was already restrained by that extremely terrifying existence at this time, and they couldn't completely release their strength to deal with that guy. This was extremely painful. Duan Wulonghu chuckled. To be able to collect the spoils of war under the unwilling gazes of others was an incomparably wonderful feeling. At this moment, he really wanted to see what would happen if Su Yan was here. It was a pity that Su Yan didn't give him the chance. Of course, it didn't matter. After all, there would be plenty of chances in the future. As long as he was still alive, they would meet again sooner or later. The so-called old enemies were originally entangled with each other, and in the end, defeated or even killed each other. When he thought of this, his heart felt exceptionally happy. Meanwhile, in the small world, Su Yan's 3 swords of extinction had weakened Prince Ju a lot. Originally, he was so insufferably arrogant, but now, he was like a dead dog, struggling at death's door. Even so, Su Yan did not let his guard down. He knew very well how terrifying the White Shadow was. Furthermore, Emperor White Shadow had yet to be completely devoured within the Green Lotus. The power of the Most Supreme was still analyzing the rules of power in his body. No matter how he looked at it, Wang Ju would not be defeated so easily. If he could be killed so easily, then it would be ridiculous for Emperor White Shadow to pay such a huge price to summon him. At this moment, Su Yan's sword chi condensed again. You must still have some extremely powerful trump cards. It's just that you aren't willing to use them now. But that's fine. If you aren't willing to use them, I'll just kill you. As he spoke, his most terrifying and powerful strength appeared once again. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze suddenly rose. At this moment, his strength had reached an unimaginable level. As long as he was in the small world, his strength would not disappear so easily. That was because he was the master of this small world. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze was fixed on the White Shadow. His eye of truth was activated to the extreme at this moment. Even the slightest movement could not escape his eyes. At this moment, he noticed that the White Shadow's internal structure seemed to have changed. In other words, its biological structure had changed at this moment. Of course, Su Yan would not overlook such a dangerous change. His strength was on full display at this moment. The most terrifying and terrifying power had reached an extremely terrifying level at this moment. His aura moved bit by bit, and then the power of the small world came pressing down on him again. It seems that I'm finally going to use my trump card. He did not let his guard down. The power of the Dark Ink Lotus was activated again, and tens of thousands of dark roots erupted at this moment. Such power was unleashed at that moment, directly binding the White Shadow creature. The White Shadow's life was originally very special, but at this moment, under this attack, it could only tremble and waver. Its White Shadow power was directly restrained. The Dark Ink Lotus was almost a natural counter to it. At this moment, its body was undergoing a huge change, and the roots that erupted from the Dark Ink Lotus directly pierced into its body. The powerful and terrifying power continued to erupt, almost breaking its body directly. I'd like to see what else you have. Su Yan no longer hesitated, and his power poured down again. However, the white shadow creature suddenly disappeared. How is this possible? Su Yan had been staring at this abominable guy with the eye of truth, but at this moment, it suddenly disappeared. This was simply unimaginable. Such an unforeseen event was simply too sudden. Moreover, what shocked Su Yan even more was that no matter how he used his power to search, he could not find the white shadow's aura. He clearly had everything under control, and even the dark ink lotus had directly tied up the white shadow's body. However, under such circumstances, the white shadow disappeared directly under his nose in an instant. Such a situation was truly terrifying. Su Yan's attack had no choice but to stop, because at this moment, he simply didn't know where to attack. Damn it, I've been guarding against that guy, but I was still confused by his power. But it doesn't matter, you can't escape. At this moment, Su Yan not only did not panic, but his heart also calmed down. He knew very well that White Shadow could not leave this small world because he was the ruler of this small world. At this time, since he did not feel the power of the small world change, it could only mean that White Shadow was still in the small world. Strange, no matter which corner I look, I can't find any trace of him. In his own small world, Su Yan could almost grasp every corner in an instant. However, at this time, he could not find anything. It was as if that guy had truly disappeared. Damn it, you dog, come out quickly. Let Lord C-splitting demonic snake F***CK you up. While Su Yan was deep in thought, the C-splitting demonic snake could no longer take it. The scene just now was simply too horrifying. He could not find the other party's location and could not find any trace of him. However, it did not matter. Don't think that you can show off just because Lord C-splitting demonic snake can't see you. If I can't hit you, then Lord C-splitting demonic snake will curse you to death. Hence, the C-splitter demonic serpent's valiant scolding skills were unleashed. You stupid idiot. If you have the guts, hide and don't come out for 10,000 years. Master C-splitter demonic serpent will scold you for 10,000 years. You stupid dwarf, the ugliest white shadow creature. It had to be said that the C-splitting demonic snake scolding skills were truly impressive. Su Yan did not remember teaching him that, nor did he know how he obtained such a godly skill. At that moment, Su Yan felt that he could no longer stand him. However, at that moment, Su Yan suddenly noticed a slight fluctuation in the small world. The fluctuation was so slight that if he had to describe it, it would be like a gentle breeze blowing across the vast land. Such a fluctuation was so slight that no one would notice it. However, at that moment, Su Yan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. No, I get it now. At that moment, Su Yan suddenly exclaimed. He finally understood why that terrifying white shadow creature could disappear right under his nose. He could not find him because he was not hiding in a corner at all. Instead, he was hiding in the entire world. How impressive. To be able to completely disperse himself in an instant, then wander around every corner of this world, Su Yan sneered. However, he then said, no, it shouldn't have happened in that instant. Instead, he had already started setting up his plan after entering this small world. You're so cunning. I was almost fooled by you. At that moment, Su Yan began to sneer. At that moment, he finally understood that Lord White Shadow was definitely not as simple as he appeared to be. He had already set up his plan from the beginning. He had already started doing so after entering this small world. In the beginning, he was in such a sorry state. He was constantly toyed with by the sea-splitting demonic snake, and even beaten up miserably by the true demon's shadow. Then, he was constantly bombarded by his own laws and the sword of annihilation. Although everything seemed to be fine, in reality, he seemed to be a little too weak. In the beginning, Su Yan thought that it was because he had taken the initiative from the beginning, causing Lord Shadow's power to be unable to reach its full potential. However, in hindsight, he was still too naive. The powerful Lord Shadow should not be so weak. There was only one reason for him to be like that, and that was that he wanted to devour Lin Huang's entire small world. Lin Huang had still underestimated that guy's ambition. At that moment, he completely shattered his body and turned it into the most primitive shadow point. Then, he covered the entire mini-world and began to devour it. Once the small world was devoured, he would become the ruler of the world. From there, he would be able to control Lin Huang's body and take over the magpie's nest. That kind of plan was extremely ingenious. Now that he thought about it, the sea-splitting demonic snake had once again made a contribution. His mindless curses had angered the shadow creature, causing it to fluctuate. That breeze just now was the fluctuation of his emotions, which was then directly captured by Su Yan, and thus understood the result. Chapter 1276. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, hehe, no wonder you hate the sea-splitting demonic snake so much. At that moment, Su Yan wanted to laugh. The sea-splitting demonic snake was really the nemesis of Shadow. If that was not the case, Su Yan would not have figured out Shadow's goals so quickly. Given enough time, Shadow might really be able to pose a threat to this mini-world. After all, Shadow was too terrifying. That was almost the power of a peak overlord. Even if Su Yan had the upper hand, if Shadow were to invade the mini-world, Shadow would suffer heavy losses. That was why dragging the opponent into the mini-world to battle was an extremely risky decision. If he had full confidence in defeating the opponent, it would be fine. However, if he did not have enough confidence, it would be a huge disaster for him. Of course, Su Yan did not care at that moment. Since he already knew the opponent's goal, he was confident that he could neutralize Shadow's plot. You've already figured it out. Damn it, that stupid snake. I'll definitely kill it and let it enjoy the most painful torture. Shadow could not help but admit that his emotions were indeed affected by the sea-splitting demonic snake earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stir up that slight breeze. Shadow could not tolerate that despicable mouth of Shadow's. However, at that moment, he did not care too much about it. But it doesn't matter. My power has already begun to combine with your mini-world. Hehe, what a wonderful mini-world. It's a pity that your realm is not strong enough. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to do that. When his power was combined with the small world, he could launch a plunder and take control of the small world. That way, the mini-world would be him, and he would be the mini-world. Su Yan was connected to the mini-world. By then, Su Yan would have to face him directly without any defense. In terms of power and realm, how could Su Yan, who had lost all his reliance, be a match for him? That way, he would have achieved his goal. This made him extremely proud. It was precisely because of this that he no longer cared that Su Yan had discovered him. However, at this time, Su Yan said, "Ha, you seem to think that you have already won." The Shadow thought that it had the situation under control, but coincidentally, Su Yan thought so too. Isn't it? Now, that true demon and that stupid snake won't be able to help you anymore, right? Also, you can't use your Sword of Laws anymore, right? At this moment, the sea-splitter demonic snake roared, "You deformed bastard. What kind of idiotic nonsense are you spouting? You don't even know if you're really stupid. Can you shut your mouth?" The sea-rending demonic snake opened its mouth, as if it was about to continue talking. Even Su Yan couldn't help but admire this guy. He really never knew fatigue. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck the demonic sea snake's body. The sea-splitter demonic snake was struck down before he could react. However, the power of the dark armor was strong, so he was still unscathed. However, at this time, he felt somewhat wronged. Great Master, why did you strike me with lightning? Before Su Yan could answer, the white shadow creature had already spoken. Idiot snake, don't you understand? That wasn't your master's intention. It was my power. The current me is gradually gaining control of this world. His voice was so slow that it seemed like every word was imbued with an immense pressure. This sentence seemed to have an extremely great magical power that could crush everything. However, at that moment, the sea-splitter demonic snake flew up again. Ha! It's the power of a useless idiot like you. No wonder it didn't hurt at all. Come on, strike me again. It's so ticklish. The sea-splitter demonic snake's despicable voice was heard, then it kept provoking the white shadow. Wang Ju originally thought that with the terrifying lightning just now, coupled with such a powerful force, it would be enough to make this guy feel fear, and then make him afraid. To be able to see a person you loathe fall into fear was a very pleasurable thing. However, at that moment, he realized that he was wrong. The sea-splitter demonic snake's EQ was definitely not something he could estimate. The little bit of fear that he had painstakingly created had completely dissipated under this guy's cutesy act. Damn it. As you wish then. At that moment, he gathered his power again and struck down with lightning. From that, it could be seen that he was indeed powerful. He had already seized control of part of the small world. The lightning struck the sea-splitter demonic snake's body continuously. Unfortunately, the scream he imagined did not appear. Instead, the sea-splitter demonic snake became even more arrogant. Come on. It's so ticklish and ticklish. Is that all you can do, you idiot's power? F*CK, are you trying to make your grandpa sea-splitter demonic snake laugh to death? Ahahaha, I can't take it anymore. Under the lightning, the sea-splitter demonic snake did not feel any pain. Instead, it was showing off and mocking in an extremely exaggerated manner. That made the white shadow extremely angry. At that moment, Su Yan said, "All right, that's enough. Sea-splitter demonic snake, your laughter is really unpleasant." Su Yan's voice was still as calm as ever. Even though the sea-splitter demonic snake had taken some of the power of his small world, he did not seem to care at all. Seems like this farce should be over soon. The white shadow's voice suddenly became sharp. What did you say? Farce. That made him extremely dissatisfied. That guy actually looked down on him so much. That was a mockery to him. Su Yan said, "Yeah, farce. But then again, that's not how it should be. At the very least, I should be thanking you." At that moment, Su Yan looked up. His smile was very smug. If it weren't for you being so cooperative and taking the initiative to integrate into this small world, it would not have been so easy for me to increase the power of this small world. There was no need to think too much about the function of a small world. The evolution of a small world was equivalent to observing the changes of a world and its path. However, just as Su Yan said, it was not that easy to increase the power of a small world. At that moment, the white shadow creature seemed to be helping Su Yan. At that moment, the white shadow creature already had a bad feeling because of Su Yan's calmness. However, even at that moment, he was still unwilling to believe it. At that moment, Su Yan said, "Forget it. It's useless to say too much. Let me prove it to you." Su Yan chuckled and said directly, "Sun and moon, in the name of Su Yan, assimilate this world." At that moment, the regal sword codex transformed into a scorching sun and the power of the moon phenomenon bloomed with brilliance. At that moment, a truly powerful force emerged from the brilliance. The radiance illuminated every corner of this small world. At this moment, one could see that there was an extremely thin layer of gray everywhere in this small world. This was the thing that Prince Y had transformed himself into to erode this small world. In order to better plunder this small world, the network had almost merged with the small world. You must be very happy to be able to sea control my small world. I don't know if you've noticed, but the power of your sea control is too weak. Hee, have you ever thought that I let you get it on purpose? Su Yan asked softly. At that moment, White Shadow almost immediately denied Su Yan's words. Impossible. How could anyone do that? After all, the small world was his foundation. If his sea control authority was taken away, it was equivalent to a part of his body being controlled. How could anyone dare to do that? However, what he did not know was that Su Yan dared. That was because the true core of the small world was the sun and moon in the sky. As long as the Regal Sword Codex transformed into a scorching sun and a bright moon phenomenon that belonged to Su Yan, then the small world would still belong to Su Yan. Su Yan continued, why is it impossible? If I don't give you some benefits, how can you completely merge yourself with the small world? If you don't merge with it, how can I refine you? Just as Su Yan was speaking, golden flames suddenly rose in the small world. Those flames were formed by the brilliance of the sun and moon. Their foundation was the terrifying majesty of the Regal Sword Codex. If White Shadow did not disperse his power, it would be very difficult for Su Yan to defeat him. However, at that moment, he took the initiative to disperse himself, turning into dense fragments and then invading the small world. That was to allow him to get closer to the Regal Sword Codex. That way, Su Yan could completely release his most powerful trump card without any scruples. Moreover, what made him laugh even more was that at that moment, White Shadow could not even escape. If one wanted to explain it, it was actually very simple. He did that to increase the surface area that he was under pressure. It was not easy to burn a giant tree. However, the giant tree was cut down and turned into small pieces of firewood, so it was much easier to burn it. White Shadow himself was equivalent to a giant tree. It would be very difficult for Su Yan to deal with him. However, that guy thought he was smart. In order to rob Su Yan's small world, he turned himself into countless firewood. As such, Su Yan was naturally very happy to refine and burn him directly. That was a terrifying White Shadow that was comparable to a peak Venerable Emperor powerhouse. After Su Yan refined him, the origin of the entire small world directly increased. Chapter 1277. No, let me go. Let me go. At that moment, White Shadow let out an extremely shrill and painful howl. In an instant, a terrifying shadow filled the entire world. Read the full text. That kind of sound was enough to send everyone's soul flying. That was a terrifying and strange power. At that moment, Su Yan's aura flickered, but he did not pay any attention to it. It was not hard to imagine why Wang Ju of White Shadow was so dissatisfied. After all, the cruelty of White Shadow's world was many times more intense than the infinite world. Every White Shadow creature was constantly killing and devouring from the moment they were born. They could only grow by devouring their own kind and turning their opponent's power into their own nourishment. In order to gain sentience, it was an extremely long and painful torture. For White Shadow to reach his current level, it was unknown how many disasters he had experienced. The harder it was to obtain something, the harder it was to lose it. Especially at that moment, it was even more painful for him. He was so close to obtaining it, but he was about to lose it in an instant. Such pain was unbearable. If one had to describe it in one sentence, it would be that the ups and downs of life were too fast for him to adapt. However, at that moment, no matter how much he wailed, it was useless. That was because Su Yan would not let him go. At that moment, Su Yan was determined to kill that guy. He had to kill him no matter what. They were enemies to begin with. Why should he be courteous? Moreover, if he could kill this guy and refine him, he would be able to obtain his source energy and strengthen his small world. Long time no see, Fang Yuashan. I don't know if you still remember me. Duan Wulonghu's palm was already in front of Fang Yueshan. At that moment, he was extremely pleased with himself. Being able to capture Fang Yueshan meant that he would be able to seize an extremely powerful power. Of course, that was only secondary. The most important thing was that he would be able to obtain the origin energy. One had to know that the most precious thing in this world was not power, but the origin energy. That was something even more powerful and precious than the laws. When the power of the origin reached the pinnacle, its power was simply unimaginable. Although power was precious, it could be obtained with enough time. This was especially true for Duan Wulonghu, who didn't care at all. Of course, this time, he would be able to obtain both. That would be truly perfect. Most importantly, Fang Yueshan was Su Yan's friend. If he killed Fang Yueshan, Su Yan would definitely hate him. To be hated by one's archenemy, to see him wanting to kill one but unable to do so, this was the most wonderful thing. When he thought of this, he became extremely excited, even overjoyed and happy. When he thought of this, he no longer hesitated and directly slammed his palm down. This palm strike was extremely violent, and a powerful force surged out directly. Duan Wulonghu was also a genius among geniuses. In fact, he was also a child of destiny. Back then, the reason why he failed was because he wanted to escape his so-called destiny, so he chose the path of death. Of course, that was a kind of life facing death. Now that he had succeeded in his resurrection, his power had become extremely precious at this time. His aura had become extremely powerful at this time. When the palm strike landed, an extremely powerful force directly bombarded Fang Yueshan, enveloping Fang Yueshan almost instantly. I'm really sorry. In truth, it doesn't matter if you're Su Yan's friend or not. Because of your special identity, you'll definitely become my food. In fact, you can be considered a child of destiny. You bear a part of the power of White Shadow. Although it's hard to imagine, this is the truth. As he spoke, his power had already invaded Fang Yueshan. At that moment, he spoke again, I know that you're also very dissatisfied with your fate. This damned fate makes you feel very hopeless, right? But it doesn't matter. I'm here to help you. As long as you die, you don't have to bear this fate. I'll return to help you bear this fate. His smile had a terrifying power. It was an unimaginable and indescribable madness. The power entered Fang Yueshan's body smoothly. Fang Yueshan then let out a soft bellow, there's no need to struggle. Come, bear your power with me. At that moment, his power was about to enter Fang Yueshan's core. At that moment, Fang Yueshan was almost a Tao Lord, reaching his peak and strongest state. However, at that moment, Duan Wulonghu came to reap the harvest. That guy's calculations were so powerful that he could grasp the timing so perfectly. Under such circumstances, Fang Yueshan was almost unable to break free. Duan Wulonghu. Zhang Zhe was furious. He, Zhang Zhe, was almost a legend since his debut. No matter what he did, he was always at ease and had never failed. However, at this moment, he was actually schemed against. At that moment, he could only watch as his companion was schemed against. He was so angry, but no matter how angry he was, he could no longer turn the tables. However, at this moment, everyone forgot about one person. That was Fang Yueshan himself. Whether it was Duan Wulonghu, Zhang Zhe, or Yu Qingzi, they fought each other to determine the winner, but they had never forgotten Fang Yueshan himself. At this moment, Fang Yueshan suddenly raised his head. Is that so? Are you going to kill me? His voice was so weak that it seemed like he had no strength left. At that moment, he had already experienced a huge calamity. The power of the heavenly tribulation was so strong. Due to him being the child of destiny of the White Shadow world, the heavenly tribulation was especially hostile towards him. Therefore, the power he endured this time was the most terrifying. However, even so, he managed to endure it in the end. Under the heavenly tribulation, his entire body was almost charred black, as if he was about to die. Therefore, Duanmu directly ignored him. In his opinion, Fang Yueshan was a fish on the chopping block. Why would he care about such a person? At that moment, Fang Yueshan suddenly asked him. That made him feel amused. Yes, you're about to die. I don't care if you're afraid, unwilling, or even angry. It doesn't matter because you're about to die, and you'll fulfill my wish. His voice was very gentle, even very magnetic, as if he was talking to a friend. However, his actions were so cruel. Bit by bit, he was going to deprive Fang Yueshan of his life force. At that moment, Fang Yueshan spoke again, but, I don't want to die. Really, I don't want to die. It was as if he was dreaming. You know, I have a child of my own, and I haven't seen him yet. So, I can't die, because if I die, my wife will cry, my child will lose his father, and my friend will be unhappy too. He seemed to have really gone crazy. At that moment, he was rambling on and on. It was as if he was saying his last words. Duanmu said, "All right, I'm not interested in listening to you anymore. I'll take your life." However, at that moment, he was suddenly stunned. That was because at that moment, his hand was grabbed by someone. The person who grabbed him was naturally Fang Yueshan's hand, but at that moment, he clearly had no strength left. How did he do it? How did he grab him? Fang Yueshan said, "I've already said so much. Do you still not understand? I said that I don't want to die, and I can't die. You can't die." As the last 3 words were spoken, a burst of energy suddenly surged out and flung Duanmu away. At that moment, Duanmu seemed to have not recovered from his shock. He never expected that Fang Yueshan, who was clearly a cripple, would have such strength to throw him out. At that moment, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. Of course, it was impossible for a powerhouse like him to be injured so easily. He gently released his strength and stopped himself in the air. How interesting. Because of his unwillingness and his obsession to live, he actually burst out with such a powerful force at this moment. Is this the so-called final radiance of the setting sun? That was the only possibility he could think of. Otherwise, why would he suddenly burst out with such strength when he was already in such a miserable state? That was simply unimaginable. Final radiance of the setting sun, that was probably the best explanation. Sure enough, many things can't go according to plan. The word variable is really disgusting. He slowly landed on the ground and looked at Fang Yueshan. However, he was not too surprised because he could already see that Fang Yueshan was still extremely weak. Although his aura had gradually begun to recover, it was useless. However, this was of no use. Compared to the powerful him, this was not even worth mentioning. Yes, not worth mentioning. An extremely terrifying force burst out from his eyes. That gaze was not Su Yan's eyes of truth, but it had the same effect. It was the eye of nothingness. Something's wrong. When the eye of nothingness opened directly, he immediately realized that something was wrong because at that moment, he saw something that should not have happened. Fang Yueshan's body began to change at that moment. I said that I don't want to die, but you want to kill me? Then I can only kill you directly. At that moment, his aura suddenly skyrocketed. It was a direct increase without any rules. Chapter 1278. You've lost. That terrifying power was simply unimaginable at this time. If one had to describe it, it would be a violation of objective law. M/MHE was already so weak, but at this time, he directly burned. It was like a flame that was about to be extinguished suddenly rose at this time. This kind of power was completely uncontrollable for Duanmu. This made the uneasiness in his heart even stronger. How is this possible? He was clearly a lamp that had run out of oil. Why did he suddenly have a new vitality at this time? He was full of doubts and simply couldn't imagine it. However, he quickly suppressed his surprise. Because he knew that he couldn't continue to wait. Otherwise, this guy might become even stronger, and he shouldn't be a match for him. However, this was still a variable. Right now, he still couldn't grasp Su Yan's movements. He only knew that at this time, Su Yan was definitely being held back by the Shadow Lord. But he believed that Su Yan could defeat the Shadow Duke because Su Yan was his archenemy, not because of anything else. As an old enemy, it would be ridiculous if he didn't even have this kind of power. Originally, everything was under his control, but at this time, it seemed that it was already out of his expectations. If Su Yan directly broke free from the entanglement of the Shadow Lord, then perhaps this time he would directly fail and not be able to get anything. Therefore, at this time, he no longer planned to continue like this. Instead, he wanted to directly explode with power and directly defeat Feng Yueshan in one fell swoop. Maybe you don't want to die, so you have such a belief. I have to admit that your belief is very admirable, but that's all I can do. As he spoke, his power directly surged. The violent and terrifying power was simply unimaginable. At this time, it was even more terrifying than when he was fighting Zhang Zhe. His aura directly appeared and then turned into the most terrifying pressure, directly suppressing Feng Yueshan. Since he had already made up his mind, then he wouldn't give Feng Yueshan the slightest chance. At this moment, a pressure as heavy as a mountain flashed out. At this moment, the terrifying power rolled out like a storm. It's just that, in the end, it's still the final radiance of the setting sun. Even if that's not the case, you can't possibly be my opponent. To be honest, not to mention you, I don't even put those two old fellows over there in my eyes. At this moment, his aura was exuberant. Because I am invincible, truly invincible. Compared to me, all of you are far too weak. Therefore, you should just accept your fate. An extremely powerful dark fist directly suppressed Feng Yueshan. Feng Yueshan suddenly raised his head. At this moment, his entire face was constantly aging. In just a short moment, wrinkles had already appeared on his face. He said softly, "Is that so? So strong? Hee, if you want to kill me, then come at me." After seeing Feng Yueshan's current state, Duan Wulonghu was even more convinced of his judgment. This was the true final radiance of the setting sun. Burning your own life force directly and then exploding with such an attack, what's the use of that? How can a moment of youth be compared to me? At this moment, the dark fist had already directly swallowed Feng Yueshan. Perhaps you're unwilling, but unfortunately, I won't give you a chance. Really, I don't know why you're suffering, but I'm actually very happy. Ha, that's great. Duan Wulonghu directly laughed. He was a lunatic, through and through. Under the dark fist, he believed that Feng Yueshan could not resist him. At this moment, under his own power, how could a mere final radiance of the setting sun be able to resist him? When the darkness completely swallowed Feng Yueshan, he was already going to directly seize Feng Yueshan's source energy. Damn it, Senior, we can't let him do this. I'm going to stop him. At this moment, Zhang Zhe directly said. He did not want Feng Yueshan to die like this. However, this world's Yu Qingzi said, no, that terrifying thing is continuously nibbling away at this moment. I can't hold it off by myself. He also wanted to save Feng Yueshan, but unfortunately, he was powerless. At this moment, he was truly powerless. The powerful existence behind the spatial gate was currently continuously attacking, wanting to break through the spatial gate's barrier. Only by combining the two of them could they barely suppress it. At this moment, if Zhang Zhe left, even if it was just for a few short breaths, he would not be able to hold it off. Just as the two of them were filled with rage and helplessness, Duanmulonghu's expression suddenly changed. Then, he suddenly punched behind him. At this moment, there was an additional person behind him. It was Feng Yueshan. At this moment, Feng Yueshan was like an old man with one foot in the grave. His head had become extremely pale, it was a pale white without any vitality. His skin was unbelievably old, and the wrinkles on his face were like dried tree bark. Duanmulonghu really did not understand how such a guy could break free from his power, and how he could stand behind him. You actually still have energy left. I want to see how many times you can escape from my hands. At this moment, his power exploded again, and the most terrifying power directly exploded at this moment. The powerful aura directly gathered towards Feng Yueshan. The power of this punch was even stronger and more terrifying than before. It contained the most violent aura, chaos and destruction. All the power directly condensed together at this moment. This kind of power was simply terrifying at this moment. The most violent and terrifying power was simply terrifying at this moment. The dark aura continuously manifested at this moment, and the power that was close to destruction also surged at this moment. How can I live? He snorted coldly in his heart. However, before he could finish his sentence, a clearly withered palm suddenly appeared and blocked his fist. Their bodies came into direct contact. At this moment, Duanmulonghu really did not dare to imagine. He clearly felt that he could kill Feng Yueshan, but at this moment, his power was actually blocked by Feng Yueshan. Feng Yueshan firmly blocked it. What is going on? How is this possible, how can you borrow my power? Duanmulonghu's expression became extremely ugly. His power once again exploded, and then suppressed Feng Yueshan. However, Feng Yueshan did not waver at all. His gaze was still very rigid, and even withered, but even so, he did not waver at all. I won't die, and I can't die. He repeated this sentence as if it was a dream. Originally, Duanmulonghu was still mocking him, but at this moment, he was shocked that Feng Yueshan actually blocked his power again. It's not up to you. Path of chaos and destruction. At this moment, an extremely sharp aura directly exploded. The most terrifying power immediately suppressed it. At this moment, Feng Yueshan's body finally seemed to be unable to withstand it, and his body was directly sent flying. At this moment, he was like a withered tree. Duanmulonghu could feel that Feng Yueshan's vitality was fading away. Such an aura, such a great power. The boundless dark power seemed to have swallowed everything. I've said it before, how can a dying power resist me? The final radiance of the setting sun is ultimately just a moment of youth, and it's a fake existence. Since that's the case, you should have died long ago. At this moment, he was very proud. Although there were twists and turns, he still won in the end. He would also be able to obtain what he had obtained. However, at this moment, a voice sounded. Duanmulonghu, long time no see. When this voice sounded, Duanmulonghu frowned because he could tell that this was Su Yan's voice. In other words, at this time, Su Yan had finally gotten rid of the Shadow Lord and returned. This was not good. After all, Su Yan was really an extremely powerful opponent. Su Yan's strength was not only in terms of power, but also in terms of fate. This was the so-called old enemy. However, he would not have any fear or panic. Instead, he calmly said, Su Yan, are you going to stop me? Haha, that's fine. Anyway, the last time you and I fought, there was no winner or loser. At this time, he directly spoke, and then a powerful aura began to condense. He was even going to use the Sky God's avatar at any time and then fight Su Yan. Last time, he directly used the power of projection to fight Su Yan in the 5 counties continent. That place was closely watched by the will of heaven and earth, so there was no winner or loser between the two of them. However, in this place, they could fight to their heart's content. Although he knew that as his old enemy, Su Yan's strength had definitely become even more powerful, Su Yan's strength had definitely become stronger. Why would he be afraid? He had obtained the inheritance of the Chaos Path and the Destruction Path, and his strength was extremely powerful and terrifying. Therefore, he was confident that he could defeat Su Yan. This was the most basic belief that an expert had in himself. At this moment, Su Yan had already walked out slowly. However, he did not prepare to fight. Instead, he said faintly, "You've got it wrong, Duan Mulonghu. Your opponent right now is not me." Su Yan smiled and then would Dragon Fox. "What do you mean by that?" At this time, Duan Mulonghu was a little confused. At this time, Su Yan said, "The person you want to kill is not dead, so your opponent is naturally him. Don't you understand?" At this time, a power suddenly appeared directly behind Duan Mulonghu. The power came so suddenly that he did not have any premonition. Announcement: this site recommends a free app. Goodbye to all advertising. Please follow the official WeChat account to download and install. Axid, press for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 1279. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Fong Yuashan's fury. How is this possible? At this moment, he simply could not believe that the aura of that power was so strong at such a time. He was very familiar with that punch. That was Fong Yuashan's power. However, Fong Yuashan should have been dead. That punch just now was infused with the power of the Path of Destruction. What was the Tao of Annihilation? It was true annihilation. It completely destroyed everything. That was the true essence of destruction. It was also an extremely powerful and terrifying power. If this power was not strong, then how could he go back to cultivate? However, Fong Yuashan was still alive despite such a power. While he was thinking, he had already reacted instinctively. A powerful shield directly appeared. That was the shield of darkness. Boom! A terrifying loud sound directly erupted. The most terrifying power rushed over and directly sent his body flying. What a powerful power! He was shocked. Feeling it was one thing, but experiencing it personally was another. It was only at this moment that he realized that the power was actually so terrifying. In a hurry, he was completely unable to block it. At this moment, he was even more shocked because when he was sent flying, he saw a shadow. That was Fong Yuashan. However, at this moment, Fong Yuashan was completely different from before. The original Fong Yuashan was almost dying of old age, like a tree that was about to wither. However, at this moment, Fong Yuashan was full of boundless vitality. Fong Yuashan had an extremely strong vitality. Moreover, the essence of his life seemed to have changed. At this moment, he displayed his power and then neutralized that power. What's going on? Just now, you should have died of old age. Why do you look like this now? This doesn't look like the final radiance of the setting sun. Duan Mulonghu asked directly. He did not panic at all. At his level, he was already able to control his mind very well. Therefore, he would not panic easily. However, he had to admit that at this moment, he was surprised. He wasn't surprised by his opponent's strength, but by his own ignorance. From the start of his calculations, he felt that he had the situation under control. However, at this time, a situation that he could not control had appeared. He didn't like the feeling of not being able to control everything. Duan Mulonghu. Hee, long time no see. Fong Yuashan asked. This time, he was not answering Duan Mulonghu's question. Instead, he was replying to Duan Mulonghu's greeting. Didn't I just say that I don't want to die? I can't die, Fong Yuashan said. Duan Mulonghu frowned. Whether it was the last time or this time when he interacted with Feng Yueshan, he didn't feel anything special about Feng Yueshan. But this time, he truly felt that Feng Yueshan had changed. So, how should I put it? What happened to you? He asked again. At this time, Su Yan suddenly said, Old Feng, it shouldn't be a problem to leave this guy to you, right? I'm going to help the two seniors. The power coming from the space gate was getting stronger and stronger. Although Yu Qingzi and Zhang Zhe were sovereigns, they were already showing signs of being unable to hold on. Therefore, he wanted to help the two of them. Feng Yueshan said, Don't worry, leave this guy to me. It just so happens that I'm super angry now. I clearly said that I don't want to die, but he still wants to kill me. I hate this kind of aggressive guy the most. He laughed softly, as if he was joking with Su Yan. Duanmu Longhu frowned again. He didn't like this feeling. He really didn't like being ignored like a clown. At this time, Su Yan actually turned his head and left, as if he didn't want to care about him at all. Hey, Su Yan, are you really going to leave like this? If you don't care about him, then I'm going to kill him. Duanmu Longhu's anger vaguely rose. The situation was out of control, and Su Yan and Feng Yueshan ignored him, which made him really angry. Su Yan shrugged, then said, Do as you wish. If you can kill him, then I can't do anything. At most, I'll help this guy take revenge. After Su Yan finished speaking, his whole body shook and disappeared, then appeared in front of the space gate. It's the powerful and terrifying shadow creature. Senior, let's attack together. Feng Yueshan looked at Duanmu Longhu, then said, Hey, you, don't show such an expression. Do you know that you're really annoying? At this time, his presence began to rise, and storms began to rise. The terrifying power was simply unimaginable. Didn't you just ask me if I died of old age? Haha, that's true. I really did die of old age. His voice was very calm, and there was no joy or sadness. He just said casually. Duanmu Longhu didn't speak, but he listened quietly because at this time, he really wanted to know the answer. Feng Yueshan said, But you're wrong about one thing. Just now, it wasn't the final radiance of the setting sun. Duanmu Longhu frowned, Wasn't it the final radiance of the setting sun? Feng Yueshan said, Yes, it wasn't. It was really dead. I think you came here very early, right? That's why you were able to seize the opportunity and appear directly after Su Yan and the Shadow Lord disappeared. Duanmu Longhu didn't say anything, nor did he deny it. After all, this was the truth, and there was nothing to deny. What he cared about was Feng Yueshan's next words. Feng Yueshan said, Then, you should have seen it just now. The Shadow Duke directly faced death and gave up his old body to give birth to a brand new self. At the beginning, the Shadow Lord had been watched by the power of heaven's will. Under such circumstances, he had to do this. Otherwise, there was no need for Su Yan, Zhang Zhe, or Yu Qingzi to do anything. Just the power of heaven's will alone was enough to make him suffer. It was a new life. Hearing this, Duanmu Longhu's eyes glowed brightly. At this time, Feng Yueshan said, It seems that he's not too stupid. You're right. I just used a similar method. Feng Yueshan's smile became brighter and brighter. Actually, you're right. I really hate my fate. I just want to be a handsome man, but why am I being targeted by this shadow creature with such a strange bloodline? How good would it be if I could just eat and be lazy and wait for death to claim me? He continued, But I can't die. I just said that my child is about to be born, and my wife is still waiting for me. So even if it's *T fate, I can't die. At this time, a power had turned into a whirlwind and rushed towards Duanmu Longhu. The terrifying aura was so strong at this time, and rays of light directly fell. Such power had reached the most terrifying level at this time. He's already so powerful. As expected of the person who obtained the origin power of the shadow world. Duanmu Longhu was astonished. One had to know that his power was already extremely outstanding. Among so many people in the boundless world, the only person who could contend against him at the same cultivation level was Su Yan. However, at this moment, there was one more person who appeared. Yes, it is indeed powerful. Even I am surprised by it. Really, this power should have been given to Su Yan, but it just had to be given to me. At this time, even Duanmu Longhu's mouth twitched after hearing such pretentious words. He spent so much effort to obtain the power, but it was despised by others. What exactly was this guy trying to do? I guess you still want to obtain my power. Then come, fight with me, defeat me, and then kill me. Then you still have a chance to obtain this origin power. Anyway, Su Yan is now dealing with that terrifying big dog with the two seniors. He probably won't come to help me. Fang Yueshan's power rose again. At this time, he seemed to be adapting to his power. Still not going to attack. This is your best chance. You have to know that the origin power has not completely merged with me, and I haven't adapted to this power. This guy was simply heartless. At this time, he was actually instigating the other party to attack him. Duanmu Longhu's mouth curled up. Are you trying to tease me? But you're right. This is indeed your weakest moment. If I want to kill you, this is the best chance. So what are you doing now? Playing the empty fort strategy. As he spoke, he suddenly activated his power, and an extremely terrifying aura rushed towards him. In an instant, the power of the two people erupted at the same time. The terrifying aura had reached an unprecedented level. The purest and darkest power drowned everything at this time. At this time, Duanmu Longhu was also setting up the umbral domain. Su Yan's umbral domain was extremely powerful, but in terms of umbral domain, he was definitely stronger than Su Yan. Since Su Yan could set up the umbral domain, Duanmu Longhu could naturally do the same. Umbral domain, this is Su Yan's method to deal with shadow creatures, but I'm using it to deal with you. How about it? At this time, you should be a shadow creature, right? Duanmu Longhu was indeed powerful. He immediately saw through Fang Yueshan's nature. Fang Yueshan had already experienced the process of life and death. At this time, his life essence should have undergone the most thorough transformation. Chapter 1280. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Burning Battle. Therefore, the Dark Domain was the best way to deal with him. He had just experienced Fang Yueshan's ability to appear and disappear unpredictably. He had appeared behind him without a sound, which was extremely frightening. Even he, Duanmu Longhu, had no confidence in dealing with such power. Since that was the case, it was best to seal off this powerful and strange ability. Duanmu Longhu had experienced countless battles, so even if Fang Yueshan had suddenly become so powerful, he would not panic. This was because this was not a problem in itself. The dark domain was quickly set up, and his speed was even faster than Su Yan's. Actually, I can't help but admire Su Yan, because I'm shocked that his dark power could reach such a level. At this moment, he continued, it's a pity that his power is still a distance away from mine, at least that's the case for his dark power. He was right. Su Yan cultivated the dark power and used the Regal Sword Codex to evolve a powerful technique like the Regal Dark Record. Moreover, he had comprehended the Dark Ink Lotus, but at least at this point, Su Yan's dark power could not be compared to Duanmu Longhu's. After all, the dark power was Duanmu Longhu's fundamental power. It's a pity to tell you that you're going to die. In the darkness, Duanmu Longhu was like a fish in water. Suddenly, he disappeared from his spot and appeared less than a meter in front of Fang Yueshan in the next moment. Isn't your power the most strange? In that case, come at me. he directly pointed out with his finger. That terrifying power whistled, wanting to suppress him directly. At the same time, Fang Yueshan launched a punch at the same time. The two forces collided, and at this moment, Fang Yueshan was directly sent flying. Although it was only one blow, Duanmu Longhu had already estimated Fang Yueshan's power. Well, it's not bad. You're right, this is indeed a good opportunity to kill you. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome to let you grow. Although it was only one blow, Duanmu Longhu had already estimated Fang Yueshan's power. Fang Yueshan, who had obtained the Shadow World's origin, was extremely powerful. His aura was so violent, and the dark power was even more so at this moment. At this moment, his aura directly rose. The most terrifying power directly appeared at this moment. In the next few attacks, Fang Yueshan, but Duanmu Longhu was not in a hurry, because he knew that he had already gained a huge advantage every time he attacked. His power was constantly penetrating Fang Yueshan's body. In the end, only Su Yan can fight with me, and only he can become my enemy. And you, although your luck is good enough, but in the end, it's still too bad. There was a trace of ridicule in his eyes, but he suddenly remembered that this was the Dark Realm. Fang Yueshan should be his. After Su Yan joined, the pressure from that section finally decreased a lot. Damn it, what kind of existence is that guy, and why is he so terrifying? Even when the three of us joined forces, we could barely suppress him. Zhang Zhe sighed helplessly. Although this force had been suppressed, the current situation was not very advantageous for them. Yu Qingzi's expression was also not good. Indeed, without the support of the Supreme Ninth Heaven Seal, they could no longer hold on. There seems to be something guiding him here. Su Yan said softly. He had already discovered that guy seemed to be unwilling to give up at all. Although it was temporarily suppressed at this time, he still did not want to give up. The light of guidance. At this time, Zhang Zhe suddenly said. At this moment, they realized that it was Duanmu Longhu who had thrown the so-called light of guidance in. That was why that terrifying existence was so insistent on entering this world, as if it would not give up until it was dead. The light of guidance. What exactly is that thing? Su Yan knew a lot of things, but there were definitely more things that he didn't know. He turned his gaze towards Zhang Zhe and Yu Qingzi. At this time, even the Tai Ching sect master, who had lived the longest, smiled helplessly. I also don't know what that thing is. Then, what should we do now? Zhang Zhe said. If this continued, it would be a dead end sooner or later. When they could no longer hold on, the space gate would be directly shattered, and the two worlds would be connected. The great calamity would erupt in advance. Seniors, take advantage of this time to rest. I'll go over there to find out what it is that made this guy so crazy. At this time, Su Yan had already made a decision. Hearing Su Yan's words, the two were directly surprised. Su Yan, are you crazy? Of course, they knew what Su Yan meant by over there. That was the Shadow World. In other words, Su Yan was going to enter the Shadow World. However, was this guy really crazy? Did he not know what nonsense he was talking about? That was the Shadow World. To a certain extent, the Shadow World was a nightmare. No one knew what kind of world it was. At this time, what did Su Yan say? He said he was going to sneak into the Shadow World. Was that guy crazy? It must be so. If that wasn't the case, why would he say something like that? I know, so I won't go deep. But at the junction of this space passage, if possible, I will destroy the so-called guiding light. As long as I do that, that guy should be honest. At this time, Su Yan had already made a decision. Once he made a decision, he would not easily change it. Yu Qingzi said, Fellow Daoist Su Yan, do you understand what it means to enter another world? Even a sacred master would not dare to do so easily, not to mention that it's the shadow world. Su Yan said, but there are always people who want to take risks to break this deadlock. After another punch, Duan Mulonghu stopped. The power just now had suppressed the other party. But at this time, he did not have any joy. Suppression did not mean victory. It seems that he still has the strength to struggle, and his strength is greater than I imagined. Duan Mulonghu said directly. Not long after, Fang Yueshan's voice came, cough, 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 of course. After all, I am not a real shadow creature. There are still some differences between me and them. When he said this, he was a little proud. Duan Mulonghu coldly snorted, so what? In the end, you are still a weakling. In front of the strong, everything about the weak was meaningless. So at this time, he still did not panic. He had a very accurate grasp of the situation. That spatial energy had its own layout. He was certain that even with the addition of Su Yan, it would not be easy for the few of them to stabilize the situation. In fact, it might even be impossible. As for Zhang Zhe and Yu Qingzi, he did not care. Although they were both emperors, he still did not put them in his eyes. Because he, Duan Mulonghu, would definitely become an emperor, and he would surpass this realm. He was extremely arrogant. So in this way, what was such a person to him? His only enemy was Su Yan, because Su Yan was the same as him, a child of destiny. Su Yan had infinite possibilities. Only two people with infinite possibilities could become each other's enemy. As for the others, even if they were stronger than him now, it did not matter. At best, they were just stepping stones to him. So, strictly speaking, that was also his and Su Yan's battlefield. He had set up this situation, so he had to find a way to break it. As for here, he already felt that victory was in his grasp. As long as he spent a little more time, he would be able to achieve his goal. Well, I admit that you are very strong, but I should have said that I am very angry right now. Since that is the case, I will not let you achieve your goal so easily. Shadow Crush. At this moment, Fang Yueshan made his move again. He shouted, and then directly rushed towards Duan Mulonghu. That power was extremely fast, but at this time, Duan Mulonghu did not dodge, and even said mockingly, "This is the Dark Realm. Your shadow power is restrained, so how can you hurt me?" He directly blasted out a punch, and a powerful force swept out, wanting to directly crush Fang Yueshan. However, as soon as his power appeared, Fang Yueshan had already disappeared from where he was standing. Then, his lazy voice sounded, "I lied to you. Of course I know that shadow power is suppressed in this place." Just as he finished speaking, an aura suddenly surged out from the ground. Then, it transformed into an earthen sword and shot toward Duan Mulonghu. The power of the earth, how ridiculous. How can such a weak power hurt me? At this time, he was extremely disdainful. Is this all you've got? How pitiful. After I sealed the shadow power, you are already so useless. What a pitiful worm. At this time, he directly said disdainfully. Fang Yueshan did not care about his mockery. If I can't hold on, then so be it. You are indeed powerful. After all, you are someone who has already died once. You have been alive for a very long time, so it is not a big deal to be stronger than me. In the face of such a dangerous situation, not only was he not shocked, but he was also extremely calm. Press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 1281. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. She was afraid that no director would like such an actor. Read the full text. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Hand over your world's origin. At this moment, he attacked again, and a force directly rushed towards Fang Yueshan. At this moment, he had almost locked onto Fang Yueshan. No matter how fast Fang Yueshan was, he could not avoid it. The dark spear had directly pierced Fang Yueshan's body and nailed him to the wall. What do you think? How can you be my opponent? He laughed lightly, as if he had seen an extremely ridiculous joke. Fang Yueshan coughed a few more times. You're really strong. However, I haven't admitted defeat yet. Duan Mulong did not comment because in his opinion, it did not matter whether the other party admitted defeat or not. As long as he could control everything, it was enough. He walked step by step towards Fang Yueshan. Idiot. It has nothing to do with me whether you admit defeat or not because you've already lost. This time, he would not fail again. The Shadow World's origin was his. At this moment, the situation on the other side seemed to have changed. Since you've made up your mind, be careful. If anything happens, come back immediately, Zhang Zhe said directly. Yu Qingzi looked at the two of them and nodded. At this moment, they really had no way out. If they could not break the stalemate, they would be too passive. At this moment, Su Yan walked directly to the side of the spatial door. As if it had sensed Su Yan's approach, the spatial gate immediately emitted a sparkling light that resembled water ripples. The spatial fluctuations were always extremely beautiful, but there was an unimaginable horror in the beauty. That's the light of guidance. At this moment, Su Yan had already sensed the aura of the power inside the spatial door. However, that was *T. The light of guidance. Instead, it was an extremely evil power. This kind of evil would even make one's soul tremble. It's a somewhat familiar power. No wonder, only such a power could tempt that terrifying existence to risk its life. Su Yan had a rough idea of what it was. Seniors, I already know what it is. I'll go and take it away. This way, that terrifying monster will not be attracted by it and should stop. The more powerful a creature was, the more it would cause a powerful backlash when crossing through space. If there was nothing that attracted it, that terrifying monster would not be so reckless as to attack the spatial door. After all, if that guy was not strong enough, he would have been killed by the power of space. Alright, be careful. Zhang Zhe shouted. At this moment, Su Yan had already entered the spatial door. Duan Mulong was the translation. Ha! You've entered the spatial door. As expected of Su Yan, you actually have such courage. But you've made a stupid decision. At this moment, he let out a proud smile. At this moment, Fang Yueshan's voice interrupted him. Hey, is it really okay for you to smile like that? Why do you always behave like this? You think you have the situation under control, so you're relaxed and happy, smiling foolishly while watching the enemy panic. I can't understand your thoughts at all. You talk too much nonsense. Duan Mulong felt that he increasingly disliked dealing with people who talked too much nonsense. Therefore, at this moment, he did not delay any longer. A powerful force fell directly, wanting to shatter Fang Yueshan's body and seize its origin. Boom! The force fell, shattering countless stones into the most primitive powder. However, Fang Yueshan was not there. Fang Yueshan actually disappeared into thin air at this moment. How could this be? The situation was once again out of his control. He had clearly pinned Fang Yueshan with the dark spear. He should have nowhere to hide. But why was he able to escape from his control at this moment? Ha ha ha, do you know, it's really delightful to see your unexpected face. As he spoke, a force appeared directly. The shadow changed and directly became a sword, then pierced Duan Mulong's body. Duan Mulong was stunned because at this moment, he was really injured. However, even at this moment, he still could not understand. How could this be? This was the Dark Realm, and the shadow power had clearly been confined. Just now, His dark spear had already restrained Feng Yueshan, but how could Feng Yueshan escape from his control and counterattack and seriously injure him? You don't understand. Ha, I'm happy that you don't understand. I remember that I said that I'm very angry now. Before he finished speaking, he had already slapped him. However, Duan Mulonghu was after all a Duan Mulonghu. Even if he was stabbed by the sword, he still managed to dodge it at this moment. His strength was really too terrifying. However, just as he stabilized his body, a sound was instantly heard. Slap. It was a crisp and pleasant sound. It was the sound of a slap. Feng Yueshan actually slapped him directly. Surprise, this was too much of a surprise. You deserve to die. Time stopped at this moment. After an unknown period of time, Duan Mulonghu was finally completely enraged. Ever since he had been reborn, no, even in the ancient times, before he had died, he had never suffered such humiliation. At this moment, he was actually slapped by someone. You deserve to die. He suddenly roared, and then an extremely terrifying aura appeared at this moment. The violent power directly turned into a gust of wind, and actually blew Feng Yueshan away. I'm going to kill you. The eye of nihility appeared in an instant, and the gaze had already locked onto Feng Yueshan in an instant. Feng Yueshan's body stopped in the air, and he couldn't even struggle. In the spatial door. 2 seniors, go help Feng Yueshan. Duan Mulonghu's origin magic has erupted. Feng Yueshan will die. Su Yan had already entered the spatial door at this time, but he was still aware of the situation outside. No, this way, without our guidance, you can't leave the shadow world. Yu Qingzi shouted directly. However, just as he finished speaking, a force suddenly appeared in the spatial door, and in an instant, the spatial door was about to close. Don't worry about me, go help Feng Yueshan, quick. As his voice fell, the spatial door had already closed. What? The two were shocked. The powerful force just now was really terrifying. This force directly exploded and drowned the spatial door. Su Yan could no longer return. Go stop Duan Mulonghu. At this time, the two of them were already helpless against Su Yan, and they didn't even know whether Su Yan was alive or dead. However, the two of them were not ordinary people, and they definitely wouldn't be silent in useless sadness. Therefore, the two of them directly went towards Feng Yueshan. Taixing Juyan, kill. Taiqing Divine Sword, move for the 9 heavens. Yu Qingzi's power also directly erupted. The two of them directly mobilized their power. At this time, they were extremely angry. Although they didn't know why such a huge explosion suddenly occurred, it was needless to say that it had something to do with Duan Mulonghu. The 2 great emperors were actually played by Duan Mulonghu like this, how could they not be angry? Most importantly, Su Yan was trapped inside, and they all understood what this meant. Perhaps Su Yan would never return. The two of them directly collided with the force that erupted from Duan Mulonghu. A terrifying destructive force directly spread to the surroundings. That power was simply too terrifying, to the point where it was simply unimaginable. At this time, the powerful force directly spread out, and the terrifying destructive force almost destroyed the entire Shadow Valley. What kind of power is this? How can it be so terrifying? Yu Qingzi was shocked. Zhang Zhe was also the same. Duan Mulonghu clearly hadn't reached the Emperor realm, but his power was so terrifying that the two of them could only be evenly matched with him. Humph, 2 old things. Duan Mulonghu's expression was extremely ugly, but at this time, his situation wasn't very good. Just now, in his anger, he directly activated the demonic origin source in his body. The demonic origin source was so powerful that it was simply unimaginable. It was one of Duan Mulonghu's true trump cards, and his powerful strength had been fully displayed just now. However, at this time, he still couldn't control this demonic origin source, otherwise, he would have been invincible in the world by now. After this attack, he had already calmed down. After all, the weakness of his body reminded him that this time, he had already failed. However, at this time, he was still angry. Damn it. In his anger, he actually used the demonic origin source. However, he suppressed his anger in the end. You two old guys came here. In that case, Su Yan has already been buried in the shadow world. Ha ha ha, good, very good. Although I can't get the shadow world's origin source today, if I can bury Su Yan, then everything will be worth it. When he saw Zhang Zhe and Yu Qing appear, he immediately understood that his plan was likely to succeed. To be able to get rid of Su Yan was simply an incomparable joy for him. What bullshit mutual appreciation. That was all fake. Su Yan was regarded as a great enemy by him. Although he died just like that, losing an opponent made him feel a little regretful. However, this regret was just a false regret after the victory. Being able to kill Su Yan was a real happy thing. He was also a child of destiny, so he and Su Yan had a life and death relationship. If he could kill Su Yan at this time, then everything would be worth it. At this time, Zhang Zhe directly shouted angrily, "Sure enough, this is your plan." At this moment, he was extremely angry. Although Su Yan was no longer a disciple of the Taihang sword faction, he now called him a fellow Daoist. Moreover, this time, Su Yan was completely to resolve this crisis. Duan Mulonghu said with a smile, "Of course. If you want to blame someone, blame that guy for being too soft-hearted. What does the survival of the world have to do with him? He was supposed to be my old enemy, who could fight with me to the end, but he still disappointed me." Chapter 1282. Although he said that he was disappointed, he was actually extremely pleased. Being able to directly defeat such a powerful enemy was his pride. After all, at this moment, Su Yan had completely displayed his strength. The last time they fought, it was a draw. Although he had his own trump card, he also understood that Su Yan was the same at this time. If the two of them really used all their trump cards, then it would be hard to tell who would emerge victorious. He had his own ambitions, but the realization of this ambition would be stopped by Su Yan. In other words, Su Yan had become an uncontrollable factor to him. Duan Mulonghu liked to be able to control everything in his hands. He could not accept uncontrollable factors. Of course, at this moment, he did feel a little regretful, but this was not fake. However, this regret was an achievement for him. After all, how could one not have any regrets in one's life? Therefore, he was happy to accept this small regret. Zhang Zhe's expression was extremely gloomy, and his killing intent had also become extremely grave. How did you do it? In fact, there was no point in asking this now, but if he couldn't find out, he would be extremely unwilling. After all, no matter what, Su Yan was his good friend. It would be sad if he couldn't get justice for Su Yan. Moreover, what kind of person was he? Who knew how many battles he had experienced on his way up? Even though he knew that this Duan Mulonghu was an extremely troublesome beauty, he couldn't back down just like that. At this moment, Duan Mulonghu's brows suddenly relaxed, and his gaze landed on Fang Yueshan. Although I've sent Su Yan to his grave today, I didn't expect to lose to you. Indeed, to him, this was something that he had never expected. He'd originally thought that everything was under his control. Although Fang Yueshan had obtained the recognition of the origin power of the shadow world, he would never be a match for him. But who would have thought that he would be able to play such a trick? Not only did he break free from his control, but he also gave him a slap. This enraged him to the extreme. He had never suffered such humiliation before, but now, he actually suffered such a blow. This was the most thorough humiliation to him. At this time, his killing intent was terrifyingly strong. However, at this time, he actually understood that it was no longer easy for him to kill Fang Yueshan. It might even be impossible. Because Zhang Zhe and Yu Qingzi were here. He had no interest in answering Zhang Zhe's question at all. As the saying goes, the winner takes all. Now that he had won, nothing else mattered. As for how he won, that was not important at all. Moreover, he did not put Zhang Zhe in his eyes. This powerful sect master might be an extremely troublesome figure in the eyes of others, but he thought highly of himself. Not to mention Zhang Zhe, he would not even put someone more terrifying in his eyes. Instead, his gaze fell on Fang Yueshan. This was because Fang Yueshan had gained the upper hand in the fight with him. No, this was no longer a simple gain, but a loss. When did you leave your shadow mark in my body? Duan Mulonghu asked. At this time, he had a rough idea of the situation. This was the Dark Realm. Therefore, the shadow power would be greatly affected or even directly restricted. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to display his power at this time. If that wasn't the case, how could he have gotten rid of his power and attacked him instead? Fang Yueshan had already stood up. It was really dangerous just now. How could the sudden burst of power be so terrifying? In the beginning, he still felt that he could fight against Duan Mulonghu. However, only now did he realize that there was actually such a huge gap between them. This was really a monster. Perhaps if Su Yan was here, he could fight him. After all, only a monster could deal with a monster. It was a pity. Thinking of Su Yan, he could not help but feel a little gloomy. He had just seen Su Yan being sealed in the Shadow World. How dangerous was the Shadow World? He had already obtained a part of the Shadow World's origin. This Shadow World's origin was extremely small, only a very small part. However, even though it was only a small portion of it, it was still extremely frightening. Even someone like Duan Mulonghu was scheming for it. If he entered the Shadow World, there might be some hope, but Su Yan was different. Su Yan did not have the world's origin. The moment he entered the Shadow World, he would be targeted and directly suppressed by the world will. The Shadow King just now was already extremely powerful. There was no need to say more about the terrifying power of a peak Emperor Master. Even so, when the will of the world descended, he had no choice but to abandon his original body and use the method of metamorphosis to birth a new one. But that was a method that shadow creatures could only use when they had reached a certain level of strength. However, he was clear that Su Yan could not possibly possess such an ability. What's more, even if Su Yan could use this ability, he would die directly. Su Yan did not need to come here. If he had not gone to Su Yan and asked Su Yan for help, Su Yan would not need to come here at all. So, he was the one who caused Su Yan's death. This made him feel extremely remorseful. Because of self-blame, he wanted to kill Duan Mulonghu even more. Do you think I'll tell you? His power began to surge again, and he adjusted his aura. I'm going to kill you, Fang Yueshan said softly. Although his words were calm, anyone could hear the great determination in them. This was an unshakable thought. This was the determination to kill. Duan Mulonghu did not care about Fang Yueshan's anger at all. He just said indifferently, "Kill me." It seems that you're really angry, but for what? To avenge Su Yan. You're really stupid. Do you think you can do it? He didn't care about Fang Yueshan's determination and killing intent at all. He didn't care at all. Fang Yueshan said, "You're very powerful, so powerful that even I am very afraid now. So, I won't be so naive to think that I can fight you with my own strength." After Fang Yueshan finished speaking, he said to Yu Qingzi and Zhang Zhe, "Seniors, please help me. I'll be eternally grateful." His calm words contained an enormous amount of determination. At this moment, killing Duan Mulonghu had already become an obsession of his. Zhangze and Yuqingzi both nodded. Even if it was not for Su Yan, they still wanted to kill Duan Wulonghu. This guy's existence was the source of disaster. He cultivated the art of chaos and destruction. He wanted to cause chaos in the world and then rise up from within. If this person was allowed to live, he would definitely think of ways to cause chaos in the world. For this world, this was not a good thing. Even if it was just for this, they had to choose to kill him. At this moment, he directly displayed his power. That violent power directly swept out at this moment. The power of the two people directly spread towards Duan Wulonghu. The power of an emperor powerhouse's attack was extremely powerful. It could almost directly intimidate the world. Such power turned into a whirlwind in the air. That power was really terrifying. The strength of this power was even more indescribable. When the power fell, it seemed to have enveloped the entire space. At this moment, the rich and heavy power directly soared. The Taxing 9 Evolution's great array directly swept out. At this moment, Yuqingzi's power was also activated. When the two emperor powerhouses attacked, the person in front of them did not panic at all. On the contrary, he revealed a cold smile at this moment. The power of the two powerhouses directly impacted his body, but in the next moment, the expressions of the two people directly changed. This was because at this moment, they could already see that this power was actually an illusory figure. However, if it was an ordinary illusory figure, how could it escape from the eyes of the two people? It was because this illusory figure was too real. Not only did it deceive the eyes, but it also deceived their perception. His aura was almost exactly the same as Duan Wulonghu's original body. There was not even half a difference. At this moment, the aura of his original body was directly hidden. This is the power of the catoptric deflection. The catoptric deflection was a terrifying legendary technique. Once used, it could almost create a false copy of oneself. The false copy did not exist. However, in the eyes of outsiders, it was incomparably real. Once this technique was used, it was almost impossible to break through. At the very least, it was completely impossible to detect by relying on the power of perception. This guy was indeed unfathomable. It seemed that no one would ever know how many trump cards he had. However, at this moment, Fang Yueshan's body disappeared in an instant. I found you. You can't fool me. Then, an extremely powerful attack appeared. That power directly appeared in the sky. At this moment, a terrifying aura directly condensed at this moment. Such a power was almost terrifying to the extreme. That terrifying strike caused ripples to appear in the space. That's right, as expected. Because I have the shadow mark that you left on me, my catoptric deflection is ineffective against you. However, under such an attack, Duan Wulonghu did not panic at all. He seemed to have expected it. Chapter 1283. A fearsome man. Fang Yueshan's attack was blocked. His attack could not be said to be slow, and this attack could not be said to not be fierce, but even so, it was still blocked. Duan Wulonghu had already expected Fang Yueshan to be able to do this. Let me guess, when did you leave the shadow mark on my body? The strength of the two continued to clash, but at this moment, Duan Wulonghu was leisurely talking, as if he was chatting with an old friend. Tian Luo Yin Fiend. Fang Yueshan unleashed his power once again. A powerful shadow force swept out and engulfed Duan Wulonghu. I already can't be bothered to listen to your nonsense. His aura was extremely heavy at this moment. That was a terrifying strength that was close to sinking into oblivion. I remember now. At the moment before your body withered, I remember that I came into contact with you. Then, you directly planted that shadow mark into my body. You're really amazing to be able to do this. In his eyes, the power of the heavenly Luo baleful Yin energy was nothing more than this, so he did not panic in the face of this attack. After he finished speaking, that formidable power suddenly froze. That was the most terrifying power. The change in the aura of that attack was simply terrifying. Fang Yueshan, do you really think I will let you go? Do you think I'll let you live when you're so presumptuous? At this moment, his aura turned into a long rainbow and swept towards Fang Yueshan. Fang Yueshan's power was being suppressed by him bit by bit. Since I already know what you're doing, do you think I don't have a way to break it? Ha, don't be naive. Your strength is not worth mentioning in front of me. Within Duan Wulonghu's body, there was a torrential amount of energy that was so strong that it was frightening. That power was so terrifying that Fang Yueshan was dumbstruck. The power of the original demon. At this moment, he suddenly recalled what Su Yan had mentioned earlier. The power of the original devil. Just what kind of power was that? Previously, he seemed to be able to fight against him. But at this moment, his strength was actually not worth mentioning in front of all. This guy was simply a terrifying monster. Duan Wulonghu revealed a sinister smile and said, "That's right, my strength has long since exceeded your understanding. Unless you can obtain even more of the Shadow World's origin energy, you simply won't be a match for me. However, you don't have the chance anymore. Now, die for me." This time, he wanted to kill Fang Yueshan directly. This guy was so bold, how could he let him live? Therefore, he had to die. However, at this moment, a powerful pressure suddenly appeared. 9 rays of light directly sealed everything in the surroundings. Duan Wulonghu, don't be too presumptuous. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want? At this moment, that cold voice directly appeared, and a powerful and terrifying power immediately enveloped him. That cold aura was so terrifying at this moment. Zhangzhe. Fall, earth destruction. At this moment, he coldly shouted, and a dull aura immediately appeared at this moment. When such a power appeared, it immediately swept up a whirlwind. In an instant, the entire space suddenly became heavy. The most terrifying power directly swept towards him. At this moment, Zhangzhe's aura became so vigorous. Suddenly, the earth appeared under their feet. Such power appeared layer by layer, almost directly sealing everything in the surroundings. At this time, even Duan Wulonghu's expression changed. This is the power of the earth. I really didn't expect you, Zhangzhe, to have such an ability. You've really impressed me. At this moment, Duan Wulonghu had no choice but to stop the power because at this moment, he could feel how powerful and terrifying the power below was. Forget it, I'll play with you until here today. After saying this, he disappeared again. However, this time, not even a trace of his aura was left behind. Of course, although he said it casually, in reality, he was helpless at this moment. This was because at this moment, Zhangzhe's power had already become a threat to him. If he was in an extremely good state, he would definitely choose to fight with him at this moment. After all, among so many people, Zhangzhe was actually quite a figure. He had a lot of room for growth, and at this moment, he was already extremely powerful. Forget it. Although I didn't obtain the source energy today, being able to kill Su Yan is not a small gain. Let's play here then. His voice gradually disappeared. You want to leave? At this moment, Yu Qingzi attacked, and a dense sword light directly appeared. Such a power was like the most dazzling sun, wanting to seal everything. Supreme Purity 9 Heaven Seal, lock the heavens. However, after this power was released, there was only a sense of emptiness. Damn it, that guy has already left. At this moment, he finally realized what was going on. That guy had actually left this place. Duan Wulonghu was actually able to leave without a trace. Forget it, senior. That guy has already left, Zhangzhe said with some regret. Duan Wulonghu was truly a huge threat. If he could take advantage of this opportunity to kill him directly, that would be the best. Unfortunately, that guy was simply too cunning, and his methods were extremely strange. If Zhang had directly released his power earlier, there might have been a chance of trapping him directly. However, that guy had already sensed the danger in an instant, and directly escaped from his current predicament. His speed was so fast that it was unimaginable, and he had disappeared in almost an instant. Damn it, that guy is really cunning. He actually managed to escape in an instant. If that wasn't the case, I would have definitely taught him a lesson. Yu Qingzi was also extremely regretful. Duan Mulonghu was so strong, and so dangerous. If they could make him stay and kill him this time, that would be the best. However, it was a pity that they did not succeed this time. Instead, he had directly escaped. Yes, that guy is the same as Su Yan. His growth is terrifying. The last time I fought with him, he was not as strong as he is now. It's really scary. Zhang Zai's expression was also extremely solemn. Even he had a heavy feeling when facing Duan Mulonghu. This was not only because of Duan Mulonghu's current strength, but also because of his growth speed. However, when it came to Su Yan, the few of them fell silent. Su Yan, sigh, it's really a pity. Yu Qingzi sighed. Previously, he had already seen Su Yan's strength. Just as Zhang Zai said, he could compete with Duan Mulonghu. Not only now, but also in the future. If he could survive, then he might really be able to defeat Duan Mulonghu and get rid of the disaster. However, he had already sunk into the shadow world. Perhaps, he was already dead. At this moment, the three of them fell silent. He won't die. Fang Yueshan suddenly spoke at this moment. Seeing the two of them looking at him, he said again. I think that guy might not die. After all, he is best at creating miracles. Even if he was deceiving himself, he was still willing to believe that Su Yan would survive and come to him. At this moment, Zhang Zai also said, I hope so. After all, Su Yan is really good at creating miracles. But what do you plan to do next? There was no point in debating whether Su Yan would survive or not. This was because they could not do anything about it. They could not open the passage to the shadow world, and even if they could, it was almost impossible to enter it. Fang Yueshan said, Me. Let's see if I can make myself stronger. Zhang Zai nodded, then said, I have to return to the sect first. If you have any problems, you can come to the Taihang sword faction to find me. The situation in the mainland was getting more and more chaotic. This time, he and Duan Mulonghu were going to fight head-on again. That Duan Mulonghu was extremely strange to begin with. He was also an incomparably frightening character. If he were to unleash his full power, it wouldn't be a good thing for the Sublime Flow Sword sect. Therefore, he had to make his own arrangements. Fang Yueshan accepted it with a smile. Then Yu Qingzi also expressed his goodwill. After all, he was now a Dao master, and an expert among Dao masters. His future was limitless. Moreover, Fang Yueshan's ancestor had a connection with the Taiqing sect. However, Fang Yueshan still declined. In fact, he knew that from now on, he would not be so peaceful. After all, he had already offended Duan Mulonghu. How could this guy let him go? Of course, he did not intend to let Duan Mulonghu go. Seniors, take care. After a final greeting, Fang Yueshan watched the two seniors leave. Su Yan, I believe that you won't die. Wait for me, I will save you. At this moment, Fang Yueshan already had a plan. He was going to enter the shadow world. If it was someone else, it would be impossible for them to do so. Unless they had the strength of a Saint Master, there was a small possibility. However, he was different. He was someone who possessed the shadow world's origin. If he wanted to enter the shadow world, it was absolutely possible. Of course, he was not strong enough, so entering the shadow world was very dangerous. He could not even choose where to stay in the shadow world. However, he was determined to do so. My child that I have yet to meet, and my beloved wife, wait for me. I will definitely come back. But before that, I have to do what I have to do. Chapter 1284. After Su Yan entered the spatial passage, he finally understood what the so-called light of guidance was. It was a piece of bone that was currently emitting a gentle jade-like radiance. Su Yan was somewhat familiar with that kind of divine power. That aura was the power of the celestial body that Duan Mulonghu had displayed when he fought with him last time. At this moment, he finally understood the essence of the light of guidance. It was a divine bone. He threw a piece of the divine bone into the spatial passageway. The power released by the divine bone immediately filled the entire spatial passageway. In the shadow world, the extremely terrifying existence immediately went berserk after sensing the divine bone. In order to obtain the divine bone, he would pay any price. It was precisely because of this that this terrifying fellow was so reckless and directly charged towards the spatial tunnel. Even with his strength, the will of the heavenly path would not hesitate to attack him with its most terrifying power after coming into contact with the spatial tunnel. That kind of madness was simply unimaginable. However, it was a pity that he was unable to obtain the godly bone in the end, because Su Yan had arrived. When Su Yan saw the god's bone, he immediately knew how powerful and terrifying it was. Moreover, he could sense that it was the divine bone in Duan Mulonghu's celestial body. The power nurtured by such a divine bone was simply unimaginable. For Duan Mulonghu to be able to condense the heavenly god's body, it was indeed not a simple matter. The moment Su Yan saw the god's bone, he immediately sensed how dangerous it was. However, no matter how dangerous it was, he had no choice but to act. This was because if the power of the divine bone was not suppressed, this terrifying monster would definitely go on a rampage. If he was really allowed to charge through the spatial passageway, that would not be a good thing. The current infinite world was not yet ready for the arrival of war. Therefore, Su Yan knew that he had to stop him. He knew Duan Mulonghu too well. This guy would definitely not do anything useless. Furthermore, he would definitely have a plan for everything he did, one step after another. Many things might seem inconceivable to you, or impossible to happen, but he could do it for you. This was why he was so terrifying. It was not only because his personality was as cold as a venomous snake, but also because his methods were extremely terrifying. This was Duan Mulonghu's scheme, but to a certain extent, it could also be said to be an overt scheme. If it was any other time, Su Yan would definitely not touch it, but at this time, Su Yan had no choice but to do so. Therefore, Su Yan didn't hesitate at all. Just as the mysterious existence was about to touch the god's bone, Su Yan decisively took action and directly took the god's bone. It was also at that moment that a destructive aura erupted from the Divine Master. Su Yan saw countless destruction arrays in the god's bone. It was a power that was so strong that it was almost terrifying. It was densely packed with countless terrifying laws. Such dense power was simply unimaginable. Even though Su Yan had already arranged his power at the first moment, the explosion of this power still caused him to suffer greatly. This power was too terrifying, so much so that his entire world was filled with this power. That boundless aura completely surrounded him. It was as if a terrifying giant beast was about to swallow him whole. In front of this terrifying giant beast, Su Yan couldn't escape. At the moment of the explosion, the spatial tunnel was directly closed. At that moment, a strand of Duan Mulonghu's consciousness appeared within that power. Su Yan, my old enemy, you're finally dead. Soft-heartedness is your weakness. I originally wanted to play with you properly, but unfortunately, your incompetence has disappointed me. His voice was so calm, but his entire person was extremely arrogant. Su Yan didn't say anything, because the terrifying darkness had directly engulfed him. In fact, he wasn't dead at this time, only severely injured. However, this wasn't the worst. The most important thing was that the terrifying devil had directly exploded at this time. The loss of the god's bone was simply a nightmare to him. It made him extremely furious. That was a treasure that he valued, but at this time, it had directly disappeared in front of him. He couldn't accept it, he couldn't accept it. At this moment, his aura was simply indescribable. The aura of destruction directly spread out, shattering everything in the surroundings. His aura was so violent that he didn't care about living beings at all. The shadow world was originally an extremely cruel place, where the law of the strong dominating everything was displayed incisively and vividly. The law of the jungle was the fundamental law of this place. When this terrifying existence was unhappy, he was everything. His mood determined the lives of countless shadow creatures. When he was angry, those shadow creatures would be directly killed as long as they were nearby. Although it was meaningless for him to devour those low-level shadow creatures now, it was still possible for him to do so. It wouldn't improve his intrinsic quality at all. However, as a great king, he didn't care about the so-called meaning. All he cared about was whether he was happy or not. Of course, for this intruder who suddenly appeared, he was infuriated. He was also incomparably furious. It was this guy who had messed up everything. If it wasn't for this guy, he would have been able to obtain the god's bone. That was the god's bone from another world. However, this was even more precious. Because this way, he would be able to obtain the most powerful law of another world. In a sense, his existence was also a god to this shadow world. Therefore, if he could obtain the law foundation of another god, then he would be able to have a breakthrough. However, it was a pity that the original opportunity was directly lost at this moment. That damned guy, he destroyed everything. If it wasn't for him, the god's bone would definitely have fallen into his hands. Therefore, his power burst out in order to directly kill Su Yan. Under the two frightening forces, even with Su Yan's powerful body, it began to shatter. In fact, it was completely shattered. What kind of terrifying aura was that? Such power was simply unimaginable. Damn it, am I going to die here today? Su Yan was extremely unwilling to die like this. He desperately tried to use his power to survive, but unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. This power was simply too terrifying. Under such power, his body was completely shattered and even completely destroyed. It's over. Even though Su Yan was strong, at this moment, his heart was filled with despair. The body was the foundation of a person, and it was the foundation of crossing the other side. At this moment, the foundation was shattered. At this moment, not to mention crossing the other side, whether or not he could even survive was another matter. The hope was still very slim. Duan Mulonghu. Su Yan was infuriated when he thought of this name. However, his anger quickly disappeared. Before the last moment, anger wasn't everything. Instead, it was regret and longing. After coming to this world, he felt that he was lucky to have made so many friends and confidants. Although he had experienced the pain of parting and various setbacks, it was still an experience. However, he was soon stunned. No, my physical body has already dissipated, why hasn't my soul started to dissipate? After the physical body dissipated, the mysterious void's tearing force on the divine soul would be directly reflected. Even a Tao master expert would gradually dissipate after losing his physical body, if there was no other place to hide his divine soul. Su Yan was aware of this. However, at this moment, he realized that his soul had not dissipated, and there was not even a little bit of tearing force on his soul. How could this be? Su Yan discovered that he was currently in an extremely strange and miraculous state. His body was floating bit by bit, just like a fallen leaf. Light was probably the best description he could use for himself at this moment. He was like a willow catkin that was gently moving. However, his body did not show any signs of dissipating. Not only that, but there was even a little bit of mysterious energy gathering towards his body. Why is this happening? Not only has my soul not started to dissipate, it's actually devouring. Su Yan spread his divine thought to his surroundings. At this moment, the terrifying and powerful existence had disappeared, perhaps it had started a new round of slumber. After all, in order to obtain the divine bone, his power had already gone through the most direct confrontation with the spatial order. Such an existence was unbelievably powerful. The terror of such a power was simply unimaginable. That was the most fundamental power of the spatial order in this world, but he was able to directly confront it with his own body. Just imagining such a thing was enough to shock anyone. Fortunately, he wasn't omnipotent. To him, this kind of confrontation was a huge drain on his energy. Therefore, after he vented his anger, he began to sleep again. This was a terrifying existence, and the best way to recover himself seemed to be to sleep. During the long period of sleep, he would attract the extremely powerful and terrifying power. Without the threat of this existence, Su Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then he began to study his current situation again. Unknowingly, he suddenly understood one thing, and that was that he seemed to have completely transformed at this moment. At this moment, he had actually entered a different state, even if it was only a prototype. And this state was a shadow creature. Chapter 1285. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. At that moment, Su Yan finally understood what kind of process he was going through. What was waiting for him was a life change. His physical body was destroyed and dissipated completely. But after his physical body was destroyed, the terrifying energy didn't dissipate. Instead, it revolved around him. The energy seemed to be particularly attached to him as if they were his children. At that moment, the energy transformed and began to fuse with his soul. At that moment, Su Yan realized that his life had quietly changed. The reason why his soul didn't dissipate was that he was no longer a pure soul. Instead, he became a shadow creature. How unbelievable was that? Su Yan had experienced countless things, but this was the first time he experienced such a change. The essence of his life changed and turned him into a shadow creature. In the beginning, Su Yan was still panicking because such a change wasn't within his control. But soon, he finally calmed down. No matter what, I'm still alive. Yes, even though he felt extremely helpless, he had to admit that this was also a form of luck. He thought that he was definitely going to die this time. Back then, in order to strengthen his physical body, he paid a huge price to shatter his physical body and rebuild it. But that time was completely different from this time. Back then, everything was under his control. At this moment, everything was condensed together and then reshaped. However, it was different this time because his body was directly destroyed at this time. Everything was completely destroyed. He should have died, but at this time, he was still alive. This in itself was a great blessing. Therefore, he definitely couldn't give up on himself at that moment. Even if I become a shadow creature, I won't give up hope. Besides, there's always a way out. At that moment, Su Yan had thought it through. No matter what, he had to be strong and survive in the face of death. Since he had made up his mind, he might as well calm himself down completely and truly transform into a shadow creature before doing anything else. He directly devoured the powerful energy. The energy moved bit by bit at that moment, causing his body structure to change drastically. Su Yan naturally couldn't adapt to such a state. But he also knew that there was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't change this world, so he could only adapt. As his body condensed bit by bit, his understanding of this world gradually became clearer. The power of the Grand Supreme surged at that moment. At that moment, he received another piece of good news. which was that his small world still existed. The small world is connected to my soul. The reason why my soul didn't shatter is probably also related to the small world. At that moment, he learned the wonderful function of the small world. Understanding this point was extremely important for him. After all, his strength and aura master editor, Exodus Tales translations. When his power was completely transformed, his small world would also be upgraded. At this moment, Su Yan was transforming his power while constantly speculating and comprehending. He wanted to understand the rules of this new world. Because he knew very well that only by truly understanding the rules of this world could he be like a fish in water here. This wasn't the first time Su Yan entered a different world. Although the laws of heaven and earth and the two worlds were completely different, since he had learned from his mistakes, he knew how to better survive here and even strengthen himself. As the saying went, heaven never bars one's way. Since Su Yan didn't die this time, perhaps he could have greater breakthroughs and growth. As the saying went, misfortune and fortune were interdependent. Different situations would bring about different insights, which could make his strength stronger. At that moment, Su Yan's strength rose bit by bit. Changes had even appeared around his body. It was as if a vortex had directly appeared at that moment. Such a display of strength could be said to be powerful. At that moment, Su Yan's divine telekinesis suddenly discovered that something around him was gathering towards him. It's the shadow creatures. He immediately understood that such a change in him must have alarmed these shadow creatures. Shadow creatures were born to devour. This was their instinct. They were even more ferocious than the demon clan. This was because only when their strength reached a certain level, would they be able to give birth to their own wisdom. At that moment, since they had already sensed Su Yan's existence, they would definitely swarm towards him. Who asked Su Yan's strength to be so powerful? However, facing such a situation, Su Yan wasn't surprised at all. Haha, they've come at the right time. They can make my strength stronger. At that moment, Su Yan was overjoyed. Now that he had made up his mind and decided to become a shadow creature, he naturally had nothing to fear. He remained motionless, waiting for more shadow creatures to gather. Shadow creatures didn't have a fixed shape at all. They were like clouds and mist. Some were extremely terrifying and ferocious, while some were even a little silly. However, none of these were taken seriously by Su Yan. At his level, it would be ridiculous if he was still confused by appearances. At that moment, his power began to surge. This was because he still felt that these shadow creatures were almost done. At this moment, his power erupted. That terrifying aura was simply terrifying at this moment. When the boundless power was completely displayed, it was truly powerful to the point where it could not be more violent. At that moment, the most terrifying aura was simply unparalleled. Originally, Su Yan was like cotton candy. There was a sweet taste to it, but it was also extremely weak. However, when the shadow creatures gathered around it, it completely transformed into its most violent and terrifying state. At that moment, a huge shadow appeared directly at that moment. It seemed to have turned into a huge network. Come in, all of you. The network opened up and immediately swallowed everything. At that moment, he was truly incomparably violent. This was the cruel law of survival. After gathering the power of countless shadow creatures, Su Yan discovered that his divine soul had begun to strengthen. The layer of shadow outside his body began to become purer. This process was repeated over and over again. Su Yan himself had lost track of time. However, he could feel that at that moment, he was constantly evolving, or rather, transforming. Gradually, his body began to solidify. I understand. The strength of shadow creatures is a process of turning from illusion to reality. When their power reaches a certain level, they can choose to condense their own form. Of course, it can't be a real physical body. It can't be compared to the physical body of the infinite world that can bear the spirit. However, it is a shadow-conjured body. This was Su Yan's understanding at that moment. The shadow-conjured body was named by Su Yan himself. His existence was like a temporary outer garment. If he didn't have an outer garment, he would definitely feel cold. However, with an outer garment, even if it was temporary, he would have a certain amount of protection. The body of the infinite world's people could be an extremely powerful armor. Although it can't be compared to a physical body, it still has to take form. Su Yan calmed his mind. At that moment, under the guidance of his will, his body finally reappeared. Of course, this was only an illusory body without any real shape. At that moment, he finally succeeded in his transformation. This process was actually not too long. After all, Su Yan's strength was already extremely powerful, and he could almost be said to be a whale swallowing water. With such speed and pattern, what shadow creature could compare to Su Yan? Therefore, he quickly condensed and took form. Just as he was about to take form, he suddenly realized that there was something extra in his divine soul. If he had to describe it, this was the world imprint. The origin imprint of the shadow world. The origin imprint of the shadow world is actually born in my body. Su Yan didn't understand at first, but he was extremely sure that this was the origin imprint of this world. This was because when he helped Feng Wuxian condense the origin imprint, he sensed it. However, the strength of the two was different. If the origin imprint of the shadow world condensed in Feng Wuxian's body was a mountain, then his origin imprint was only a slightly larger rock. There was no comparison between the two. Back in the Shura world, I couldn't obtain the world imprint of the Shura world, so I was targeted by Shura's will. If it wasn't for the supreme power and the help of the God-Slayer sword, I might have died. But here, I've actually condensed an origin imprint. The appearance of this mark meant that he had truly become a shadow creature at this moment. Well, at least this way, I won't be targeted by this world's will. Although my origin imprint is weak, it can make him stronger. Feng Wuxian was able to obtain the recognition of the origin imprint of the world. That was destiny. There were many things that couldn't be explained. No matter which world it was, most creatures were mediocre. Their lives were mediocre from birth to death, but some people were blessed by the heavens. Chapter 1286. They were born extremely intelligent and outstanding compared to ordinary people. Perhaps many people would say that it is because I am not willing to work hard. If I worked hard, I would also be extremely outstanding. But have you ever thought about it? Why are you not willing to work hard, while those people naturally know how to work hard and wholeheartedly? Not to mention the difference in environment, two brothers in the same family grew up in the same environment. However, one of them might work hard to improve himself, while the other was mediocre or even extremely depraved. Why was that? This is inexplicable. For such inexplicable things, we can only use one word to summarize, and that is fate. Complaining about fate was the most useless thing because it was impossible to change the god of fate. The only thing one could change was oneself. Perhaps changing oneself was also a type of fate. No one could say for sure. Even with Su Yan's current level of cultivation, he couldn't be sure if fate truly existed. However, it would be a joke if he really put everything into his fate. Because every single one of your decisions was clearly made by yourself. Therefore, Su Yan would never complain about why his origin imprint was so weak. This thought had never even appeared in his mind before. What he was thinking about now was how to strengthen his origin mark. He condensed back into his original appearance. Although this was not a real physical body, at least it looked more refreshing and comforted him. At this moment, he reached out his hand and grabbed many shadow creatures, then devoured them all. But to him, it was still useless. The power of his divine spirit did not strengthen at all. Sure enough, as I guessed, when one's power reaches a certain level, this kind of devouring will no longer have any effect. In fact, he had thought of this from the very beginning. If such a simple method of devouring could continue, then the Almighty of this world would have destroyed the entire shadow world. It was terrifying because after reaching a certain point, they could no longer use this method to become stronger. Therefore, they would directly invade and think of ways to become stronger from other worlds. Of course, Su Yan's current level was far from the point where he could not become stronger in the shadow world. Suddenly, a few extremely powerful auras converged towards him. There were a total of 3 auras. The power of each aura was not weak, and Su Yan could feel their own will. In other words, these guys had already developed spiritual intelligence. Someone sent me a pillow when I wanted to sleep. Su Yan had just formed, so he was still too unfamiliar with the shadow world. He had to understand this world. Although the power of the Supreme was powerful, it was ultimately impossible to analyze everything. I really didn't expect that another brother would be born. Congratulations. Before he even got close, one of the 3 shadow creatures immediately transmitted its thoughts to him. Moreover, they did not express any malice. However, at this time, Su Yan did not respond. Instead, he looked at the 3 people with a vigilant expression. At this moment, the 3 great thoughts were actually communicating with each other. This guy who has just been born seems to have quite a bit of intelligence. Although shadow creatures could develop intelligence, there were also congenital conditions. Some creatures were strong enough, and their talents were good enough. When they were born, they would have extraordinary intelligence and intelligence. However, there were some who were lucky enough to stand out. Even if they possessed intelligence, they were still ignorant. They were probably no better than a human child. Of course, if they were lucky enough to continue surviving, then their intelligence could still be improved. It was a pity that this world was so responsible that it was almost a joke for the weak to survive. This was because the other shadow creatures would definitely not let go of such a fat piece of meat. At this time, the aura that Su Yan displayed was very powerful. However, the 3 creatures had come prepared. Not only were they not worried about Su Yan's strength and vigilance against them, they were even happier. This is good. This guy is stronger. As long as we can devour him, our strength can be improved even more. One of the creatures laughed heartily. What are you guys trying to do? When the 3 shadow creatures appeared in front of him, Su Yan asked directly. But at this moment, the shadow creatures did not answer Su Yan's question. Instead, they said with great interest, "The form you condensed is actually so strange. If I remember correctly, it seems to be the form of a human from another world." In fact, the shadow creatures had formed their own civilization. After all, apart from the weakest shadow creatures who had no consciousness, there were many powerful beings in this world who had their own intelligence. Therefore, these creatures naturally formed their own rules of survival and formed a social group. Over time, they formed their own civilization. In fact, there were even cities in this world. This has nothing to do with you, right? Su Yan looked at the 3 creatures in front of him. One of them was in the form of a human like him, another was in the form of a wyvern, and the last one was oddly shaped like a lump of mud. Hey, brother, we are just curious. After all, there aren't many brothers who can condense their form into a human form in the infinite world. But since you're like me, I'm very happy to see you. You can be considered as my kind. The shadow creature who was also in the form of a human said directly. When he spoke, he tried his best to relax as if he just wanted to make friends with Su Yan. But how could Su Yan be deceived by him? He had long seen that these 3 creatures were up to no good. Of course, he didn't feel disgusted because in fact, he felt the same way too. We are from the Sky Silver City. If brother hasn't found a city yet, why don't you come with us? We can take care of each other. The shadow creature spoke again. Su Yan's head moved slightly, and then he asked, Sky Silver City. You have just been born from ignorance, so you don't know that we already have our own civilization and city. The ruler of the Sky Silver City is Merc. If you are willing to join him, you will definitely be treated very well." As he spoke, he had already approached Su Yan. He walked very casually, as if he didn't have any vigilance. When he walked to Su Yan's side, he continued, "The Sky Silver City welcomes every brother who has struggled out of suffering. The three of us are the patrol officers. We are here to look for you and bring you into the city to avoid any life-threatening dangers." He once again spread his hands gently at Su Yan, indicating that he didn't have any ill intentions. Su Yan shook his head, and then said, "I don't want to go. I know that you just want to devour me and increase your strength." He directly exposed this sentence, and at this time, the faces of the people opposite him changed. Of course, this change was only for a moment. "I didn't expect brother to awaken such high intelligence and be so vigilant. But you don't have to worry, we won't do that. Look, this is our proof of life." At this time, his eyes flashed, and then an imprint appeared. Su Yan saw clearly that this was the origin imprint of the Shadow World. This guy's origin imprint was slightly bigger than his own. Do you see that? This imprint is the imprint of King Merc, and it is also a representation of our identity. The composition of our world is very responsible. You and I were the same at the beginning, struggling to free ourselves from slaughter. But I think you have already realized that this kind of slaughter is no longer of any use to us. Not only was he not angry or unhappy at Su Yan's vigilance, but he also explained to Su Yan with great enthusiasm. Su Yan nodded. At this time, he continued, "The great shadow god has already sent an oracle to point the way forward for us, and that is the infinite world. The reason why I transformed into a human was to be able to invade the infinite world." He continued, "As long as we enter the infinite world, then it is possible that we won't have to go through the long process of condensing our true body. As long as we can plunder humans, then our world can completely grow. Think about it. Since our strength can grow like this, why should we waste our strength and kill each other?" What he said seemed to be very reasonable. Su Yan was silent. At this time, the dragon-shaped shadow creature spoke, "Why do you care about him? Since he doesn't want to leave with us, then don't bother." At this time, another creature also added, "That's right, let him die in the hands of the hunters and become their source of power." Such words seemed to be a threat. At this time, Su Yan asked, "Hunters? Also, you just said that we can turn from illusory to corporeal and condense true bodies." In just this short conversation, Su Yan had already grasped 2 points. These seemingly ordinary words were extremely difficult for him to say. He had already guessed that if he was a true shadow creature, then when he condensed a world imprint, he would be able to understand many things. This was an instinct given by the will of the world. Chapter 1287. Shadow of the Hunt. But even though he had awakened, he wasn't a real shadow creature, after all. So his shadow imprint seems to be flawed, unable to condense the true origin of common sense. It was also because of this that Su Yan needed to have a simple conversation with these guys in order to obtain information from them. "Ha, don't play dumb. Forget it, let's go." The dragon-shaped fellow seemed to be extremely impatient and immediately turned to leave. The humanoid shadow creature shrugged and seemed to have given up and was about to leave. Su Yan watched them turn around, but he did not move because he was still analyzing and digesting their information. However, at that moment, a power suddenly appeared and pierced through his body. At this moment, Su Yan sneered. As expected, his power gathered and exploded. The shadow force turned into a gale and swept out. At this moment, he naturally couldn't display the terrifying strength that he had at his peak. But even so, he wasn't someone that the 3 guys in front of him could compare to. These 3 fellows were quite cunning. First, they used all kinds of information to paralyze Su Yan. When Su Yan's mentality became chaotic, they would directly attack. This way, they could achieve the effect of killing him in one blow. However, they did not expect Su Yan to be so tenacious. Su Yan didn't show any fear when that terrifying attack came crashing down. What made them feel even more hopeless was Su Yan's strength. In just one move, Su Yan had defeated them. The powerful shadow force turned into a huge millstone, crushing their bodies. The three shadow creatures struggled to break free, but to no avail. "Sir, please spare our lives." At this moment, they immediately knew that they had kicked an iron plate. Su Yan's strength was much stronger than theirs. In the shadow world, there were indeed some powerful existences. From the moment they awakened, they would display extremely powerful and even terrifying strength. Every one of them was extremely terrifying. If their luck wasn't too bad, they could continue to advance and even reach the level of the Shadow King. However, they didn't expect that they would be so unlucky to meet one at this moment. Su Yan wasn't in a hurry to kill them. Instead, he said calmly, "All right, I'm not interested in killing you. Now, answer my questions. If you don't answer well, although I'm not very interested, I will still kill you." "Sir, please ask." At this moment, the humanoid shadow creature immediately said fawningly, "What kind of place is Sky Silver City? Also, how powerful is your city lord now?" The humanoid shadow creature immediately said, "Sir, the city lord's cultivation is almost at the level of the Shadow King. He's extremely powerful, he can control over the fate of Sky Silver City." Hearing his words, Su Yan frowned slightly. Then, he continued to ask, "How does the Shadow King compare to the realm of the humans in the endless world? I advise you to think about it carefully before you tell me. After all, I don't like to listen to false words." As he spoke, Su Yan's powerful energy surged out once again. This energy immediately suppressed the few of them to the point where they found it extremely difficult to breathe. This made them extremely shocked and even terrified. He was clearly a Yin spirit who had just escaped from the abyss of suffering. How could he be so powerful? However, at this moment, they had no other choice. To Su Yan, they were fish on the chopping board. At this moment, all of them were feeling extremely gloomy. They thought that they had met a soft persimmon that they could bully. They didn't expect that this guy was actually so powerful. One must know that once one escaped from the shadow of sin, they were already extremely powerful existences. It was almost impossible to meet such a person in 1,000 years. Nobody knew how long it had been since such a thing happened. However, they were so unlucky to meet such a person as soon as they appeared. At this moment, apart from saying that they were unlucky, it seemed that they couldn't say anything else. At this moment, Su Yan's strength was directly suppressing them, which made them not dare to breathe. "You guys are the hunters, right?" Su Yan spoke again. The three people were still thinking about Su Yan's original meaning. He was comparing the Shadow King and the powerhouses of the human world. In fact, they knew very little about the human world, so at this time, they had to think hard. After all, Su Yan's words just now had made them not dare to have any thoughts of lying. However, at this time, Su Yan said such words again, which made them extremely nervous. Because what Su Yan said was right. They were not patrol envoys, but hunters. In fact, in this shadow world, there were really a lot of hunters. The first reaction of the shadow creatures that had just awakened with consciousness was not to seek refuge with the Shadow King in the city, but to hunt other targets and improve their strength faster. Since the shadow creatures had escaped from slaughter, their instinct could only be to kill. How could they survive well? However, part of what they said was actually true. That was, there really was an oracle that had descended to forbid such killing. Instead, they were to gather in the city and listen to orders. Many powerful shadow creatures already knew about this and began to respond. After all, following the oracle seemed to be an extremely good way out. That was to attack the infinite world, because at this time, those truly powerful creatures who had entered the human world by chance already had a feeling that if they could, for example, enter the infinite world, they would be able to seek a new breakthrough. Moreover, a long time ago, the infinite world had already launched a huge invasion of the human world. Although the war seemed to have ended in failure in the end. In fact, as long as the shadow creatures who participated in the war survived in the end, they had obtained huge benefits and improved their strength to an extremely terrifying level. It was precisely because of this that the true powerhouses would actively respond to the oracle. However, there were still many shadow creatures who were willing to act according to their hunting instincts. At this time, hunters and patrol inspectors were born. To put it bluntly, these two were actually in a hostile relationship because their objectives were different, which was bound to cause conflicts between them. At this moment, although Su Yan's voice was calm, the power he had just displayed had already shown his strength. Since these three shadow creatures were hunters, they were naturally worried that they would be hunted down. "Okay, answer my previous question," Su Yan said again. The three of them trembled in fear, but in the end, they thought about it and said, "Reporting to Sir, this lowly one was fortunate enough to invade the human world in the past, but at that time, I didn't dare to come into contact with the humans who were too powerful. According to what I know, the Dragon Realm powerhouses in the human world are already very powerful and vigorous. It's extremely difficult to invade." Su Yan didn't interrupt him and let him continue. Seeing Su Yan's attitude, the shadow creature seemed to be relieved and continued, "From what this lowly one knows, these humans are extraordinary, but as long as we find a loophole, there will always be an opportunity. However, if the humans are powerful to a certain extent and we aren't strong enough, then even if we have the opportunity to enter their bodies, we will still die." Hearing this, Su Yan nodded slightly. After all, he had come into contact with shadow creatures before, so he roughly knew and could understand this point. This was because the yin and yang of heaven and earth were different. Shadow creatures were naturally yin, while human powerhouses, if their cultivation was strong enough, they would be vigorous and vigorous. If shadow creatures weren't strong enough, then they wouldn't be able to survive. Instead, they would be burned by the scorching heat and completely killed. Therefore, according to this lowly one's calculations, if the powerful shadow generals had the opportunity, they would be able to deal with Dragon Realm powerhouses. As for the shadow commanders, they would have the opportunity to deal with existences of a higher level, probably venerables. The Shadow King, on the other hand, is a Taoist sovereign who can corrupt humans. However, after thinking for a while, he said, "But this isn't necessarily true, because there is a difference in strength between each individual." According to this lowly one's knowledge, there are 9 Dragon Realm powerhouses, and venerables are also divided into different levels, so nothing is absolute in this world. This was all the information he knew. Su Yan glanced at him. He had to admit that this guy really knew a lot of things, and some of the things he knew would be extremely helpful to him. In other words, although it wasn't 100% equal, but from a certain perspective, the Shadow King was equivalent to a Taoist sovereign. If that's the case, then the City Lord of Sky Silver City is also a Taoist sovereign. Interesting, I'd like to meet him. The person in front of him was just a small figure, not worth mentioning at all. Su Yan wanted to understand the shadow world more clearly, so he had to come into contact with the more powerful creatures in this world. Although he already had the shadow mark on his body, he didn't think of himself as a shadow creature. Just like in the Shura realm, he was just an invader. Although he didn't know the specific reason for the shadow mark's formation, Su Yan more or less guessed that it must be his strength that took advantage of a loophole to obtain it. Chapter 1288. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation to the Silver Sky City. Sir, I've already told you everything I know. Although I'm a hunter, I'm just following my instincts. I'm blind. Please forgive me, sir. At this time, he immediately began to beg for mercy. At this moment, Su Yan chuckled. With a wave of his hand, the dragon-shaped shadow creature and the strange-shaped shadow creature died immediately. The process of death was extremely short. In the blink of an eye, they were completely dead. This caused him to be even more horrified. The humanoid shadow creature had long known that Su Yan was powerful, but he didn't expect him to be so terrifying. It only took an instant for the creature to be killed. What kind of terrifying power was this? Alright, there's no need to be so surprised. Since you're still alive, I won't kill you. But don't tell me that you're as close as brothers with these two guys and that's why you want to take revenge for them. Su Yan said calmly. The humanoid shadow immediately shook his head. My lord, you must be joking. How could I be brothers with them? In fact, we shadow creatures only want to strengthen ourselves. We don't have any other ideals. I'm working with them because we can't do anything to each other. But if there's a chance, I'm sure they won't let me go, and I'm the same. What the shadow creature said was actually the truth. Perhaps it might seem inconceivable to humans, but to them, it was the truth. This was the rule of their survival. Su Yan said, I'm going to the Silver Sky City, so I need a guide. By the way, what's your name? Su Yan was still extremely unfamiliar with the shadow world. Fortunately, this world was different from the Shura world. This was because many shadow creatures were extremely unfamiliar with this world after they were born. Therefore, he didn't need to worry about his origins. It was just that he needed to understand more. Only then would he be able to take the initiative. That was why he kept this guy as his guide. The reason why he killed the other two shadow creatures was actually very simple. It was because he didn't like them. It was that simple and straightforward. At Su Yan's level, he didn't need a reason to do anything. Everything was just following his heart. If he was in his limitless world, Su Yan would not be so temperamental. However, it was different in this world. This was the shadow world, where the living beings were constantly killing each other. Moreover, they were invaders. Su Yan would not show any mercy to any of the living beings here. At this moment, his aura surged and directly pressed down on the humanoid shadow creature. The humanoid shadow creature thought that Su Yan was going to go back on his word. He was so scared that he started trembling. But soon, he realized that Su Yan wasn't doing that. Instead, he injected a shadow power into his body. The reason he did this was not because he wanted to tempt Su Yan into becoming loyal to him. Su Yan was not that stupid. Since shadow creatures were born to kill, then it was natural for them to be cold and heartless. How could they be grateful to him just because of this little bit of power? He just wanted to study and see if there was any difference between this shadow creature and himself. Moreover, he was also very interested in the power structure of shadow creatures. This poor guy became Su Yan's research subject, but he was still very grateful. He felt that this was the most wonderful thing in the world. As for the death of his two companions, he didn't care about it at all. Just as he said, if he had the chance, he also wanted to kill these two guys. But now, these two fellows had merely died a worthy death. To him, this was actually a great thing. Su Yan didn't care about his thoughts and directly used his powerful divine sense to study his composition. Su Yan was really curious about shadow creatures. Moreover, he had also become a shadow creature. As such, it was even more important to understand the specific situation of shadow creatures. Of course, at the same time, he had also condensed a puppet imprint in the shadow creature. As long as Su Yan wanted, this guy would die in an instant. Of course, Su Yan also devoured the other imprint. At this moment, his gaze had become extremely calm. Do you have a name? The humanoid creature immediately said, I am Valka, sir. Don't worry, I will be your most loyal servant in the future. I will die for you. He immediately expressed his determination in the most heroic tone. Of course, Su Yan wouldn't take his bullsh asterisk T seriously. He just nodded his head indifferently. Alright, let's go to Sky Silver City now. Lead the way. Valka nodded immediately and led Su Yan to Sky Silver City. The shadow world was completely different from the boundless world. The environment here was extremely harsh. At this point, Su Yan still didn't understand how shadow creatures were born. He only knew that there were countless shadow vortexes in this world. There was an extremely powerful and terrifying force there, just like a storm. Once the shadow creatures were swept up, they had nowhere to run. Only death awaited them. Only extremely powerful shadow creatures would be able to escape from it. But even so, they would still be severely injured. However, although it was a land of death, it was also a place where life was born. Shadow creatures died there, but there were also shadow creatures born there. Those shadow creatures that had no consciousness appeared and wandered across the entire world. It was also because of this that the shadow world had always been chaotic. At this time, it was unbelievable that a city could be born. Therefore, Su Yan was even more curious about the cities in the shadow world. He wanted to know what kind of place it was. But then again, this was really a paradise of shadows. Unimaginable shadow energy was constantly swaying in this place, and the power within it was even more unimaginable. Those streams of aura were like a desolate sea current, constantly spiraling around. At this moment, Su Yan's power of the Grand Supreme finally began to circulate. In the beginning, the power of the Grand Supreme was in a dormant state. It was as if his power had been suppressed by the rules of this world. In fact, the reason why Su Yan could transform into a shadow creature and continue to live in another life state was because of the power of the Grand Supreme. After completing this transformation, the power of the Grand Supreme was naturally suppressed. However, after Su Yan continued to devour shadow energy during this period of time, the power of the Grand Supreme seemed to have recovered. Of course, the power of the Grand Supreme was still extremely weak at this time. It was impossible for Su Yan to fight to his heart's content. In such a different world, the rules of the world had changed. Su Yan could not use his previous power because of the restrictions of the world's rules. He did not know how much power he could exert from the original power of laws. After all, he was only a Dao master, not even a sovereign master. Moreover, even a sovereign master would be limited. It was only possible if he reached the sacred master realm, where his power was no longer restricted by the rules of the world. If he used such a rule at this time, he was afraid that he would be sensed by the powerhouses in the shadow world in the next moment. This was not a good thing. Therefore, in this world, the fundamental power that Su Yan could rely on was still the power of the Grand Supreme. The power of the Grand Supreme was extremely mysterious. It could analyze the power of the world and simulate it. In the end, it could even completely analyze it. At this time, Su Yan was no longer as flustered as when he first entered this world. Instead, he felt that he had seen a new path. Since every world existed, it naturally had its most powerful aspects. Since the shadow world could invade the peerless world, its power system was naturally extremely powerful. Although this time was a disaster for him and he almost died, from a certain point of view, it was not necessarily a bad opportunity for him to have a clearer understanding of the shadow world. He might be able to comprehend something from it. When that time came, he would be able to combine the laws of the two worlds and walk a new path. As Su Yan walked, he analyzed the body structure of the shadow creature and used the power of the Grand Supreme to analyze this law. Of course, along the way, they also encountered a few uninvited guests. These guys, like Valka, were all hunters. Their purpose was extremely simple, which was to devour and kill. Among these hunters, some were extremely powerful and had reached the level of shadow generals. Some were even close to reaching the level of shadow marshals. They were much stronger than Valka. Unfortunately, Su Yan was by Valka's side. For Su Yan, as long as he did not encounter an existence at the level of a Shadow Lord, it would not be too much of a problem for him. Therefore, these hunters died one after another and became the source of Su Yan's power and the subject of his research. Unknowingly, the Heavenly Silver City was already not far away. The Heavenly Silver City had appeared not long ago, and the scale of the city was not considered large. The definition of a city in the Shadow World was naturally different from that of the Peerless World. The cities in the Peerless World were gathering places where many ordinary people lived. However, there were no weaklings in the Shadow World, and it was impossible for there to be people of all walks of life. Those who could enter this place could only be shadow creatures who had awakened their spiritual wisdom and possessed a certain level of combat strength. Chapter 1289. Heavenly Silver City. Even though they were protected by the Shadow King, Merc, they were actually his cannon fodder and soldiers who fought for him. This was also the reason why most shadow creatures would rather become hunters than come to this place. Perhaps coming to this place would allow them to obtain powerful strength that would allow them to improve their strength. However, in a sense, their freedom had been cut off. Their lives were in the hands of others. Indeed, there was an oracle that said that the powerful rulers couldn't harm the shadow creatures in the city. Instead, they had to protect them. It was also because of this that the inspector appeared. However, the oracle wasn't everything. This was the world of the shadow creatures. Although the oracle's pressure was strong, when the shadow creatures' ambitions reached an extreme, what couldn't they do? It was also because of this that many powerful shadow creatures hid in this city. Of course, perhaps many shadow creatures had already entered this place, perhaps due to the temptation of strength, or perhaps due to helplessness. In any case, they still entered this place in the end. This city had also gradually begun to prosper. In the world of the shadow creatures, there was naturally no production or trade. This city was just a place where they lived. Of course, their residences were also divided into regions. The stronger one was, the better the region they could occupy. The precious part of this city was the powerful shadow energy within. The more central the region was, the more terrifying the shadow energy would be. This way, the shadow creatures could become stronger, which was the main reason why they were attracted to this place. Of course, it was also possible to enter the more central regions. That was to issue a challenge. To challenge the guard officer of that region. As long as one could defeat the guard officer, one would be able to enter the next region and enjoy even more powerful energy. Of course, in this world, there was no such thing as gentleness. If one couldn't defeat the guard officer, it wouldn't be as simple as being beaten up and forced to cultivate again. The consequence would be death. And if one defeated the guard officer, not only would one be able to enjoy the energy of a higher region, but one would also be able to kill the guard officer and devour him. The shadow world was that cruel and ferocious. Su Yan and Valka finally arrived at the Heavenly Silver City. In fact, Su Yan didn't know the origin of this city's name, nor did he care. At this time, he directly went forward, entered the city, and analyzed the structure of the city. If he could master it, it would be of great use to him in the future. It might even become the key to future battles. Of course, this was also very beneficial to him. After all, this was a completely new law of power. It could help him grow and allow him to walk further on the path of the strong. Now that Su Yan had lost his physical body, it could be said that it was a cold winter for him. He had no way out. If he couldn't handle it well, everything would sink because of this. At this moment, he could only move forward, move into the distance. In the end, Su Yan would either reach the other shore and achieve a brand new self, or he would completely sink into oblivion and fall into the abyss. Perhaps his spirit would scatter, or perhaps he would sink and become a monster. He didn't want to think about the consequences. Because at this time, nothing was over, and everything was still unknown. He didn't know what the future would be like. The only thing he could grasp was the present. My lord, this is the heavenly silver city. At this time, Valka directly said. In fact, he had wanted to come to this place before, but when he approached this city, he felt fear. It wasn't that he felt that he wasn't strong enough to enter, but that he was afraid of losing his freedom. Because of a chance, he had entered the human realm and successfully returned alive. Therefore, he understood how precious freedom was. The war with the boundless world was definitely not simple. It was impossible that the boundless world didn't have any powerhouses. On the contrary, their powerhouses were extremely terrifying. Otherwise, why would the invasion launched by the Shadow World have failed? Entering this city and enjoying the power of the city meant that they had handed their fate to the ruler of the city. Perhaps when the real war started, they would be cannon fodder. He thought of this point, which was why he was so afraid of this city and refused to enter. Even at this time, it was still the same. He said to Su Yan, Master, although there are more powerful forces in the city, we might lose our freedom if we enter this place. Anyway, for the Great Lord, as long as you are willing, you can hunt more powerful guys. In the past few days, he had seen how terrifying Su Yan was. Even the powerful shadow generals and shadow marshals couldn't withstand a single blow from Su Yan. They were killed by Su Yan and devoured by Su Yan. Of course, he also received great benefits because of this. Su Yan didn't care about the shadow creatures below the shadow generals at all, so he gave all of them to Valka, which made his strength improve tremendously. Therefore, in his opinion, Su Yan wouldn't lack shadow power. However, Su Yan still came to this place without any hesitation. This made him very confused. Even at this time, he still tried to persuade Su Yan, hoping that he would give up on this foolish idea. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a terrible pain in his body. In that instant, he was almost killed. He felt the weakness and pain in his body. Su Yan looked at him coldly and said, The reason why you survived is because you're a shadow creature in human form. I find you more pleasing to the eye. You have to remember that what you need to do is to obey and not make decisions for me. Su Yan's words were so cold that they were even colder than the winter sun. He stared straight at Valka. It was as though he would kill Valka if he dared to resist. Valka was trembling all over. Perhaps it was because he was in too much pain, or perhaps it was because he was too scared. After all, it was too easy to lose one's life in this world. It was too difficult for him to struggle to this point. If this continued, it would be unimaginable. He couldn't accept death, so he definitely wouldn't let himself die. Just at this moment, Su Yan sent out another wave of energy to suppress him. However, this wave of power was not aimed at Valka. Instead, it was directed at the surrounding areas. What are you sneaking around? Come out. While Su Yan was teaching Valka a lesson, an uninvited guest came. This shadow creature seemed to be most adept at hiding. His aura seemed to have disappeared without a trace. If it wasn't for Su Yan's powerful divine sense, he probably wouldn't have discovered his existence. This guy obviously didn't expect Su Yan to be able to discover his existence. Moreover, Su Yan was so direct and immediately attacked him with a powerful force. However, he still had some skills. When Su Yan's power came crashing down, a gray light was released from his body. Then, he struck down. The grayish energy was like a hidden monster. Such power was simply too terrifying. This surge of power roared out and actually dissolved Su Yan's power directly. Su Yan's gaze was fixed in front of him. He was very surprised that this guy could actually block his attack. It was not easy. You're from Sky Silver City. What's your motive for blocking us? Su Yan asked directly. That guy wasn't a humanoid shadow creature. Instead, he was like a fog that didn't have a fixed shape. However, there was nothing strange about this. After all, anything was possible in this world. The shadow creature looked at Su Yan. Although he didn't have a face, Su Yan knew that this guy was extremely proud of himself. Another idiot who came to Sky Silver City to be a piglet. Instead of being someone else's piglet, why don't you become my nourishment? He was extremely rude. As he spoke, his power surged out and surrounded Su Yan. The attack just now didn't seem to be a heavy burden to him. The corner of Su Yan's mouth twitched. He didn't expect to meet such an interesting hunter in this place. He smiled and said, "You're a hunter. This is outside Sky Silver City. You actually dared to come here. This is really surprising." At this moment, the guy chuckled and said, "Ha, this only shows that you're too timid. So what if you're in Sky Silver City? I can come and go as I please. What about Merc? Do you dare to act like this if Merc attacks?" Su Yan asked sarcastically. Since the Shadow King was able to contend with the Dao Master, this guy in front of him was definitely not a match for the Shadow King. No, it should be said that he didn't even have the right to escape. That was why he was so curious. Where did this guy get the guts to do that? "Ha, you seem to be a smart guy. However, this is for the best. A guy like you will be of great benefit to me if I devour you. To tell you the truth, I don't know if Merc will be able to return from Sky Silver City. Therefore, don't count on the idiots in this city to stay and save you." He laughed very proudly. In his opinion, Su Yan and Valka were already food in his mouth.